Welcome to another perfect day in a car lover's paradise. As the world's greatest collector car auction, Barrett-Jackson comes to the Atlantic shores at Palm Beach. Once again, we have temperatures in the 80s, blue skies, and most importantly, another day full of the world's greatest collector cars as we welcome you to Friday at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Yesterday's day one featured our entry-level cars. Great cars, available for great money. Topping them all was this beautifully restored 1956 Ford Thunderbird with upgrades like air conditioning, new brakes, suspension tweaks, and so on, and hammered away at $60,000, and we're just getting started. And with that, good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha. Welcome to the South Florida Fairgrounds for day two of our live coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach auction. As you can see, the cars are pulling into the staging lane. Some have already reached the auction block, and we've got 7 hours of live coverage coming your way today here on FYI, with 7 more to follow tomorrow on the History Channel. The cars will get better and better. The prices will rise and rise. Who knows what celebrities will show up? It's all a part of the Barrett-Jackson experience. Right now, we're going to go inside the auction hall and catch up with my colleague Rick DeBrule on the block.
Well, thanks a lot, Bob. And as you mentioned, on Friday, everything ramps up, both the prices and the quality. All kinds of great things to look forward to. A ton of Corvettes that will be crossing the block. We've got a Ferrari, great Resto Mod trucks. But, you know, I like the quirky things that are going across the block, like a 1970s American Motors Rebel The Machine. I love it all in its red, white, and blue. And then this car, a 1958 Nash Metropolitan that used to belong to a guy named James William Buffett. You know, Jimmy Buffett, that's right. His Nash Metropolitan will be crossing the block today. It's going to get a lot of attention when it sells here at Barrett-Jackson. Of course, my partner up here on the block today, well, he's the host of Hoovy's Garage on YouTube. Here's Tyler Hoover.
Thanks, Rick. The cars crossing the block today at Barrett-Jackson are certainly representative of what you would find on the roads here in Palm Beach. A lot of Mercedes, like what's going on behind me, and I think 12 Bentley Continental GTs today, a favorite of mine. But I'm going to be watching the Vipers. There are 3 today, and my favorite is a 2002 GTS Final Edition. That is the coupe to look like the endurance racers of the period. This one of the last made and very low mileage in perfect colors, red with the white stripes. What do you think, Bob?
Well, Tyler, I've been thinking about the equities. There are 3 guys covering 200 square feet of the auction block. The rest of the 100-plus acres of the South Florida Fairgrounds and all that they contain are the purview of a classic lady in her own right. April Rose.
Oh, Bob, that's so sweet. Now, I am in the greatest place in the world, surrounded by all these beautiful rides. I mean, this is just a dream. And what really caught my eye, this truck right here, 1954 Chevy 3100 Custom, just shows brilliant in this electric blue. It's got new LED headlights, brand spanking new chrome bumper up here, just massive. I hate to be a bug flying into that, but you gotta see this truck bed back here. It's finished with red oak and sort of a golden stain and these stainless steel polished strips. You know, I'd hate to put anything back here because it just looks so pristine. I don't want to scratch it up. All right, get back up there. Take a look at that crate motor. Now, that power is a Chevy Performance 6.2-liter LS 6-speed automatic. It's got a Ford 9-inch rear end, Willwood disc brakes all around. And go ahead inside. I'm getting bossy. Get inside. She's got all the goodies. New bench seat, digital gauges, vintage air. I mean, this truck is going to get everyone's attention every time you pull it out, Bob.
No question about that. Thank you, April. Currently on the block, or just off the block, to put that little bit of extra pressure on the bidding, lot 306, a 2004 Mercedes-Benz convertible. I'm going to call that the official car of Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach this year. Beautiful car. And the next thing is one I'm particularly interested in. This is lot 307, a 1953 MG TD Roadster.
Yeah, this is a car that essentially was built for the American market. I mean, you know, when MG built this, they had the entire series, the TC, TD, TF. The goal was to get all those Americans who had spent their time in World War II in Europe, who'd fallen in love with the European sports cars, and start sending these to the United States to work. I think they sold like 30,000 of these. The TD, of course, a great evolution from the TC. With the TC had the really tall wheels. The TD went to much smaller wheels, and it was a little bit wider, definitely sportier, but still held that same classic look.
Yeah, could we call this the first retro throwback as far as it harkening back to the pre-war car, something built in the 1950s, still with the exposed fenders and the piano style opening hood for the engine, steel wheels, a very classic look. Doesn't look like something from the 1950s, that's for sure.
And it's interesting to look when they got to the next generation, when they got away from the T-Series, the next one was the MGA, which was a much swoopier, much more modern style. But they hung on to this one for a very long time through the TF.
$12,000 takes it. I'd say that's a good buy. You know, Carroll Shelby is such a big part of Barrett-Jackson auctions. It was in a TD, much like that one, that Carroll Shelby began his storied racing career. Nicely bought. Now here's a look at our air schedule. As I mentioned, we have 7 hours today, taking you to 6 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon on FYI. And then tomorrow, we'll begin again at 11 a.m. Eastern, go to 6 p.m. on the History Channel. So make sure you switch to the History Channel tomorrow for all that Barrett-Jackson will be bringing your way. So, we're up and rolling here at the South Florida Fairgrounds. The Dream Rides are headed for their new homes, and you'll see it happen when we come back. Welcome back to the South Florida Fairgrounds and Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Down there you see Rick DeBrule standing by with the men behind the Barrett-Jackson name. Let's hear from him.
Well, indeed, we got Craig Jackson, the CEO and chairman. We got Steve Davis, the president of the company. And let's talk about today, because it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a great collection of stuff, multiple collections coming across the block.
So we started yesterday, sold a couple of cars from John Staluppi's collection and Prestige collection. And today, the quality will come up again, and we look forward to today. Friday is fun day for us. Tomorrow, Saturday, we all know the price of poker, but today's fun day, great mix of cars. The quality goes up, the prices go up. Steve, what do you want to look forward to today?
Well, again, it's Friday at Barrett-Jackson. It's going to be exciting. We'll again start ramping up.
The quality of the resto mods I've seen out there are going to be beautiful.
Absolutely. They're some of the best resto mods we've ever had in Palm Beach, I would say. And that goes across the board. We had an unusual amount of, we always have great cars, but the quality of the cars in Palm Beach this year are exceptional. I think it has a lot to do with the momentum we had coming out of Scottsdale. We brought all of that excitement with us here to Palm Beach. Great day, a little bit of classic, resto mod, hot rod, muscle car. I say that every time because it's true. That's what we do.
That's what we do.
That's exactly. Well, we got a big beast behind us on the block. So, gentlemen, I appreciate your time. Let's get back up to the block and watch another car sell.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Rick. This is a schoolboy yellow 2003 Hummer H2 that just sold at $7,500. I eyeballed that car out on the staging lanes. It looks almost new. So somebody got a heck of a deal there.
Another one.
And as it rolls away, your eyes do not deceive you. Lot 314 is a 2004 Hummer H2.
Yes, you're not seeing double, but you should see a pretty different price. The one that went before, it had a few dings on the history report, been repossessed and some paint work. This one, nice, much lower mileage, I believe 53,000 miles on the odometer, and looks to be original paint. But the Hummer H2 came out around 2003 on the GMT 800 platform, same as the Chevy Tahoe and Escalade, but they made it look like the military Humvee. The Hummer came out as its own brand and was pretty infamous or famous, depending on how you looked at it, and went away in the recession in 2009. Of course, now it's back as an electric vehicle, but this dinosaur is definitely a cool relic of its past gas-guzzling days.
And to the point you made a moment ago, one of the great things about buying a car at Barrett-Jackson is when you get what they call the car card, the information about the car, there's a lot of disclosure. If there are some problems, some history associated with it, if it had been in an accident, that's all disclosed.
And the second Hummer goes for $14,000. Nearly a 100% uptick on the one previously. Maybe I was looking at the wrong Hummer. Now we move on to lot 315, 2004 Mercedes-Benz SL 600 Roadster.
Well, these are amazing cars as far as technology goes. It's 20 years old, but the tech is still impressive today. They called it the R230 chassis. You get a normally aspirated V8 under the hood, and this was the first Mercedes SL to have a retractable hardtop. And it looks like this one, even though it's black, it was optioned. Well, no, it wasn't optioned with the panoramic roof, so they would have a glass piece here. But all this retracts to make it a convertible, so you have 4 weather season driving, and on top of that, you have 4-wheel hydraulic suspension that can be smooth if you want to do some gentle grand touring, or dial it all the way up and you can have a really stiff, almost track car. It's an amazing marvel.
You know, it's interesting because the SL line initially was, evolved from a race car. Then it kind of became more of just a luxury tourer, especially during the 60s and 70s. And then performance began to come on again, not just under the hood with the engine. I mean, that V12 engine will put you 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds. But as you mentioned, it's the suspension as well. It's the ability to, go right and left. And these days, Mercedes are racing and they're winning in various series. So I love the fact that the SL line has gone a long way from its racing roots up through luxury touring back into racing again.
Yeah, to your point, Rick, I think Mercedes does a great job of making a car that's still a comfy cruiser, but also something that you can have fun with. There's something to say about BMWs and making them more sporty, the ultimate driving machine, but they do tend to have a stiffer ride. Oh, and this one's the SL 600. I thought it was a 500, so this will be the twin-turbo V12. Now that I see the rear end there, this one's a really bad machine. About 500 horsepower under the hood with these, and about 100 more of that when it comes to the torque. So this one's even more special than the run-of-the-mill SL 500. But no way to distinguish it unless you look at the badge in the back. But the price on these, way more than the SL 500s. This was well into the 6 figures when new, and now $13,500. Wow.
Just thinking that same thing. I mean, 20 years ago when this was on the showroom floor, the price was way up there. Somebody buying it here in Palm Beach, perhaps. This was a great cruising car. Somebody who had a lot of money bought this, and now we're sitting at $14,000.
14 grand takes it away. Another good buy. But just the beginning here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. We've got a break coming up, and we'll be back with more here in our first hour on Fast Friday at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, where the bidding continues. Currently at the edge of the block is lot 321, a 1957 Pontiac Star Chief Custom Coupe.
I tell you what, this is a blast when you look at this. Some custom touches all the way around, but I love a lot of the originality. First off, this massive grille up front, but look at these on each fender right here. It's got both the bright work together with the plexiglass on it, and then look at that chrome bright work down the side. I mean, remember, this was during the era of aviation, jet-inspired design, and if that's not a jet aircraft on the side of this, I don't know what is. I like all the little touches that they've done on this. It's an older restoration. It's been around a little bit. But look at these little stars that they put into the paint job. Just nice touches.
Yeah, it's certainly showing its age, but it was definitely well done in period. Something you would have seen at a car show in the 80s and 90s, like the etched windows here with the roses.
The car sells for $11,000. Quite a piece. Now lot 323, a 2001 Corvette convertible.
C5 Corvette first came out in 1997, and once again, this was a massive leap forward. We talked about this yesterday in terms of the design and what they did with it, moving the transmission, the transaxle to the back of the car. They also did a thing where they separated the gas tank. So half the gas tank is on one side, the other half is on the other. So they did a great job with weight distribution, not just front to back, but right to left as well.
As of course the C5 Corvette is the last generation to have the pop-up headlights. This one well spec'd, being the all-black convertible. This one being an automatic, though. I would have liked a 6-speed manual, but that makes it a much easier car to cruise in. Love the alloy wheels as well. The C5 Corvette, I think, is the true bargain of the Corvette world right now, because the modern performance and looks, but at a price that can't be beat. C4, you have to deal with some antiquities. The older ones are certainly not modern performers, but this, well, it's in a league with many modern cars.
Yeah, 330 horsepower under the hood, solid performance, and of course you get to do the Corvette wave, right? Every time you drive by another Corvette, you get to wave at each other. That alone is worth the price of admission. And you look at the performance and the technology you're getting, and yeah, I mean, I understand this is a 23-year-old car, but they've done a great job of moving it forward, and right now the current bid is only $13,000.
And no, you do not have to buy jeans shorts or New Balances. I own a Corvette, and that's not in my closet. Those shoes, nothing against those. They're jorts, I suppose, but not in my closet.
And of course, they have 3 different designs. I mean, you could get the convertible, you could get the full glass back, or you could get the notch back, the little coupe version of it. So you can choose which way you want to go with these in terms of styling. I love the convertible, I love the glass back. The notch back, not quite as much, but there's a lot of people that really like that with the little trunk in the back.
Oh, they found another bid in the room. So 2001 was also the first year of the Z06. This one not being a Z06, no convertible Z06s.
$15,000 takes that black Corvette. And now we join April Rose.
Hey, Bob, I'm in the staging lanes right now with this beautiful 50s car, 1956 Packard Clipper. Now, this was the last few years for the Packard. They stopped production in 58. And I just love what they did with the theme of it on the Clipper ship. You got the steering wheel right here. Of course, the beautiful Clipper font up here. Hood ornament, tons of heavy chrome, the Dagmars up front, and that chrome theme continues all the way down this side. And a really neat detail right here, you see this sill? It pops up when the door opens, so you're not going to get any rain inside. And just look at these door panels, the attention to detail with the cloth and leather all the way throughout. Still more chrome and stainless throughout inside. Look at that heavy metal dash, aftermarket air right there, and the push button automatic. It's just really, really neat to see these 50 cars. Now, the power comes from a 352 V8, 275 horsepower, and it's actually a really, really smooth ride. It's got this hydraulic torsion bar suspension. It just rides like butter. Now, this is a 2-owner car finished in Jamaican yellow over Dover white. I mean, you know a 50s car when you see it. There's nothing like them on the road, Bob.
Well, that's a beautiful car. Thank you, April. On stage right now, and you can tell by the paint job, it's a custom, a 1955 DeSoto Fire Dome.
And I'll say this is an older custom build, but it looks like it's been retouched with the paint. This purple paint just shows absolutely beautiful, great two-tone look. You know, when the Fire Dome first came out in 1952, it was actually the top of the line for DeSoto. But interestingly enough, by 1955, when this one came out, it had moved to the least expensive of the DeSoto line. But I love everything they've done with this, the two-tone paint job, extending the paint on the side, the bright work. I love the way they Frenched in the tail lights right here. Nice work.
$23,000. Well, that did well. Sold sticker goes on, and the car will roll away to wherever its new owner wants it. Now it's time for some Hagerty Fast Facts on our next vehicle. It's lot 325, a 1955 Dodge Royal Lancer Custom. The name Royal was introduced in 1954. Lancer was for the 2-door hardtop model. Sierra was the station wagons. And you know who else was a Royal in 1955? Our very own Rick DeBrule. You see, Rick's middle name, there he is, it's Royal, and he was born in 1955. Rick, I gotta say, your parents had a very high opinion of you.
Exactly. I mean, born to royalty, right? Either that or they got my name off of one of those gelatin boxes in the grocery store.
Interesting wheels on this thing.
Well, unfortunately, my parents named me after 3 terrible presidents, Tyler, Richard, and Hoover. But yeah, this 55 Dodge is interesting to see the Tritone, the yellow, white, and black. You know, Dodge Chrysler, they were trying to keep up with Chevy when it came to the Bel Airs and sales, and trying to keep up with the wild styling of the 50s, and there were a lot of misses in there, especially with the higher end Mopars. This one, I do think, I haven't seen one of these in a very long time. It does look really cool.
So these are actually interesting taillights. The original Dodge taillights would have been flat. These, I believe, actually came out of a 1959 Cadillac. What this is missing, though, is in the 1955 Royal, they have these really cool chrome fins that go across the top. Now, you know, because they've done custom work, they've taken off some of that. It's missing here because they've gone for a different style. But, boy, that's a really cool piece.
Wow, $20,000. That sold well. And I even like the color. So let's move on. Next up is lot 326, a 1965 Plymouth Barracuda.
Was this the original pony car? I mean, you can make a debate about this because the Barracuda beat the Mustang to the market by a couple of weeks. But there are those who say it's not a classic pony car because a pony car in the Mustang and Camaro world has that long hood and the short rear deck. This, of course, built off the Valiant chassis, doesn't really have those same proportions. I mean, yeah, it's got a relatively long hood, but you're right here in terms of a driver and you've got a long glass back. Great styling. It just didn't sell nearly as well as that Mustang did in its first year.
Right, you would assume that big piece of glass would open up, say, like a Corvette, but it's not. It's just a massive piece. And if you don't have air conditioning here in Florida, man, would your kids cook in the back of one of these. Definitely one of those iconic, strange things that Mopars had in the mid-'60s. You saw it with the Chargers and the Barracudas that continued into the 60s before a big redesign in 1968.
But they actually used the same basic concept that Ford did. I mean, Ford used the Falcon chassis to build up their new Ford Mustang. In this case, they simply used the Valiant, their small chassis. They just didn't do it. Maybe it was the fact that they didn't promote it as well.
$12,500. If I were a registered bidder, I'd have jumped on that. Love that Barracuda. I had the Valiant. Not nearly as sexy. Cool car. There's plenty more where that came from, so don't miss a single one here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. We'll be back to the South Florida Fairgrounds in just a moment. Welcome back inside the main auction hall here at the South Florida Fairgrounds. A few minutes past the bottom of the first of 7 hours of live FYI coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. There you see lot 331, a 1971 Chevy Corvette being pushed to the edge of the stage. Time to wrap it up.
Lot to like for this one. I mean, not just the colors, but I mean, you know, it's got a 350 engine. It's not the most potent engine, but you got to remember it's still 1971. You still had a degree of horsepower. Yeah, they rated the horsepower lower in 1971 because they were starting to change the way that they were advertising it. But I mean, in terms of looks, boy, it's got the great Mako Shark styling from that C3 styling. And in terms of everything else underneath the car, it's nice. I'm getting a lot of people that are starting to come up and look at this because the price, we're only at $15,500.
Oh, absolutely. It is not showing like a $15,000 car. The paint job looks darn near flawless, and you can see this is the T-top car. Those panels can remove, so you have an open top experience. Beautiful.
$16,000 Nice 350 Corvette. Now let's rejoin April Rose.
Hey, Bob, you never know who you're going to run into here at Barrett-Jackson in the staging lanes, just walking around. Steve Pesmani, incredible show on History and FYI, fully torqued. I absolutely love it. Now, you got season 4 coming up in July, right around the corner. How are you going to top that? Because season 1, 2, and 3 were just off the charts.
So season 4, even crazier, a lot more crazy builds, but biggest thing is we're breaking into motorsports. So I'm actually working with Cusick Motorsports right now. I'm starting to get into racing the track attack cars, so basically NASCARs, and we're actually getting into IndyCar as well. So a lot of fun stuff going on, but I just got to follow my passion for that need for speed. So not only do we get to build, but we get to race.
That's absolutely crazy. Now, you're saying you're driving these NASCARs. Are you training to drive?
Yes, so I've been very fortunate to be able to drive down at Thermal Club down in Palm Springs. So I'm getting to drive all their tracks, getting a lot of track time, and you might see me in a pretty competitive race here coming pretty soon.
Right, that's so incredible. Now, you know, you're walking around at Barrett-Jackson, you're seeing all these beautiful cars. Do you just imagine in your head, like, what you can do to customize each one? Because your show is just so cool with all the customs that you do.
So I look around, I love looking at and finding new ideas, but I just see some of these cars and go, I gotta take a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But my biggest thing is, does it burn out? And if it does, now we're talking.
Oh, that is so, so sweet. What are you looking at? Do you have your eye on any of these cars?
I mean, looking around, a lot of those big body cruisers, we're in West Palm Beach. I love the horsepower and the muscle cars like you can hear behind me. But this Bentley, honestly, what a cruiser. And there's so many of them out here. I mean, lots of deals to be had here.
Yeah, there's a lot of great rides here. And we are going to be looking forward to your show, Season 4 in July on History and FYI. Man, congratulations. What an epic show. Bob, back to you.
All right, thank you, April and Steve. And keep your eyes open. Fully Torqued has new episodes on the History Channel coming your way this summer, so check it out. Now, a moment ago, you saw that 1982 Jeep CJ8 Scrambler go for $24,500. I believe that's our high sale of the day so far. And we are moving on now to lot 336. April showed this car to us earlier, a 56 Packard Clipper.
Getting towards the end of the Packard world. I mean, they started building vehicles in 1899 and they finished up in 1958. So we're just a couple years before the Packard line comes to an end. I absolutely love the stylized Clipper on the front of this. I'd hate to think if you had to buy one of those and actually replace that, because that's the problem with these cars. When you're restoring them, you need to make sure you get those parts because they're so important and they're so valuable. I love the Clipper ship's wheel on the back. You know, the Pan Am Clipper was an important plane, but before that, of course, there was a ship, the Clippers that sailed around the world. This was a midline range car for Packard back then, but once again, near the end of the line.
It sells for $18,000. Very cool car. And much appreciated by some of our bidders. And next up, bold in black is lot 340, a 1990 Chevy Corvette ZR1.
Well, the ZR1 was something very special. Even though it may not look too different than a normal C4 Corvette, these had a special engine bringing real performance. I think around 370 horsepower back in 1990, which was huge, thanks to some Lotus engineering there under the hood. And these set a speed record back when they came out. It was 175 miles per hour, average for 24 hours straight. So they had a set of drivers like an endurance race to beat that record, and they did it in a ZR1, made headlines. These were faster than many of the Ferraris, exotics, Lamborghini Countach of the day. Really impressive.
Yeah, 32 valves. I mean, the engine alone, Lotus had a hand in the design built by Mercury Marine, but that engine by itself weighed 40 pounds less, and as you mentioned, produced 375 horsepower. First year for the ZR1, but once again, I think the biggest problem, we talked about this yesterday, is there's nothing visually from the outside that makes you see that it's different. I mean, yeah, the dimensions are different, but it looked like a pretty standard C4 Corvette. So if somebody, you know, and this was a really expensive option. What was it, like a $30,000 option on top of the base Corvette? So, yeah, it's special. It's cool. But at the same time, maybe it wasn't special enough.
Wow, $11,000 for that 1990s ZR1 Corvette. Scanning the car card, I don't see anything amiss. A couple of safety recalls, but wow, I'd say that was well bought. Now here we go, something in red. A 1981 Camaro Z28.
Well, you're looking at here the end of the line of the Fisher body, the big body Camaros, and this one, well, they still had a bit of that 70s theme going on. You can see the Z28 graphics, the air induction on the hood. Does look really cool, but of course this was getting very long in the tooth. Came out in 1970, 71, and went through the whole decade. A whole generation of high schoolers had one of these to do crazy things in.
And while it looks cool, they actually dropped the horsepower in 1981. So the performance level was going down. That was the problem with this era. You know, it looked cool, but it didn't have the performance to go with it. You know, you had your choice. You could get the base coupe, you could get the Berlinetta, or you could get the Z28. But the Z28 just didn't have the same oomph under the hood, even though it's got that cool air induction cowl. It's just not enough underneath.
But you still have a manual transmission to row your own gears, V8 power, and this one is in really nice condition, hence the price $30,000, even though this is far from the most desirable year of this body style. The condition of it is definitely pulling on some heartstrings out here with the bidders.
I'll tell you what jumps out at me looking at the car card. Unrestored Survivor car, all original.
And from that perspective, it does look great. I mean, I don't know what the actual mileage is. Tyler's looking at that. What does it say?
Like 44,000 miles.
Wow, at $30,000. Nicely done, Mr. or Ms. Winning Bidder. Now there's a look at folks having some fun. I hope that guy's not planning to swim to Miami. Time for a break, and we'll be back with more from Palm Beach and Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Just in time to see a real Palm Beach classic wheeled away. Just $13,500. Sells the car. A 2005 Bentley Continental GT. Wow. Peachy Palm Beachy for sure, except it's not a convertible. Next up is lot 347, a 1964 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
But I love the story behind this one. This one was actually restored by a group of teenage enthusiasts who were doing it under the direction of the owner. And I tell you what, looking at this, I love the way the body has all been, well, we call it dip, where the chrome, everything has been taken off. It's all the body color. And take a look underneath that hood. I mean, a beautifully built up engine, nice firewall. They've gone the distance in just about every level of this. As I work my way back, everything looks nice. The interior is solid, great bed in the back. I don't know who these teenagers were, but I got news for you. They did a great job.
Yeah, and we just saw the chassis cam. Everything was very clean underneath as well. And they said in the description that this truck actually started life as a big rear window truck. And it's amazing in 1964 that was an option. The small window back in 1964 was barely big enough for the rear view mirror to see out, so you had to pay extra for that big window. And this one, obviously, a very high-level restoration. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look underneath. I mean, once again, this is a fresh build, and the kids that did this went the distance on every level. I mean, this is the only close to the chrome you can get, but it looks brand new. Look inside in the bed. That wood is perfectly done. The paint is nice. I mean, we're finally getting into some decent money, but to be honest with you, it's worth more.
$32,000 takes the truck. That gentleman will sign the papers, pay the appropriate buyer's premium and fees, taxes and such, depending on where he's taking his new acquisition. And we move on. Lot 347.1 is a 2006 Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet.
2005 and 2006 was another transitional year for the Porsche 911, going from the first water-cooled 911 with the 996 to this, the 997. And they corrected one of the big faux pas that people couldn't stand with the previous generation 911. They made the headlights round again, just like all the 911s before it. But as far as performance goes, these were more of the same, which was all good. This one, not an S, but still has the manual transmission, certainly more desirable than the Tiptronic automatic. You can see beautiful preserved tan leather interior, about 53,000 miles on the odometer, and looks to be in great condition.
And one of the things that the consignor of this has done is he's got a big piece of paper that he stuck to the windshield of this car that makes it clear it just had a recent service and that it has all its service records. Because, you know, that's a problem a lot of people have. They buy an expensive car and they're concerned that the moment they buy it, they're going to start investing a lot of money in a new service. And don't get me wrong, you always have to expect to spend a little more extra money once you buy something. But if you're going to sell a car at Barrett-Jackson, make sure that all the potential buyers know that you recently did the service. And let's go up here and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Once again, this extra piece of paper said they replaced the clutch and the flywheel assembly, the water pump, intermediate maintenance as Porsche scheduling. You know, so once again, he's making sure the buyers know exactly what they've got here.
Okay, so for 25 to a live bidder, so we'll call you back in
$25,000 at the Hammer. Congratulations, sir. Went to Palm Beach for a vacation, and look what I came home with. Now, here's a program note. Make sure you check out SEMA Battle of the Builders right here on FYI. Some of the finest custom vehicle builders in the country gathered at the 2023 SEMA show to compete for the grand prize, the title Builder of the Year. There's some absolutely amazing creations, so be sure to see them on Sunday, April 21st. That's this Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, here on FYI. Now on the block is lot 348, a 2005 Bentley Continental GT.
Well, here's the second one we've seen today of what I think is about 12 Bentley Continental GTs selling. And I call them the Palm Beach Toyota Camry because they are so ubiquitous, so normal to see out here, not normal to see in Kansas. This one's showing a little over 50,000 miles. I knew it would have been around $200,000. And its claim to fame would have been the fastest four-seat production car in the world, thanks to that W12 under the hood. Top speed, just shy of 200 miles per hour. So quite a technological marvel and quite a depreciation special here at not quite $20,000.
Doing a little better than that last one, but once again, you know, the valet is going to park you out front. The significance of this car for Bentley is, you know, for decades before this, Bentleys had been built, you know, in a much smaller production line. This was a true production vehicle. They mass-produced these and kept that quality under control at the same time.
It sells for $20,000. And that is one happy bidder. Most popular guy on his row right now. Here comes lot 351.1, a 2011 Cadillac CTS-V Coupe.
Well, here is the second generation of the Cadillac CTS-V. The first had an LS, all manual transmissions. The second one was better as far as the styling. Got more wild, more sporty. Certainly not what people are used to seeing with Cadillacs. And that supercharged LS under the hood, good for 500 horsepower. They made them in sedans, they made them in coupes like this, and they made them in wagons. And you can still source them with manual transmissions. This one, though, is an automatic showing 55,000 miles.
Yeah, my good friend Johnny O'Connell spent a lot of time racing these. They have a good, solid racing heritage. And I was talking about this yesterday. You know, I love the fact that, especially during this era, and even to cars today, Cadillac, in terms of their styling, has really leaned into the angles. They didn't try to get swoopy and round like everybody else. They took a distinctive road with their styling, and I think it worked really well. And as you mentioned, you know, the more than 500 horsepower coming out of that, what is basically based on a Corvette engine underneath underneath the hood. I mean, it's a great performance car, and it's a great looking car.
Yeah, I was working at the Cadillac dealership when these came out, and I actually almost got fired when we were going up to Kansas City for the demonstration of the new CTS because I overslept and was late for the ride up for the 3 hours to Kansas City. My manager was really mad at me.
$24,000 takes that Cadillac CTS-V. Really a very cool car. And I remember those racing teams you mentioned, Rick. Johnny O'Connell, Andy Pilgrim. Great cars. World Challenge. Here's lot 352, a 2013 BMW M5.
Well, the M5 burst onto the scene in the 1980s, was a very sharp-nosed looking, beautiful car that people just couldn't believe. And the legend continued into the 90s, into the 2000s, and still today. But this one, now it's 11 years old, certainly doesn't look it. And the performance, you certainly wouldn't feel like it's a 10 or 11-year-old car either. V8 turbos under the hood, and great design.
I look at this and I think back to the BMW Isetta that I have sitting in my garage, a 1958 car. BMW in the late 50s was in trouble. I mean, they built some spectacular cars like the 507, but they weren't making any money. And at that point, I don't think they could have envisioned that here they were, you know, decades later, building some of the most spectacular sport coupes and sport four-door sedans that are on the planet, the M Series, and where things have gone. And really, it all came about because of the BMW 700, which was their first solid car that they built in the 1960s, that it was able to bring them and move them forward on a production level.
Well, they say BMW is the ultimate driving machine, and the M5, king of the ultimate driving machines.
$31,000 for that M. Aha, there's the axis of power. These guys are buying cars right and left. Good on them. Now here's lot 352.1, a 1972 Camaro Custom.
Well, there's no shortage of great first-generation Camaros that cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson. You gotta love this second generation. Styling changed radically. The build underneath changed radically. Interestingly enough, in 1972, they didn't build a lot of these because it was a really long strike, and as a result, they didn't produce as many. And in fact, there was another problem where they had to scrap like 1,100 of them because of the problems they had getting them licensed and getting them VIN. So it's interesting how there weren't as many that year, but this one's custom, and I love what they've done underneath the hood with that 350 cubic inch V8.
Yeah, and it's a numbers matching 350 cubic inch V8, but this one's been customized. You can see the chrome bumper's been blacked out. The interior has houndstooth that is quilted with a vinyl top, custom wheels. Interesting mix here.
Well, just like that, we're ready to wrap our first hour of coverage today here in South Florida. Thanks for tuning in, but don't go away. 6 more hours of live auction action are headed your way here on FYI. Welcome to South Florida, to Palm Beach, and to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. It's always great to be here in the Sunshine State, but it's even better when you're surrounded by hundreds of beautiful vehicles. And that's exactly what we have in store here in Palm Beach. I'm Bob Varsha, working with Tyler Hoover, Rick DeBrule, and April Rose. Let's get right to the action on the block with this 1953 Chevrolet 3100 custom pickup.
Well, Rick and I are looking under the hood of this thing, and it's very interesting. You see a lot of these Customs 50 Chevrolets and knew they would have come with an inline 6. Well, this one, it has an inline 6 under the hood, but it's a modern Vortec inline 6. What you would have gotten in a Chevy Colorado or a Trailblazer or an Envoy with a modern automatic transmission. Very interesting choice. You see a lot of 350s, a lot of LSs, especially on a high-quality build like this. I kind of like it.
I was going to say, I love the creativity. I mean, everybody else sticks in their standard crate engine and just puts a V8 engine there. I love the way they've done that. And I tell you what, I love the build on this in terms of the overall look, the way the bed's been redone, and I absolutely love this. I'm not even sure what to call this color. It's kind of a soft violet. See if they actually name it here on their card that they've got in the back. Oh, it's got US Mag Rambler wheels, nitro tires. It's got an 8.8-inch Ford rear end. It's got all kinds of suspension work. Looks absolutely beautiful under the lights.
$37,000. Getting achingly close to breaking into our top 10 sales from yesterday's day one action here at Palm Beach. Can't miss that truck on the road, or this one. Lot 353.1 is a 53 Ford F100 custom.
Well, what color 1953 Ford pickup truck do you want? That soft violet or a deeper blue? This one nicely done, you know, in terms of great upgraded front and rear suspension. It's got coil-over shocks. They've done a lot of work to it. Trying to get the hood open to see the engine underneath, but unfortunately can't quite make that happen. Sometimes up here on the block, the engine release, the hood release just doesn't want to work.
Gets a little stage fright, I think.
You know, I mean, you think about it. You're in front of all these people.
I sympathize for sure, but I imagine it's very nice under there based on the build. You can see that V8 crest under there. I would imagine that is what's underneath, not another inline six. This one obviously has been lowered as well, sort of that pro street stance, and it looks to be very well done. I do like that they did the step rails in sort of a textured rhinoline material, so you can actually step into it and use it. You don't have to worry about passengers with their steel-toed boots or something like that messing it up. And same goes with the bed. They actually put some durability liner in there as well. So this could, I guess, still be used as a truck, but it is a little bit too pretty. I'm not seeing any kind of scratches or wear and tear on it at the moment.
Yeah, it does have a small block engine under the hood, a V8 engine paired with an automatic transmission.
$34,000 for another really sweet pickup truck. Congratulations, sir. That is sweet. Now we move on to lot 354. If you're following the auction docket at barrett-jackson.com, this is a 1976 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ45 pickup.
Well, speaking of 4.2-liter inline six, we saw the Vortec with Chevy, and now we're seeing it in a classic Toyota Land Cruiser in a beautiful pickup, the FJ45, and you can see all the stickers that are covering up on the hood. That's showing that it was freshly imported in the United States, so they want to seal everything off. They don't want anything touched until it goes through customs, and they put those stickers over it to show that it's been inspected. They break the seals when it gets in to inspect the vehicle. So they're showing that this is freshly in the United States. You're going to be the first person to own it here, and you can own, well, a Land Cruiser I don't think they sold in the United States, at least in this configuration.
Yeah, yesterday we saw the FJ40s cross the block, which of course is the classic Land Cruiser. Then we saw the FJ43, which was the longer wheelbase and the longer back. And today we're seeing the FJ45, which is the pickup back. And sold all over the world, all over the place. I think they might have brought some of them into the United States in the early 60s, but once again, after the 60s, they were absolutely not produced. This, of course, is a 1976, so as you mentioned, produced for another country and brought into the United States.
Well, you saw these tie downs here for the bed rails to where you can tie things down. A little protector in the back to make sure you don't smash the rear glass. And you have two spare tires. You can see there's one in the bed and there's one underneath right here. And one thing I do like is the handles on the tailgate here. They look like an old refrigerator door. I mean, these things are known for being darn near invincible.
And 22.5 takes that Land Cruiser FJ45. We've certainly seen a variety of vehicles already today on day two at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, but that's the nature of every Barrett-Jackson auction, and it's especially true this weekend. With more, here's Tyler Hoover.
When
When it comes to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, if the bidders can't find something they like, well, they're just not looking hard enough. There really is something for everybody here, but who doesn't want to go eastbound and down in a 77 Pontiac Trans Am Special Edition like this, looking just like the movie car with the CB antenna. And this one even more special because it was owned by the legend himself, Burt Reynolds, supposedly the last car that he titled and registered. Wow, there's a lot more to see though, eastbound and down. How about a pair of screen machines, starting with this 1969 Dodge Charger, modified into a rusty Daytona for the film Joe Dirt in 2001, and it even comes with David Spade's iconic mullet wig to go with it. So cool. Next to it is a 1984 Pontiac Trans Am Kit Tribute, Night Industry 2000, with all the bells and whistles. You buy this and you'll always have someone to talk to. Don't hassle the Hoff. Many people move to Florida to find their own little slice of Margaritaville, and here's their chance to buy a car formerly owned by Jimmy Buffett, a 1958 Nash Metropolitan. He sold it in 2008 and it's been beautifully restored. But let's not waste away. Now, if you do move to Florida, you might have to deal with flooding on occasion, and that's where this 1964 Amphicar 770 would come in very handy. 7 means 7 knots on water, 70 miles per hour on land, so this is the perfect car for Florida. But if all else fails, we have a tank, a 1976 Leopard A5 battle tank. Literally something for everybody.
All right, thanks very much, Tyler. And over in the McGuire staging lanes, there is the Jimmy Buffett-owned Nash Metropolitan, one of my favorite collector cars. Just as cute as it can be, perfect for South Florida or the lake house or just about anywhere. What a great little car. And you'll see it crossing the block shortly. Right now, we're on lot 355. It's a 2005 Bentley Continental GT.
Yes, this one another early W12 Bentley Continental GT, but this one's special, seeing some big love in the room because it was customized by the famous West Coast Customs of the Pimp My Ride fame and catering to celebrities, sort of like the modern day Ferris Customs or other such. But you can see they did a little whiteout with the headlights, blacked out the taillights, a custom interior you can see is sort of a two-tone, sort of a peanut butter insert on the diamond quilt stitch interior. Really cool. Also, that giant stereo, sort of like an iPad mounted to the center console, like, say, a Tesla. That certainly wasn't around in 2005 when these Bentleys were new. You can see on the fender badge, come over to this side, there is their logo right there, the W for West Coast Customs.
Well, we've seen two 2005 Bentley Continental GTs cross the block today. They didn't come anywhere close to this in terms of the money. We're at $50,000, and all the custom work that's gone into making this, well, the folks appreciate it.
And it sells, much to that gentleman's delight in the yellow shirt, for $50,000, moving it into a tie for the third highest sale price of the auction thus far. Wow. Now, here's a look at the car that'll be coming up shortly. It's lot 365, a 1965 Ford Mustang convertible, date correct C code 289 and 2-barrel carburetor, 4-speed manual tranny, and all the goodies. We'll see it when we come back. Welcome back inside the auction arena at the South Florida Fairgrounds as we continue with our live coverage of Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Now on stage is lot 356.1, a 2006 Honda S2000 convertible.
Well, if you're looking for a modern performance collectible, I'd say this is it. I mean, these things have great performance. They've got great looks. If you go back and look at, there was a concept car called the Honda SSM, and that was an absolutely beautiful concept car, the prototype that they made, and this evolved from there, and they just did a great job of maintaining that looks and keeping the performance at the same time.
Wow, goes right to $35,000, and that's where it sells. I had one of these once, loved it, absolutely loved it. And if it wasn't quick enough for you, you could always bolt on a supercharger and scare yourself to death. Good luck to the new owner. Here's lot 357, a 1967 Camaro Custom Coupe.
Well, this one's kind of a stealth custom because you look on the outside with that butternut yellow paint. Looks very stock. The SS badges with the 350. Of course, the hideaway headlights, but underneath is an upgraded 350 cubic inch engine, manual transmission, and all the modern amenities like power steering, brakes, AC. So you have all that look of a vintage Camaro, but the driving experience of something much newer and better. I like this a lot.
Yeah, on the outside, it's pretty much a perfect resto mod. Let's take a look underneath with the chassis cam, see what we got. Of course, we talked about the fact that it has a 350 cubic inch V8 engine right there. You see it. It's paired to a Muncie 4-speed transmission. They've done a great job. Looks like a pretty fresh build. I mean, everything, the exhaust system, the rear end, everything is nicely touched. So not just up above, but down below. This is a pretty nice build.
Yeah, that engine bay shot that I saw up on the block, you can see it does look very stock in there too, but I guess the internals have been upgraded. Same, the 4-speed manual. Well, Muncie, the Rock Crusher, I believe they called it, a little crude, but definitely fun when you're rowing your own gears. I like this. So
does the audience and the crowd here, the buyers. Look at this. We have the top seller right now here at Barrett-Jackson on Friday at Palm Beach.
Well, the quality of it, too, is just wild here. That paint is, well, different. The butternut yellow and then the black vinyl top, black interior. Probably not someone's first choice when they're thinking of restoring a Camaro, but obviously the room really likes it, and I do, too.
Yeah, I love the fact they didn't go crazy with the customizing, just the upgraded engine. You've got that Rally Sport package with those headlights on the front. They've also got a lot of the original documentation. They've got the Protecto plate, the original owner's manual.
You can't fool the Barrett-Jackson bidders. $67,000 earns a nice round of applause from not only the other bidders, but the spectators. Nicely done, sir. And the Summit Racing Sold sticker has gone on, and you see the number right there, $67K for a really sweet Camaro. So now we move on to lot 358, a 2018 Jeep Wrangler JL Custom.
Yes, this started life as a Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, so the 4-door and the second lowest trim, but as you can see, it is not a stock Jeep anymore. Lifted with the Fox component shocks. You can see the Big Fox steering stabilizer down there. Jeep's still one of the last few to have the solid front axle, which is why these are so desired to go off-road. But this one has been done up quite a bit. Massive wheels. You see the LED light up there, no doors, convertible top. Is wild.
Yeah, where do you begin? Now, this was actually built for SEMA, you know, the show that happens in Las Vegas every year where everybody brings all their best stuff. And I love to make the point that, you know, in the old days, you had the manufacturers doing concept cars. They'd bring them to car shows. These days, it's SEMA that does it. It's a lot of the aftermarket companies. And what will happen is, you know, Jeep will have a new model coming out and they'll say, okay, guys, here is the model. We'll give you some of the tech specs and you can build some great custom parts. And so what happens is a lot of these aftermarket producers want to show the absolute best things that they can do to, in this case, a Jeep or whatever car it may be. And so SEMA is now what I call the new concept car world.
Well, and Jeep is one of those automakers that actually encourages the aftermarket, encourages their owners to have fun with them like this.
$44,000 takes it to that couple. And next up, you hear the music. Tells you everything you need to know. A beautiful 1958 Metropolitan, previously owned by the Czar of Margaritaland, Jimmy Buffett.
What a great looking car. Jimmy Buffett owned this for a while. James William Buffett, by the way, and we all think of him as Jimmy. And boy, I can just picture him cruising around in this thing because it's a classic, you know, Florida Keys kind of car that he could enjoy with all the colors.
Well, you can see it comes with a photo of him in period driving the car with his autograph. He owned this until 2008, and then it was beautifully restored to this condition. The Nash Metropolitan, a cute little thing, a smaller and lighter actually than a Volkswagen Beetle, obviously with that classic look. A cool car in itself, but obviously a very cool previous owner.
The Nash Metropolitan actually evolved from a show car. It was called the NXI, so it's interesting to think that this was an experimental that they then evolved into this. And essentially it's an American car, but as I remember, I think these were actually assembled in England. And of course, my gut says that when Jimmy Buffett drove it, it was probably a little rougher looking. I just can't imagine him driving something that's this perfect.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt it sat in one of his compounds, many in the Caribbean, and, you know, he didn't care. It's outside in the rain or whatever. But you can tell why he was drawn to it. I mean, what a more Florida Margaritaville car than something like this, the Nash Metropolitan. A fun little convertible to cruise around in the narrow streets of the Florida Keys. It's so cool.
You know, Jimmy Buffett, of course, the horde of parrot heads that follow him around. Interestingly enough, as popular as he is, Jimmy Buffett, I don't think ever had a #1 hit. Margaritaville, I think, was the highest he ever did. And broke into the top 10, maybe #8. But still today, Jimmy Buffett, boy, he could command huge crowds up until his passing. And, you know, it'd be fun to own a car that was formerly owned by Jimmy Buffett. And the restoration on this, absolutely beautifully done, both inside and out.
Yeah, you'd certainly be the king of the parrot heads. And I love how the Nashes completely cover up the front wheels. No fender covers. That's just the entire fender itself. Same with the rear, covered up pretty well. And then look at the way the spare is mounted as well. It integrates the license plate light into the mount for the spare tires, or the Continental kit here in the back. Just a cool little car.
Well, we've seen for years that cute sells at Barrett-Jackson, and look at the number. We're closing in on $60,000. Now, is it just because it's a cute Nash Metropolitan with a two-tone paint job, or because it was owned by Jimmy Buffett?
And $60,000 takes it. I think provenance was a bit of a factor in that buying decision. That ties for second highest sale of the auction and second highest of the day. Another break ahead, but plenty more cars, a lot like that little beauty, when we come back. Welcome back to the South Florida Fairgrounds. In one of the adjacent buildings, this lineup of supercars: Ferrari, Porsche, Ford GT. The list goes on and on and on. Multiple examples of each of the world's great performance brands will be crossing the block at no reserve. No minimum bid that must be reached before the consignor will allow the car to sell. So the bidding should be furious. And we're looking forward to all of that on Super Saturday on the History Channel during our 7 hours of live coverage. Now on the block, lot 362, a 1982 Land Cruiser FJ40.
Tell you what, this one looks about as nice as it did the day it came out of the factory. The only clue would be that little sticker up on the windshield that goes back to 2016, but fresh blue paint. It's got that FJ engine underneath the hood, which the consignor says that they've reworked and updated it so that it's everything solid. But everything, the paint underneath, on top, everything looks great with this new, almost new looking FJ40.
Yeah, Rick, they didn't go the custom route with this one with the lift or any serious modifications. They went with the factory original paint, which was a good color. Repainted it with that in the engine bay. Same goes with the interior. Everything very stock in there. So unlike a lot of Land Cruisers we see that have been customized and made a little more modern, this one a faithful restoration.
$37,000. John Staluppi in the white shirt on the left. Did he buy that car? I guess he did. As he continues to churn his Cars of Dreams collection right here in the Palm Beach area. And if you'd like to know what any car in the auction does at the Hammer, check out Barrett-Jackson.com. Find out when Barrett-Jackson may be visiting your area. Buy tickets, buy merchandise. It's all there at Barrett-Jackson.com. Now here's lot 363, a 1991 Land Rover Defender 110 Custom.
Now, this is a Defender that wasn't officially sold in the United States around this time. Some were imported through the gray market or back doors, but most of them are coming in now because of the 25-year rule, where you can import cars and get around all the emissions mandates and federal government roadblocks when it comes to that. And this one you can see is lightly customized, but under the hood is the same 2.5-liter gasoline engine. And otherwise, with the wheels, it looks like it's normal stock stance.
It's interesting that we've gone from an FJ Cruiser to a Land Rover. I mean, in terms of what they were trying to achieve, basically the same goal. This basic vehicle, they started building it in about 1983, but they didn't start using the the Defender name until I think 1990. And of course, this is the 110 wheelbase version. Initially the Land Rovers, you got a 90 and a 110, then it became the 110 and the 130. And of course, this is back when it was owned by British Leyland. Later it became BMW, and today I think it's owned by Tata.
Manual transmission inside, which is nice for off-roading. You can see that they did add some help when you go off-road as well. The rock sliders down the side with the step bars. Looks like newer Land Rover wheels underneath in black. Cool looking truck.
Thank you, Chris.
$38,000 for that fetchingly red Land Rover Defender. Now let's join April Rose.
Here's something really sweet. 1970 Chevy C10 Sidestep Custom. It's been lowered, has the cool new halogen headlights right up front, but you have to see inside because it's been completely overhauled. You got these billet handles right here, billet wheel with red stitching that matches the seats. Of course, custom center console with cup holders. So many of these older cars don't have cup holders, which is such an inconvenience. There's even a wireless charger in here, touchscreen radio with a backup camera. I mean, this is unbelievable. Now check out the truck bed, finished in a beautiful Bolero red with those stainless strips that go all the way down. And of course, back in the day, you would see Chevrolet written right across this. That has been deleted off, and the taillights, very, very cool custom touches. Now the power's from a 4.8-liter LS. It's got an automatic transmission. If the original owner back in 1970 saw this, man, they'd think advanced aliens just landed on Earth and took over because it looks nothing like it was born. Bob?
True that, April. We await it on the block, currently occupied by lot 363.1, a 2008 Bentley Continental GT.
Well, I told you, these are everywhere. The Palm Beach Toyota Camry. This one, though, very low mileage, under 20,000 miles. Hence, you see the higher price, maybe not as much as that West Coast custom one. But a cool spec on this one, white, and it has a two-tone interior, sort of a dark red with the tan seats. Once again, that W12 under the hood, good for just shy of 200 miles per hour wind new. This car's claim to fame.
Yeah, great 0 to 60 times. I mean, more than 500 horsepower. And, it's interesting. We had a couple of 2005s across the block, brought a little less money, but this one with less than 20,000 miles from 2008. Once again, I would take it, get it serviced, but I think you're in great territory at this price.
Sold at $36,000 up in the luxury lounge. Nicely done by that bidder assistant who had to really work hard to make sure the auctioneer saw him. We're headed for a break, and we'll be back. So stand by. The charms of Palm Beach in Florida on full display today here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. And here's a car we previewed for you earlier. It's lot 365, a 65 Ford Mustang convertible.
I tell you what, it looks great up here under the lights. Now think about this. It was April 14th, 1964 that the Mustang debuted. That was at the World's Fair, then to the public, and overall with that special that they aired on television, I think it was 3 days later on the 17th. That was 60 years ago this week. This car, this style was debuted to the American public. And not only did they love it, the first day it went on sale, they sold 22,000 of them on day number 1. They were thinking maybe they'd sell 100, 200,000 the first year. They ended up selling well over 600 when you combine the 64.5s and the 1965s. Of course, you got resale red, you got a convertible. It's a true C-Code 289.
Now, it's amazing they can keep up with production since they didn't anticipate that demand. It'd be something impossible to do with complicated cars nowadays. But yes, this one is an amazing restoration of a great spec of a car. C-Code, I believe, 289, 2-barrel, and a 4-speed manual. So whoever spec'd this one knew wanted to have some fun and have the top down, and it survived very well to this day. Wow.
Tell you what, great restoration on a great car. I love the fact that the wheels are actually very original. Those red lines on the side, you know, they haven't, put on some big modern radials. I mean, yeah, those are great for modern driving, but in terms of a pure restoration, this one looks absolutely great. You know, it's got the white boot on the top, the white interior, and I don't, well, they say this car was actually restored back in 2005, and to be honest with you, it looks like it's an absolute fresh restoration.
Sold for $50,000. I was at that World's Fair, and I remember the introduction of the Mustang. Stay with us. Welcome back to the South Florida Fairgrounds, a little over 100 acres for all sorts of activities, and annually it's the home of the Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach Collector Car Auctions. As you can see, a great day. T-shirt or flowered shirt would be better, but shorts, straw hats, great weather, about 86 degrees right now. Here in the main auction hall, great cars finding new homes. This is lot 367, a 1967 Chevelle SS.
Yeah, according to the consignor, the VIN actually has the numbers that mean this was born a true SS. However, back then the SS would have come with the 396 cubic inch engine underneath the hood, and unfortunately we can't get it open right now. Now it has a 454 cubic inch engine that's been transplanted into it. Not sure why, you never know what happens in the history of the car, but for whatever reason they've upgraded it. I don't think too many people are going to complain about having some extra horsepower.
Well, of course, the king of the Chevelles is the LS6 454 in 1970, so maybe somebody wanted the powertrain of that, but they like the look of the 1967s better, which did have some subtle changes from 1966, mostly in the rear end as far as the taillight section, which I think looks really cool. This SS badge going all the way across with the blended taillights. Before that, it was sort of all split apart. 67 looks really good. There's those Super Sport badges on the rear fender as well.
And of course, they've maintained the SS 396 number right here, despite the fact that they've done that transplant under the hood. And as I mentioned, last year for this body style, the next year would have a significantly different look to it.
$45,000 to that gentleman, or wherever he wants it sent. And that breaks into our top 10 sales of the day and the auction at number 9. Here's another bow tie. It's a 1978 Corvette Pace Car Edition.
Yes, and this one was put away. It only has 40 actual miles on the odometer. A lot of people thought these would be major collectibles, bought them in 1978 and hoarded them in different places. Well, in this one, you can see, come down the passenger side, it even still has its original window sticker attached, showing an MSRP of $13,896.21. So we'll see how much more it goes. Already, well, more than double at the current bid.
Well, and for a long time, these languished. These did not bring a lot of money. And as you mentioned, people were putting them away thinking that they were going to be a valuable car, and they just didn't have it, although we're finally seeing the prices start to come up. What I love about 1978 is the fact that they changed the styling significantly. They've got that slope back to the way it goes back with the glass as opposed to the regular chop back. So it's a nice styling touch. And, of course, having the Pace Car Edition, you know, they made quite a few of these. And once again, they thought they were going to be so valuable. But, you know, for a long time, what people really looked at was the fact that, it just doesn't have a lot of horsepower. I think the max you could get that year was 220 horsepower, and that's just not a lot compared to where it was just a few years earlier.
Right, the horsepower went away and convertibles went away by this year. You couldn't get a Corvette convertible. That didn't come back until the C4 in the late 80s. Safety, insurance standards and all that stuff got in the way.
And of course, Corvette, not a stranger to being the pace car at the Indianapolis 500. I think Corvettes have paced the 500 more than any other car.
Well, bidder assistant Camille wins that one at $45,000. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Big money on the block. This is a truck that April Rose previewed for us earlier, a 1970 Chevy C10 Custom.
Oh, love this color, Bolero red. Once again, we'll call it dipped. I mean, there's very little chrome on it. Door handles, the windshield wipers, but everything else has been taken off. Looks beautiful.
$51,000, our number 4 sale of the auction. Looking great in red. And now to center stage. There's something you don't see every day. A 1970 American Motors Rebel.
I gotta tell you, I love these. I love American Motors cars. I love the fact that back then they really bought big time into that whole red, white, and blue paint scheme, whether it was on the AMX and the Javelin or whether it was on these. The year before, of course, you could get the SC Rambler, which we all just called the Scrambler. This was the year of the Rebel. Underneath the hood, 390 cubic inches, 340 horsepower. The only year they made this, 1970.
You can see the hood scoop right here. If you come around to the driver's side, what you see is a little hood-mounted tack, so it has a dual purpose there. You see the red, white, and blue stripes going down the back here, and they're actually reflective as well. Very cool rig.
I mean, they were working hard to convince everybody that they were a cool car brand. I mean, you got to remember, this was kind of their mid-sized car below the Ambassador, but it had a great look to it. And remember, in 1970, this is the year that Mark Donohue and Roger Penske were racing the Javelin in the Trans Am Series and beating the Camaros, winning the championship.
Yeah, Bobby Allison was racing a Matador, as I recall.
I come up here, you can get a closer look at this tack up on the hood, integrated into there. I haven't seen anything like this. Yeah, come around the other side. It looks really cool where they have a dual purpose. You've seen plenty of hood-mounted tacks, but not in with the intake as well. Looks like the red line just above 5,000 RPM.
Yeah, getting a lot of love in the room. I thought they were going to sell it, but they got one more bid in there. But I can see why. Once again, we see a lot of Camaros. We see Corvettes.
Wait. I think we have an adjustment here. Yep, there's a wave off.
Well, going back to the point, we see a lot of Camaros, we see a lot of Corvettes, but to see one of these is very uncommon. And I go back to that engine. They did a lot of work under there. They got a better cam. Everything's better about it.
And after that adjustment, the number goes to $63,000 for that interesting piece of American motoring. 1970 American Motors Rebel machine. Now, if you'd like to test your collector car knowledge and maybe pick up a great prize, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that'll cross the block this Saturday, tomorrow, April 20th. The winner at the end of all of the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions will receive the grand prize, a 2024 Dodge Hornet. And if you're really on top of your game this week and you could predict the exact final bid of all 12 Fantasy Bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. That's the perfect 12 jackpot. So be sure that you register to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. And now on stage, rolling off, is an unmistakable green 1971 Camaro Custom.
And already bringing a big price at $52,000 because it is very well done. Under the hood, a 5.3-liter Vortec engine, so the truck-based LS underneath that cowl induction intake. But of course, in 1971, you have that iconic split bumper for the Camaros.
I think it's the second 1971. You know, once again, there are people who love the first generation, but I know, and Mike Joy is one of them, he absolutely loves this second generation, and you can see why. It's got a more aerodynamic shape to it. It just took a look underneath, and to be honest with you, it looks just as nice underneath as it does up on top. And I just need to put a word out that Kermit, your car is here.
Well, I like that they went with a bold color. Certainly not something you would get from the factory, this bright green, but they still put the rally stripes on it. Great looking aftermarket wheels as well that, you know, definitely not of the period, but look good on this car. And that Vortec is darn near invincible.
$56,000 to that gentleman in the luxury lounge. I'd love to see what that picture is on the phone, but we move on to lot 372, a 1972 Plymouth Duster.
And Dave Weiss, the Mopar expert, is talking from the block. We just missed him, but he was making the point. And Dave Weiss knows his Mopar. He knows his Chrysler products. I was talking with him earlier. He said this is probably the finest 1972 Plymouth Duster on the planet in terms of originality. It only has 21,700 miles on it. He called this a baseline car. This is the kind of car that you want to have when you're going to restore. You want to have a car like this available so that you can take a look and see what was it truly like when it left the factory. He said this, in terms of a Duster in 1972, is the absolute best.
Yeah, very unusual, almost unheard of to hear of a Duster being preserved like this, but this one is a very good spec as far as how it's ordered. 340 cubic inch V8, manual transmission, and of course that color. And unbelievably, it is all original. That is not a restoration. Just unreal.
58 is bid, asking 60,000.
Yeah, Craig Jackson pointing out it's also a 4-speed. It's got that 340 engine. Now, technically, they dropped the horsepower in 1972 from 275, I think, down to 245. And once again, that's another one of those cases where I think it's possible it was not so much that they lowered the horsepower, but they simply were changing the way they were doing the rating, doing it with all the accessories on board. And guess what? Maybe the best in the planet, and today it's the top seller, at least for right now.
Well, obviously, if you have a Mopar collection, you want the best of the best, and I imagine not many of them think to put away a Duster, but here you go. Here's a way to round it out right here with the little Duster next to your Challenger and Charger.
You know, one of the great things about Barrett-Jackson is they do have their experts, guys like Dave Weiss or Jerry McNish, guys who will come up and look at these cars and say they really are what they claim to be.
New high sale, $75,000. And you saw the perfect storm in your picture there. 2 committed bidders in the room, 1 on the phone. That's when the sparks really fly. $75,000. Great. Now here's a car that's coming up, something a bit more unusual. A 1964 Amphicar 770, matchings numbers, lagoon blue paint, white and yellow two-tone trim. We'll talk about it. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, where moments ago the roof was raised here in the auction arena as this 2023 custom Jeep Gladiator became our first 6-figure sale of the auction, hammering away at $100,000. An immaculate bandit build, outlaw edition. And boy, oh boy, the crowd went crazy, as they do when a price is reached like $100,000. Here comes lot 374.1, a 2018 Porsche 911 4S Targa.
Well, here we have the next generation. We saw a 997 911 earlier. This one is the 991. It is the Targa edition, which you can see the roof is totally different than what we were seeing with the normal Coupe 911s. You have a piece of cloth right here, and it looks like it's removable, but it's not. It actually retracts down and into the car. These were famous for their PDK transmissions. They came out a few years before this, and they could truly shift faster with a dual clutch system than anyone with a manual transmission, and they were very stout, very reliable.
Yeah, this is the, let's call it the second phase of the 991. Came out, it was upgraded and updated in 2015. And a lot of the changes really made a big difference. I mean, in previous generations, to get the power out, you had to really high rev. In this generation, you didn't have to do that. Had plenty of low-end grunt, which made a big difference. So I think this particular generation, I mean, this is 2018 when this got updated in 2015. Boy, it's a great performing car at this point. Not that other Porsches weren't, but boy, each generation just gets better and better.
Now, I believe they announced a few dings on this car's history, which is what probably is bringing down the price, but still, a Targa is unusual, and this one being a 4S, it's one of the higher performance versions because we have the all-wheel drive and the higher horsepower engine, the S with the sport suspension and better brakes. So, nice buy. Doesn't look like it's been in anything serious.
Well, I'll tell you what, one cool thing about it, just looked on the odometer, less than 7,300 miles on the odometer. So it hasn't even traveled very far. Great color. Maybe it's just that it's the Targa versus the regular hardtop or the Puron convertible.
Well, in the older Porsche world, the Targa is a lower value than the Coupes, but when it comes to these modern ones, the Targas, since they're more rare, they can bring the same or more just because of the unusual nature of them and the rarity. I personally like it. I think it looks great.
Just checking the car card, and you're absolutely right. This is listed as a salvage title.
$73,000 for that beautiful Porsche with a slightly checkered past, but if it's done right, what's the harm? Now here comes one of the collections being featured at this year's Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. From John Staluppi's Cars of Dreams collection, we start with a 1972 Chevy C10 custom pickup.
And the absolute hottest corner of the collector truck market right now is the 1967 to 1972 C10 Chevy pickup truck. This is absolutely at the peak of the market right now, especially when it's done like this one. Customized, not wildly, just everything just right. And once again, the fact that it's coming from John Staluppi, his Cars of Dreams collection, you've got somebody who knows how to buy the best, so I can guarantee you, this, when it was put together, is absolutely one of the best C10s around, 1972.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible to see the builds on something that started life as a crude and, maybe cheaply built Chevy pickup truck. The amount of detail they go in to make these better than new is just unreal. And the standard engine, which this one has with these upgrades, is an LS V8. This one done in sort of a satin blue finish, which I really like.
You know what's also been interesting over the last year as we've seen this market really pump up is just buying a donor truck has gotten really expensive. I mean, people are now spending $20,000 to $25,000 to buy a truck that they can then, use as a bed for a custom work. Just buying a VIN, a cab with a VIN has become $8,000 to $10,000. So as we've seen this market go up, the prices have gone up. And you get tons of reproduction parts for these once you get those donor trucks.
Right, they can be absolutely Swiss cheese, and you can get a frame, you can get a cab, you can get a bed, you can make a long bed into a short bed, and we've seen plenty of it here at Barrett-Jackson bringing great money like this.
$59,000 takes that truck. John Staluppi seems pleased. And we're going to go to April Rose.
Hey, Bob, I'm hanging out with this 2003 Viper SRT. This is the first year of the third generation. They got more refined, more comfortable, but you might still get that Viper bite with the side pipes right here. I got a Viper Kiss, just a little bit of a bite, but you're only going to do it once and you'll remember it forever. Now, it has an 8.3 liter, 510 horsepower V10, 6-speed manual, and no traction control. So the only thing keeping it on the road is your right foot. Inside has a really cool gauge layout with the start button all the way at the bottom, and the leather and suede buckets, they look pretty much brand new because it has less than 1,500 miles on it. This is one sweet Viper, Bob.
Very cool. I think the posters of that car were on the walls of a lot of young drivers when they were teenagers. Here comes another car from the Cars of Dreams collection. Lot 375.1 is a 2003 Chevy SSR American Le Mans Series pace car.
Well, SSR stands for Super Sport Roadster. I remember once reading an article, somebody said, you know, this truck is the answer to a question that nobody ever asked. It really is not about utility. I mean, you really don't haul things in the back, and it's not a true sport vehicle. It's kind of an interesting mix in between. And they only sold about 8,000 of them that year, but this one's particularly interesting because it was a pace truck, and an awful lot of money went into doing the prep work for it. I mean, all the lights, plus they did suspension work. It's been upgraded significantly since it came off the showroom floor.
Right, and it was a well-used pace truck in several racing series, so that's very unusual. Usually it's a one and done. This one made its rounds to NASCAR and other places, and they had to upgrade the engine on these. Originally it had a 5.3 liter sort of truck-based V8. Now it has a 325 cubic inch V8, which later they actually updated the engine on the SSR to put in the 6 liter, the LS engine out of the Corvettes because people were complaining about the power. And if you were one of the early people that bought the SSR in the first few years with that 5.3, you had some instant depreciation. You were quite mad. Also, they didn't initially offer it with a manual transmission. They finally did when they started going with the LS engine. But this one, is, even though it's an early one, it has been upgraded and has all of this pedigree. And the lights, well, they're blinding me out, right? Wow.
I know, we're standing behind it. You need to understand that if this is a pace car, they wanted to get the attention of all the cars that were behind it. So as a result, yeah, there's some flashing up front, but from behind, boy, everything is flashing. You don't want to stand back here if you're one of those people that is prone to having the lights cause a problem for you. Brand new, this would have been about $42,000 if it had been a stock truck, and that's exactly the number we finally hit.
Well, and I guess it could have doubled as a safety truck as well. You could put a fire extinguisher, some safety equipment in the back, and had dual purpose. Obviously, they didn't do it for that. This was used for setting the pace. And you can see the graphics on it, just very cool. This paint job, certainly not something you would get on a stock SSR.
And what's cool about it is because it was a pace truck for the American Le Mans Series, it wasn't just designed to go in a circle, it was designed to go right and left. So the suspension work that they've done to this, they've really upgraded it significantly.
The hammer falls at $42,000, and Rick made a good point. This truck was meant to turn left and right. It's the only pace truck that worked both NASCAR Cup races, IndyCar races, American Le Mans Series sports car events, the 2004 Woodward Dream Cruise in Detroit, and the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour. Congratulations to its new owner, and here is lot 376. A 1958 Buick Special convertible.
Well, let's listen to Craig Jackson. He loves this.
His collection looked at this. Only thing I could say was, wow.
Well, wow is the right word, because you got to remember 1958. I think of 1958, quite frankly, as the high water mark for bling. And if you want bling, boy, this Buick has it. I mean, everything from this massive grille, all the bright work, and then go on down the side, because this particular chrome piece at the back was a one-year only thing. Remember, we were into the automotive, the aerodynamic styling, and look at this piece right here. What you don't want to have to do is go source that brand new, because nobody's making reproductions on it. And boy, looking at this one, it is absolutely perfect. And then look inside. Inside, it's just as nice as it is outside. There is nothing wrong with this car on any level.
Yeah, looking very stock other than the added air conditioning, which I imagine Staluppi wanted to drive this car in his Car to Dream collection, which is sort of a must-have in Florida. But the quality of the restoration on this is just unreal. And I gotta wonder, what would the cost be to redo all the chrome and stainless on this car? Because this is a lot, and the cost of it nowadays, especially that grille, all those little individual pieces in the front, having to redo all those, it must have been a massive undertaking, but the result is something that is spectacular here.
All right, so there's a lot of chrome everywhere. I mean, look at all the chrome coming down the side. There is one thing that's missing on this Buick in chrome, and that's the infamous Roadmaster Ventaports that would have been right here. They disappeared in 1958. I don't think they come back for a few more years after that. But it's funny, as they've added chrome everywhere, they removed it on the side.
And you see the dual gun sight up on the fenders, so no hood ornament, but dual fender sort of gun sights there. And there's that beautiful grille, and we just hit $100,000.
I can absolutely see why. I mean, this is arguably going to be one of the best 1958 Buick convertible, Buick specials on the planet.
Sell it! Sold for $115,000.
That's auctioneer Joe Mast bringing down the hammer at $115,000. New high sale of the auction. And as it rolls off, next up is a car we previewed for you earlier. A very special car, and a car, I should note, that set Barrett-Jackson on fire just a few short years ago when one of these things sold for, I believe the number is about $125,000. Rick, this is a 64 Amphicar 770.
And, you know, these always draw a crowd when they're up here on the auction block for good reason. I mean, it's unique. I mean, it was a production car, and it's called the 770 for a very good reason. The idea was it would go 7 knots in the water and 70 miles an hour on land. Now, you hear plenty of people who kind of knock these things. Say, it's not a great boat, it's not a great car, it's just a compromise between. Having said that, you know, it's tough to find anything else that will work this well.
Well, you can see it has a current boat registration in Iowa for good for 2025. I guess you can get it for 2 years, and then you tag it on the back. But come into the rear, you can see the engine is mounted in the back. Here's all the cooling fins going in, but then go low. That's where you're going to see the propellers. And as this thing's driving down the road, yes, those propellers will spin, but you can go full speed into the water and flip a few levers and have some fun. Cruise on the high seas.
Yeah, there's a little lever on the bottom next to the next to the gear shift that engages that. By the way, the most important lever, well, it's right here. See that right there? That is the lever that when you close this door and you're going to go in the water, you pull that up and it actually seals the door. If you go into the water without having pulled that up, you got problems. You have not sealed the door, and as a result, you may be going down with a ship.
Right, and a big issue with these, obviously dipping them into the Florida salt water or somewhere else, is rust. So the restorations are usually a massive undertaking, and it wasn't until recent years to where you would be rewarded for a high quality restoration like this. The prices have gone up recently. I mean, where else can you buy something that is amphibious and with this much vintage charm? Just so cool.
Just looking in the back here, you know, I believe the transmission was actually sourced and created by Porsche, although they weren't the actual builders of it for a long time. Just a little 4-cylinder thing, just enough to get it going. Once again, it's not a great car, it's not a spectacular boat, but where else are you going to find something that's going to do both of those things?
3, now 5.
Oh, found another bit in the room, and obviously it's not going to be a very balanced car because you want all of that weight in the back. Just like a boat, you have too many people loaded in the front, or say an engine, it won't get up on plane. Not that these really get up on plane, but you get what I mean.
$74,000. Well done, John. And in case you're wondering, yes, you can find parts and repairs for these cars. As I recall, there was a firm out in the Colorado area that had a great stock of these things. And as soon as the prices went up, their phones started ringing. So we'll move on. Here from the Prestige collection at this Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach is a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am.
Well, of course, these were made famous by the film Smokey and the Bandit, and we have one formerly owned by Burt Reynolds selling tomorrow, but this one pretty close to what you would have seen in the film. The special edition, which meant the extra pinstripes, and inside of the cat eyes, you have the gold paint in there. The pinstripes go everywhere. You can see under the hood they have opened. Very nice restoration down in there with the 6.6 liter. But on the hood, of course, is that famous Phoenix, or the Screaming Chicken as they call it, going around that shaker hood. T-tops. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, when this came out, obviously it was not called the Smokey Edition. That's what we think about it as today. It was simply just a, regular designation, the black and gold, which was really done to kind of emulate some other cars of the era. The John Player Special, that particular look. But when it came out in Smokey and the Bandit, it suddenly changed everything. And of course, the interesting thing about that is the cars that they used in the movies were actually 1976 cars with a new front clip that had been added.
$63,000 sends it to its new home. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, along with the price, $63K. Now here comes lot 377.1, a 1956 Oldsmobile 98 Starfire convertible.
Tell you what, if you wanted to buy an expensive Oldsmobile in 1956, this absolutely was the one. It was the most expensive Oldsmobile you can buy, and this one has been finished to a very high standard. Once again, we go back to the aviation theme, and in fact, the name on this, the Starfire, actually evolved from the jet, I believe the F-104 Starfire. That's Starfighter. I gotta get it. One of the Starfires was for an actual jet. But when you look at the styling on this, you see that hood ornament there, you know exactly what they were trying to achieve. And this was an era when two-tone paint was the norm. The idea of having that chrome, that bright work going down the side, boy, this one's nicely done. Black and white on the outside, black and white on the inside.
Well, in the General Motors world, everything was eclipsed by the 55 to 57 Chevy Bel Airs. Of course, that's the one that everybody remembers, and it was the most popular collectible. So you don't see as many of these old 98s, especially restored to this level, because there's just not many that survived or as many that sold, and they were very expensive. You're getting really close to a Cadillac price with one of these, and most people just went in that direction.
It was the F-94 Starfire. I knew it would come to my brain. By the way, Steve Magnante always likes to talk about the art of the muffler, and look at that right there. You always have to be careful, because this would actually, you get that carbon that would build up and it become a problem. If you clean it, keep it clean, it looks great, but a lot of people unfortunately did not in its day.
Well, that Jet 8 styling sort of continues here in the back. These do look like rockets spitting out the back with the tail lights. This is so cool.
51,000 is the number at the Hammer. That car out of the Prestige collection, and we switch collections now to the Washer collection. First up, lot 378 is a 1968 Dodge Dart Super Stock recreation.
All right, remember the little old lady from Pasadena? I think the Beach Boys sang about it. She drove a brand new shiny red super stock Dodge. It's not red, but it is a super stock Dodge. And of course, back in 1968, the idea was if you were going to go racing, you didn't drag racing, that is. You didn't want to do it with, a Galaxy. You didn't want to do it with a big car. What you wanted to do it with was a smaller car, in this case a Dart, because it simply weighed less, had that smaller wheelbase. And they were very successful with these Dart super stock Dodges.
Well, this is a recreation of that drag strip wonder there. You can see they've done a two-tone treatment just to give it more of that racing look. The front third finished in matte black, the rear in gray. You can see the stance is set up like a dragster of the period. Looks like it's bare bones stripped down. They even removed the driver's side mirror. They're worried about that aerodynamics, I suppose, even with the little mirror.
Yeah, and I love up front if we could come back up to the front where we can see, look inside. What they've done is they've got this big hood scoop, these massive 4-barrel carburetors, and you look inside and you can see there's no air cleaner, right? You just have a little bit of a screen. You know, yeah, rocks aren't going to get in there, but you're not worried about trying to make sure that anything else does, because you're only going to be going a quarter mile at a time. Everything is stripped out of the inside. There's no back seat. This is exactly the kind of car that, once again, our good friend Steve Magnante would love.
And the room seems to be loving it too for a recreation, bringing $52,000 for a Dodge Dart. That is very impressive. Rick's taking a look underneath here. What are you seeing?
It's very clean. What I'm intrigued with is the fact that they haven't put on great big tires on the back. You know, because normally if this was running in a super stock race, in a drag race, you'd have bigger meat. They haven't done that, but that's an easy thing. If you want to make it more like a purist dragster, you could easily do that.
Yeah, there's plenty of room there. In this configuration, it would just be a burnout monster. But much like the newer Mopars, they come with the slicks in the rear that you put on when you go to the quarter mile. But this is when you're driving down the road, I suppose. But yeah, that probably endless burnout till you run out of gas, I suppose.
Remember, this is a recreation. Look at the money it's bringing here. People loving it in the room.
Wow, that was a struggle among two committed bidders. $70,000. Boy, that car rang the bell with several bidders. We'll be back.
We all know there's a huge difference between the C7 Corvette and the C8 Corvette. The C7, of course, the last of the front-engine models, and of course the C8, well, the beginning of the mid-engine range. But let's take a look at some of the other numbers with these two cars to compare and contrast, see what's similar and what's different. We'll start by talking about the wheelbase. It turns out they're very similar. In fact, this C8 is only about ½ an inch longer in the wheelbase than the C7. But the overall length, radically different. This mid-engine version is 6 inches longer than the C7, and it's 2 inches wider, so it's bigger overall. And it's probably not surprising that it's also heavier. It's more than 230 pounds heavier than the C7. But there's another interesting number that I think comes into play here, and that comes back to usability. When you go over here to the C7, well, if you had a traditional glass back right there, you'd have about 15 cubic feet of cargo space. Come over here to the C8, well, I guess what? You don't get nearly as much. You get 12.5, but here's the problem. It's divided between the front and the back, so it's really more like having 2 six-packs. And there's one other number that turns out to be exactly the same, and well, that's headroom. It turns out that the C8 has exactly the same headroom as the C7, which is great, as long as you fit in the C7.
Thank you, Rick. And right there you see that 2016 Chevy Corvette Z06 convertible that was one of Rick's props for that piece. That's the C7 version, and it will be crossing the block shortly. So stand by for that. Speaking of the block, right now, bidding is wrapping on lot 381, a 1971 Dodge Challenger convertible.
Well, not many changes between the 1970 and 1971 Challengers. You know, they were late to the game, but they did it well. They made about 30,000 of these in 1971, but this is a convertible. They built just over 2,000 of these convertibles in 1971. And, you know, the body style worked. That's obviously what they worked on when they came back with the modern Challenger.
$54,000 takes it. And next up will be a car that April Rose previewed for us earlier. Lot 383 is a 2003 Dodge Viper SRT 10 convertible.
Yeah, very cool. The first year of the third generation Dodge Viper. Displacement went up a little bit on that V10, and the horsepower went way up. 500 horsepower when these were new. And as April pointed out, this one is basically new in the wrapper. Very low mileage on this one, I believe, under 2,000 miles in that Viper red color. And a lot of refinements with this generation of Viper. Before, you had to deal with a fiddly toupee if you had a convertible, at least with early years of Viper. Some of them weren't even even optioned with air conditioning, and they weren't very comfortable cruisers. They were meant to be just crazy driving cars. This one still has that crazy experience, but some of those luxury refinements that people were looking for, especially at the price tag.
Yeah, earlier we saw an older SRT10 go across that was really just a brute. This was a little more civilized up at Diana, not an awful lot. And this particular year when they came back with this third generation, you know, before they'd had the GTS, they didn't even offer it as a GTS. It was only available in the coupe. By the way, this particular one is owned by a guy named Michael Seacrest, who's come from Phoenix. And his big claim to fame is he set a record going 50 miles an hour on a bicycle for 24 hours. So if he could do that on a bicycle, imagine what he could do with this.
He was pedaling it himself?
Yeah, he was actually behind a truck, and he was getting towed behind the truck. Can you imagine that?
I see. Wow,
yeah,
that
so it
sounds
was breaking
crazy.
the wind, but I mean, that was a few years ago. He was a little bit younger then.
Well, a lot of people were a little crazy buying the Dodge Viper because he didn't have any of the electronic nannies to keep them on the road as far as traction control and all that. With all the power, a lot of them ended up crashed. I would say there's many that go through with salvage titles or accident history, but this one being such low mileage and well preserved, it doesn't have any of that. This is one of those lucky ones that hasn't ended up in the ditch.
And we've seen an awful lot of Viper V10 engines put in other custom builds because it's a pretty cool engine. You know, it's interesting. I've always kind of thought that, frankly, these cars don't possibly get all the credit they deserve. I always think they should be doing a little better than this.
$78,000. And a big celebration breaks out right on the front row. And now here's a car that's coming up in a little bit. Lot 390 is a 1970 Chevy Camaro RS SS 396. Split bumper coupe, 396 cubic inch, and a whole lot more. You'll see it here. Back at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach from our McGuire's on deck cam, you see lot 387, 1937 Ford custom pickup. An immaculate build, and it will be under the center stage TV lights in just a moment. Currently, it's occupied by one of the Corvettes Rick DeBrule looked at earlier when he was describing the difference between the C7 and C8 generations. This is a 2016 Corvette Z06 convertible.
Hey, you're looking at the ultimate evolution of the front engine Corvette. You know, a lot of people at the very end of the line wanted to buy these thinking, oh, you know, I want to get that last of the front engines. But in reality, I think I'd take the mid-engine that's followed it.
$67,000 takes that last of the front engine Corvettes. I'm with you, Rick. I think I'd take the mid-engine one. And here is our 37 Ford custom pickup. Check out the paint.
Well, and check out the hood opening itself right now to reveal the 350 cubic inch Chevy V8 under there. This is a crazy show car. They're calling a 37 Ford pickup truck, but there's not much here that's 37 Ford other than the nose, obviously. Very popular with hot rodders with that raked front end that's raked a little bit more. But this is a fiberglass body to where they have a license to do, well, whatever they want. Obviously, the windshield raked as well. The roof is chopped. This thing slammed to the ground. What a build.
Yeah, I love the fact it's also got what they call a Carson top, meaning this entire hard top section will come off. A lot of times you see these where they've been done in fabric. This one is done hard, but the point being that it's a top that comes off in just one piece. Redone the suspension. It's got Mustang 2 front suspension on it. You know, we always joke about the Mustang 2 and the fact that it wasn't that great, but guess what? We see it in hot rods all the time.
Well, let's take a look at the chassis cam, see if we can get a look at that Mustang 2 suspension there. With that beautifully raked grill there. There's the 350 cubic inch V8. We're just getting a lot of drivetrain there because this thing is so low to the ground, but there is the drive shaft, the immaculate undercarriage to that rear end, and you can see the custom shocks there in the back. Nothing resembling a 37 Ford under there, most certainly.
Yeah, I got that big 9-inch Ford rear end, and just look at the styling on the back of this. You know, the way they've angled this to kind of come up. Very nicely done.
$53,000 takes it away. Looks fast just sitting still. You can be sure you'll be the only one on your block to have one of those. Now here's lot 388, a 1978 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am.
And I love the vanity plate on the front, paying tribute to Smokey and the Bandit. There's Jackie Gleason saying, what we have here is total lack of respect for the law. But this one, of course, a special edition 78. The movie came out in 77. Special edition gold again. But one difference I'm seeing from the previous one is the Phoenix, the Screaming Chicken on the hood. It was a little more black or gold black with the 77s. 78 should have had the same, but I think somebody wanted, like the 79 Screaming Chicken better, and put that on the hood. But still, all of the pinstripes, and this one having the tan leather interior. Another difference from the movie car, and no T-tops.
Love those honeycomb wheels. And look at the interesting thing they've done here to make this just a little more custom. We can come up to the front where they've got this little side vent right here, and they've actually put a light inside, a gold-colored light, just to give it a little flair. Now, one of the things that they point out is they have a lot of original documentation with this, and this is a perfect example. The build sheet that would have come with this, explaining exactly what it was born with, how it was born. Now, it's interesting that you would change it and customize it when you've got all this originality, but you know, the stuff they've done, it can all be changed if you want to go back to dead stock original.
Right, a lot of people will make a special edition car out of a non-special edition. You can see this one has the gold interior, though, with the machine turn finish. It's the real deal.
$57,000 takes it away. Quite a car. Now that is a T-top, which is not technically a convertible. But if you've been following the Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach for any time at all this weekend, you know that convertibles are the name of the game here in South Florida. And our April Rose went out to have a look at a few.
When Barrett-Jackson comes to Florida, you know you're going to see a lot of convertibles. And this week, we sure have some beauties for you, like this 1955 Fairlane Sunliner convertible. This is the 50s at its best. They don't make them like this anymore. Or how about a convertible with some custom touches? 1965 Nova, all tricked out with an LS1 under the hood. I mean, this definitely wasn't born like this, but when it comes to customs, anything goes. Looking for something classy? How about this 1957 Thunderbird restored to the finest concourse standards? This belongs in a museum. It shows better than new. Or maybe you're looking for some American muscle. Check this out, 1971 Oldsmobile 442 triple black, and it's got its original 455 340 horsepower V8 M20 Muncie 4-speed manual. This is turning heads everywhere it goes. So whatever kind of convertible you're looking for, there's plenty of opportunities here to hop in, drop the top, and drive off into the South Florida sun.
Thank you, April. Well, as luck would have it, we have a convertible on the block as we come back to the auction stave in live action. This is a 2019 Corvette Z06 convertible, currently at $62,000, and that's where the hammer falls. And right now it's Chevrolet o'clock. There's one bow tie after another crosses the block. Here's lot 390, a 1970 Camaro RS SS 396. We showed it to you earlier.
Yeah, massive change from the 1969 Corvette. This one's been restored very nicely. I love the fact that under the hood they've got that 396 cubic inch engine, but also what they've done is they've emulated the way all the markings would have come from the factory. Done a good job of saying that, you know, because when it was going through the factory on the production line, they'd make little marks to make sure certain things had been done to it. I'm not sure when this was actually rebuilt, but it's a very, very clean build. Love the RS SS package, the split bumpers in the front. Nicely done.
And of course, it was a big deal to get a big block in a Camaro just a few years prior, and all the back doorways. They were getting the 427s with the Copo program, or Don Yeco doing it himself. In 1970, you could get a 396 Camaro, and this wild color, I'm not sure if it's factory, but it certainly looks great.
of has a Hugger orange look to it. And the one thing you're not going to get in 1970 that April would have had a chance to show you in her feature just moments ago, you would not have gotten a convertible. They didn't do this body style as a convertible. But it was a huge change, step forward in many different ways. The fact that not only did it look completely different, but it had a stronger, better chassis, better ability to handle the road than the 1969 in that first edition. Although once again, the 67 through 69 Camaros built on the more modern, looking forward Nova chassis.
And you see inside it's looking very stock. You do have a tack mounted to the steering column with an SS badge there on the steering wheel and a 5-speed manual transmission. That might be an upgrade if it's correct, because I believe they were all 4-speed still in 1970. Give you an extra highway gear. Wheels looking right as well in the 1970. Got that bow tie badge there, radial TAs. Very cool.
Sold it is at $48,000 up there in the luxury lounge. We've got a break coming up, but plenty more dream rides waiting for their new homes on the other side. Stay with us. Back at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, and once again we're creeping up on the century mark. $94,000 currently bid on this 1970 Plymouth Barracuda custom convertible.
Yeah, and it's easy to see why. I mean, you know, it's been beautifully done. Yeah, and underneath the hood, it's got that 426 cubic inch engine, that Hemi. And the paint's been done beautifully, the top's been done beautifully, and they've upgraded everything about it. They put in 4-link rear suspension, Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes, Boyd Coddington wheels. We're at 100 grand. Away it goes.
Now that gentleman looks way too normal for having just dropped 100 large for a great, great car. Congratulations to him. I'd be doing cartwheels. Now, here comes another Viper. This is lot 392, a 2002 Viper GTS Final Edition.
Yeah, this is what I was looking forward to seeing cross the block today. Sort of the Viper that got away from me. The end of the second generation Viper, but really how they originally were. They upgraded a little bit for the second generation, and the GTS, I think, is the best looking Viper of all time. You got that coupe body, making it look like the endurance racers of the period with those bump outs in the roof to fit the helmets, but still that old school V10 under the hood. About 400 horsepower back in the day, or a bit more maybe on the GTS. You see, this one has aftermarket wheels, but it comes with the original wheels as well. And this one is in very low mileage, well-kept condition. I think it's around 15,000 miles on it.
Yeah, this is the final edition version because this was the end of the line for the GTS. And this paint scheme was done to show off the same colors that won the 24 Hours of Daytona in a Dodge Viper back in 2000. They only made 360 of these. I think this is number 220. And I'm with you. In terms of the looks of the Viper, you know, the other cars are meaty, but the GTS just nails it. That top always kind of has that Cobra Daytona look to it. I love the spoiler in the back. For me, the GTS is the ultimate evolution of the Dodge Viper.
Absolutely, and they added a little bit to that spoiler, as if it wasn't big enough, putting this little carbon fiber lip on it, sort of like what they did in the future with the ACR. So I kind of see what they're doing here, all easily reversible things, but you can see the original Viper had these massive gills going inside to vent that V10 engine, provide a little extra cooling. But inside on the GTS, as you can see, that manual transmission. This one looks like it has the stock stereo in it as well. Air conditioning, finally. Initially, when Vipers were offered, they didn't even have air conditioning and sort of a cloth top toupee that you would stick on, and no door handles on the outside. So they made some refinements by this period at the end of the line of the GTS, but still a crazy race car.
By the way, that lady in yellow is the consignor of that car. And I think she's happy. $70,000 for that Viper GTS Farewell Edition.
You know, some people are sad to see their cars go. She looks ecstatic.
Well, I was talking to her the other day. She actually got that car from her brother who passed away. And there's two sisters. One inherited a Prowler. She got the Viper. The other sister is keeping the Prowler, but obviously she just sold the Viper and wanted to buy something else maybe.
One got the Prowler, one got the Viper. I think I know which one brother liked better. Well, let's go back to Tyler. A moment ago, he referred to Bentley Continental GTCs like this one as the Palm Beach Toyota Camry, in that you see them everywhere, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah, but the thing about it, you see a lot of them, but no two are the same, and that's the case with all the cars crossing the block. This one, a 2013, so well into the second generation of the Continental GT. This one, the W12. So by this period, the W12 was optional. They also had a twin-turbo V8, so the W12 was the more expensive option. And this one, kind of a cool color, like sort of a silver with a bit of tan in there, the brown top, a nice spec.
Yeah, once again, we've seen a number of GTs cross the block today, which is the closed-top version. I think, is this the first GTC we've crossed?
I think so.
So GTC, of course, the C stands for convertible. Beautifully done, though, and I'm with you. I'm going to go look on the car card and see if they tell us exactly what this color is. Don't see the actual name. Mulliner polished wheels, veneered door. You know, so of course, I love the fact that it's got the Bluetooth telephone, which was a big deal back then. And in the trunk, a 6-disc CD changer, only 31,000 miles.
73,500. Enjoy it, sir. And it goes into the Roll of Honor. In terms of sales here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, you'll find it at barrett-jackson.com, along with everything you could possibly want to know about the world's greatest collector car auctions. So check it out, barrett-jackson.com. Now, here comes a 2023 BMW M850i xDrive.
Well, yes, this is almost a new car, and look at the technology here. You have parking sensors. You have a front camera. There's the parking sensors. And down here is the radar cruise system for the active cruise to make sure you don't crash into the person in front of you with sort of a foot-free driving experience. So new, this would have been around $100,000 or a bit more. Of course, the M850, so you get a twin-turbo V8, over 500 horsepower, I think around 550, and a very luxurious interior. But we'll see. Will it come close to that original MSRP? Normally, when you buy a BMW, the moment you drive it off the lot, well, you eat that in depreciation.
The reality is most cars you do, but for whatever reason it tends to drop just a little bit. But I mean, look at the design, look at the style of this car. And I love the fact that there's a subtlety that they've worked into the design, which is this little thing right here. BMW is famous for what it refers to as the Hofmeister kink. Hofmeister was one of the designers in the early days of BMW. And instead of coming back to an actual, point, it always scales up. Now, some of them in the earlier days had a much more distinctive break, but they've managed to work that Hofmeister kink into the design of this very modern BMW.
And you can see that M badge right here, the M850i. On the other side, you have an xDrive. So this is an all-wheel drive vehicle as well. So it'll hook up, similar to the Bentley Continental GTs that were W12 all-wheel drive. A lot of these coupes, they were ditching the rear-wheel drive only to get that extra traction.
Sold at $72,000. A lot of car, especially with just 6,673 actual miles on the odometer. Now, here comes a Chevy Corvette, a 2023 convertible.
What's not to like? I mean, once again, the modern Corvette, we were talking about it just a moment ago, in terms of its dimensions compared to the C7. It's actually a little bit longer, a little bit wider, a little bit heavier. You're coming in close to 500 horsepower in this thing with that mid-engine laid out perfectly. The reality is, this is a supercar, and at the price, you can't beat it when you compare it to some of the European exotics.
Well, I was talking about on the BMW depreciation the moment you drive it off off of the lots. That hasn't been the case with a lot of new cars, especially the C8 Corvette. They unveiled this with much acclaim and orders spanning years, and supply chain issues plagued them as far as getting the cars built on time and at full production, so they are hard to get. For years we've seen at Barrett-Jackson people bringing brand new Corvettes to cross the block and then bringing well over their MSRP. This one being a convertible, I especially like, but one downside is you can't see that engine with the convertible top. It's all hidden under there.
All designed with a fighter pilot mentality in mind when you look, and we can do with the top down. Look at how you are surrounded as the driver, the way a fighter pilot would be in the cockpit of his jet.
Well, we'll see how it does at the Hammer on the other side, because we're done with another 2 hours of coverage here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. But the prices and quality are only going to go up from here. Hello and welcome to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. We have one of the best car lineups we've ever seen here in Palm Beach, so you definitely want to come along for the ride. It's already been a great Friday, so let's not waste any more time and get right to the action on stage. There's the last three vehicles across the stage and what they brought. $78,000 for that 23 Chevy Corvette that was last on our air. We are ready now with a 65 Corvette 327 365 convertible.
No shortage of great resto mod mid-year Corvettes, this particular one in 1965, but what I love about it, the fact that this is not a resto mod. They've managed to keep it beautifully originally stocked. It's got that 327 cubic inch high horsepower, 365 horsepower. That color, I believe, back in 1965 was called Silver Pearl, and it also has the silver interior to go with it as well.
Yeah, the debate rages in the Corvette community on restored or custom. Obviously, the choice was done here to do a faithful restoration. 1965, a unique year for the Corvette because it's where you could option fuel injection or the big block, the 396, but the fuel injection was actually more expensive, so it was done away with in 1965. This one, though, just a base 327 with a normal carburetor, but beautifully restored.
The problem with the fuel injection was it was kind of complicated. A lot of mechanics couldn't work on it. They figured out that basically they could get just as much, if not more, horsepower out of a carbureted engine. They didn't need the complications of having the fuel injection. As a result, it eventually went away. Of course, as we know, it came back in a big way.
$81,000 it sells. Interesting comparison with the current Corvette that preceded it. And this one brings more money. Enjoy it, sir. Moving on, lot 396 is a 2023 Cadillac Escalade 5.
It's a riot drive, I'll tell you, and the sound of it, the exhaust, we have a Blackwing 2. This is a SUV Blackwing right here.
Baker, mic 1, please. We need mic 1.
Well, the Escalade V is something that was long awaited. We've been doing the CTS V for a very long time, ATS, STS. Why not do it with the SUV? And boy, did they go nuts. Almost 700 horsepower thanks to the supercharged V8 under the hood. This one all blacked out. Normally you see a Cadillac Escalade, you see chrome everywhere. That is not the case with the V, and these do sell for well over their MSRP, usually, since they are pretty hot commodities, hard to get.
Well, it's got everything, right? I mean, it's got the looks, that cool Cadillac SUV styling, and underneath the hood, it has 682 horsepower. And you want to get up and go? I mean, this is a big, heavy beast, but this thing will do 0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds.
And not only do that quickly, but look at the interior. You can see, wow, and it's at $150,000. Speaking of wow, that's the top seller of the day so far.
That's a 2023. Probably not surprisingly, it only has about 1,100 miles on the odometer. Although I think if I owned it, I think I have a hard time not driving it, because once again, with the performance that this pumps out, the speed that you can get out of this thing, the way you can get to speed is absolutely spectacular.
And in 2015, with the Escalade redesign, they did the tail lamps to sort of be reminiscent of the fins going all the way up the C-pillar. And I've seen some people modify their Tahoes and Yukons because it is a bolt-in part that you can switch out and interchange, because this is a platform shared with a Chevy Tahoe or Suburban or a GMC Yukon. But obviously the big luxury version just sold.
$145,000 for that Cadillac Escalade V. That's quite a piece. So let's take a look at today's top 5 sellers, brought to you by Hagerty. In the 5 spot, a 1965 Chevy Corvette at $81,000. Number 4, 2023 Jeep Gladiator Custom at $100,000 even. Same number for a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. $115,000 for a beautiful 1958 Buick Special. And topping them all, as you just saw, a 2023 Cadillac Escalade V for $145,000. Now to the block we go for a 2023 Cadillac CT5V Series Blackwing.
Well, and we should see the price crank up there as well. I mean, this is a pretty special vehicle. Once again, 600 and something horsepower, 668 horsepower, I believe, whereas that Escalade does 0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds. Stick it in a much lighter CT5 like this one, and guess what? It'll do 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds.
Yeah, an absolute monster supercar performance in a Cadillac. Similar in the DNA, though, to the original Cadillac CTS. And what I love about this one, and why I think it will be quite a collectible, look inside. You have a handshaker, a manual transmission here. Props to Cadillac for still offering these with a manual. You can see the Recaro bucket seats as well. This one's trimmed out, well, just as nice as the Escalade.
On the back, it has the Blackwing designation right underneath the V. But what the Blackwing is referring to is, in the old days, the Cadillac crest used to have some birds on it that were in black. And what they're referring to is the black wings. It's interesting, as we've gone to the Blackwing, they don't bring the birds back into the crest. Now it's a much more stylized look.
And we just crossed in the 6-figure range with this one. Again, another top seller of the day so far. Easy to see why.
There it is, the Century, $100,000 for that Blackwing. It rolls away. Lot 396.2 rolls in behind it. A 2022 Chevy Corvette C8R Championship Edition convertible.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, Steve Davis, of course, talking about the fact that you're buying this car directly from General Motors, so that's pretty special, a C8R. And, of course, the C8R, the designation to commemorate all of the Corvette success over the years that Corvette has had in racing. Corvette racing goes back a long way. Of course, you know, of late it has been known for its success at ALMS and Le Mans. And of course, you can see what they've done here in terms of the styling to emulate that look. And I especially love the Corvette logo that kind of hard to see that they've got on the roof right there.
Right, these were made in limited production, and it's a unique paint scheme, I believe, starting with a hypersonic gray, and you see the yellow stripes. And with the R's, they got the big wing from the factory. This is a popular upgrade for people to do on their C8s, but this is exactly as it came. And GM wanted to show off the new C8 Corvette and had this one in their possession, making the rounds in the show circuit, and now it's going to go to a new home.
On the back, we have the Corvette Jake logo right there. And when we go back into the cockpit, one of the things I want to point out, as I mentioned earlier, you know, they designed it after the F-22 and the F-35. But what's significant is the driver sits about 16 inches further forward than they did in the C-7 Corvette. So what they've done in changing this obviously changed all the dynamics of the car, and they did a great job.
And you can see the difference in the coupe with this one versus the convertible. You still have the removable Targa top up here, but then you still have access to the engine bay, a hatch to open up, look in and see your LS V8, unlike the convertibles, because all the folding situation gets in on top. And then since it's mid-engine, they were pretty ingenious with the storage. You have storage here in the back and storage in the front, so plenty of room for luggage, something other Corvettes were sorely lacking before this.
102 to 105, 102 and 105 pounds, and 105.
It's easy to see why. I mean, you know, they only made 1,000 of these. This is number 5, and this one out of the GM Heritage World, this was used all around the country at events where they wanted to show off what Chevrolet could accomplish at racing events and other things around the country.
Yeah, not many chances now to be the first owner of a C8R. This might be it.
$105,000. The number stuck in my craw. What can I tell you? That is our number 3 sale of the auction as the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, bearing the most important number, 105. Here comes another Corvette. This a 2023 70th anniversary edition.
Well, of course, the Corvette was birthed in 1953, so 2023 celebrating the 70th anniversary. They offered this package to a select few. You could get it on the regular Corvette like this and the Z06 as well. You can see this one's finished in a dark gray or black with that sort of ghost black stripe. Unique spec, very cool.
Yeah, this is another one that's coming out of the Chevrolet collection. Once again, you're buying it. They're the first actual owner on it. This one has, I think, only like 500 and something miles on it. It was used at events around the country. Went to Watkins Glen, went to a bunch of other racetracks, as well as other events where they wanted to showcase what they'd come out with.
Well, you can see this one also has the option for the transparent engine bay. So if you go up, you can see that mid-engine Corvette in all of its glory right there through the glass. Beautiful red intake there.
We go back to the point that this is a 60th anniversary edition, and the fact that actually, I should say, yeah, it's a 70th anniversary edition. Got to do my math.
Time flies.
Go back to 1953 and think about that original Corvette and how significantly different they could never have imagined. I mean, this is what they were dreaming of, a car that was capable of doing so much. But I don't think in their wildest dreams they ever came up with the concept of knowing that their car, their creation, their name would be this amazing automobile.
Yeah, 53 and 54 had inline sixes with less than 200 horsepower, 0 to 60. Well, forget about it. I mean, it would do it, but it took a very long time. V8 coming in 55, and I have a 62, so the last of the first generation Corvette with the 327. A total dinosaur compared to this, obviously.
Well, remember, they only made 300 in 1953. There were a couple years there. They weren't making a lot, and there were questions as to whether the Corvette would continue at all. They managed to get around the corner, especially when the V8 came out. They put that in it. But to think about being on the verge of extinction and then to be this 70 years later is absolutely amazing.
Well, then, and to make the C8 Corvette mid-engine and a supercar challenger for a fraction of the price. Of course, with the Z06, they reverse-engineered the Ferrari 458. But if you're thinking about his competition and the performance figures, as far as mid-engine exotics with Lamborghini and Ferrari, you're getting something that could beat that for a fraction of the price, and it has an incredible look.
Well, Steve Davis and Craig Jackson just up on the block making the point that, you know, it's hard right now to get your hands on a new C8 Corvette. The base price on them is about $70,000, but by the time that people put additions onto them, they go well over that. to be able to get your hands on this one today right off the bat from General Motors, from the Chevrolet collection. One that's kind of got a cool history attached to it at $82,000 or $83 is the current bid. Well, if it doesn't go much more above that, I think you've got a good buy right here.
I'd agree. Even 4 years into production now, it's not easy. You can't just walk into a showroom and usually there's not one just sitting there ready for you to buy. So usually you have to buy it used for a markup or wait.
$84,000 sells the car or buys the car. And here's a very special car coming up out of the Cars of Dreams collection, a 1937 Cord Westchester Fastback, powered by its original 1937 matching numbers 289 8-cylinder engine.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson here in beautiful Palm Beach. This is the place to be. We're out here working on our tans, and right now I'm standing next to another one of the Cars of Dreams collections. It is the 1949 Dodge Power Wagon fire truck. It is so sweet. It's had a recent frame-off restoration. It was known as Engine 49. This was an actual working fire truck for over 20 years in California. You got this massive winch on the front, the really cool pod headlights here. I love this shield on the side with the gold flake. Desire to serve, the courage to act, the ability to perform. That's pretty much a life motto for anyone. In here, you have the pump for the water. I wish there was water in it right now because it is so hot out here. It holds about 300 to 400 gallons. Your hose hookup right here. And of course, the old school fire extinguisher. It's so beautiful. I would just love to display something like this. You got Elkhart brass, and you just turn it upside down and it automatically starts working. That is just so neat to have. It looks like an antique. Now, I'm gonna meet you back up front, but this was used to obviously fight fires, but it was used mostly off-road because it's got four-wheel drive with high and low range, and it's powered by a 6-cylinder motor. Now check it out inside. Come on in here. This is so sweet. Everything is labeled. Of course, you got that split window that moves up for your air conditioning. You got your water pump right here, radio, everything's labeled. And speaking of everything labeled, I see the siren right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this battery switch on and see if the sirens, oh yeah, baby, there you go. This would be great for possibly a parade to kind of get everyone's attention, throwing candy for the kids. Bob, this is a lot of fun. I think I'm gonna stick out here for a while.
Okay, April, we get it. Now on stage is another car from the Cars of Dreams collection. It's lot 400. It's a 1959 Chrysler Imperial Crown Convertible.
Greg Jackson just said this is absolutely spectacular, and it's easy to see why. Once again, this is another one of those cars you do not want to restore, you want to buy restored. Now think about this. When you look at this car, go down the side of this car and take a look. This car is more than 19 feet long. If you buy a full-size pickup truck today, that's about 18 and a half feet long. The average length of a car today is about 14 or 15 feet. This is 19 feet long, and there's only 2 doors. Massive trunk. A lot of luxury from 1959.
Yeah, the Imperials were sort of knocked in this period for being over-styled, just a little too crazy looking. But of course now, the more wild 50s cars they look, the crazier the fins, the more you like them. But it's interesting how Chrysler went back and forth with Imperial as far as it being a model or it being its own brand. Here it's listed as a Chrysler Imperial. I know much past this, the Imperial was its own car. They called it the Crown or the Crown Convertible. But this one, boy, is it wild looking.
Yeah, the Imperial Crown, the top of the line. Now remember, in 1959, the Cadillac had that massive tail light. And here tail fin. Here they've got their own version of that. And, you know, the Cadillac version was too boring. They not only had to have that cone light, but they also had to have the chrome surround. We're at 6 figures.
$100,000 here.
$100,000 at the hammer. Yet another six-figure car from the Cars of Dreams collection. And now next up is a car we showed you earlier. Lot 400.1 is a 1937 Cord Westchester Fastback.
Well, these claim to fame other than that coffin nose. Well, Craig Jackson's talking all about it right now.
That coffin front end nose on them. I've restored one of these. These are wonderful cars.
As Craig Jackson was saying, and I was about to say, the coffin nose there is what they are known for as far as the look with the pop-up headlights. But this was also the world's first mass-produced front-wheel drive car. Nowadays, you see most full-size cars being front-wheel drive. This was very unusual in the 1930s, and a lot of quirks with these cords that make them really special.
Very advanced for its day in so many ways. 125 horsepower coming out of that engine. Not just front wheel drive, but it's got those headlights that hide away. And of course the styling. Craig Jackson mentioned it was Gordon Burig who designed this way ahead of their time. You got to remember, when this comes out in 1937, an awful lot of cars still had running boards on them.
And if you take a look here at the doors, you actually have suicide doors in the front, and this is a four-door, so it opens up in the rear. And I really want to get inside and show you the gear shifter, because this is another example of this crazy technology. It's a manual transmission, but it is vacuum controlled. So yes, you can go through and select the gears, first, second, third, last gear, but it's this little piece on the steering column, and you select the gears right there. See, it's barely bigger than my finger, and the vacuum control puts it into the correct gear. So it's a manual transmission, but a very tiny one.
Unfortunately, as spectacular as this car at every level, the design, the technology, it wasn't enough to save Cord. They made about 3,000 of these. And remember, this was after the Depression. Just didn't have a lot of money. People couldn't buy them.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
80 grand for the iconic designs in American motoring. Congratulations, John. We've got another break, and we'll be back with more from South Florida. Believe it or not, there is organization amid all that apparent chaos, as thousands upon thousands of car fans enjoy all that there is to see and do when it comes to automobilia at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. And yet, the cars making their way to and from the auction hall are carefully looked after. Welcome back to the block. Lot 402 is center stage, a 64 Corvette Custom convertible.
Well, let's call it a subtle custom. If you look under the hood, you can see the changes that they've made, but not massive, to be honest with you. This is not one of those where they've changed everything out, put a big old honking crate LS engine in there with a totally different look. Absolutely like everything they've done with this. And this color, by the way, was blue silver, because that's what they were using. They also had a silver, but I love this blue silver paint job that they've got on this. It looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I agree. 1964, the second year of the second generation Corvette production. 327 cubic inch V8 was the motor to get, or with fuel injection as far as the performance option. But yeah, this one looks like it's a 327, or at least dressed to look like one subtle custom. I like the knockoff wheels with the red line tires on it as well. You can see there's the fuel filler cap right in the middle, so pull up to the gas station on either side, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they've got that 350 cubic inch engine under the hood, Muncie 4-speed manual transmission behind it with a Hurst shifter. I also like the fact that they've updated that radiator to a 4-core radiator, so it'll stay nice and cool on a hot day.
$62,000 takes that Corvette. Now let's change things up a little bit. Go from a bow tie to a blue oval. Lot 402.1 is a 1971 Ford Mustang Boss 351.
So the original Boss, the Boss 302, was a homologation special. It was designed specifically to set up Ford for Trans Am racing, which they did very well in, especially in 1969. This year is a 351. Now you have to understand that in the Trans Am back in its day, the limit was a 305 cubic inch engine. So when they went to the 351, it wasn't about worrying about the Trans Am anymore. This was just simply getting performance onto the street. You also have to remember they were essentially phasing out at this point the GT500, the GT350 Shelby. So this is the car you could say that killed the Shelby Mustang.
Right, so the Boss or the Mach 1 were the cool Mustangs to get, with Shelby being gone. And 1970, obviously a dramatic styling change when it came to the Mustang. What we knew from 65 to 70 was completely changed front to rear. The nose sort of given what was the Shelby treatment in the last year. And the rear rake, as far as the glass, a totally different shape. With the Boss 351, they put a spoiler there. A lot of people don't like these as much, and we see lower prices because of that, the styling change. I personally think it looks fantastic.
So my older son, who is 40 years old, loves the boxier look of these. Now, once again, these were long, out of production by the time he was born. But like you, he likes the look of these. You could always go for the Cobra Jet engine, but this one was actually going to handle a little bit better. Although I think the purpose of having the 351 was for drag racing in terms of that type of performance. Once again, it wasn't about taking this Trans Am racing. And of course, the Boss, when they referred to the Boss 302, the Boss 9, we're talking about Bunky Knudsen, who was the boss, the general manager, the CEO of Ford back in those days.
And when I see this body style, I think of the Roger Moore Bond movie, the only time he really drove an American car, where, he got into a narrow alley, and they actually did a real stunt with a Mustang like this, getting it up on two wheels to get down that narrow alley and back down. It was really cool to watch. Obviously, I wasn't around when that movie came out, but I've seen it many times in reruns and on tape.
Steve Davis talking to the crowd, talking about the fact that he believes they're under the money in terms of this. Now, I will say this is an older restoration. It's not absolutely fresh. But having said that, it's very nice. I mean, there's not a lot to complain about in terms of what's been done. It's just not absolutely fresh off the restoration showroom floor, you might say.
Yeah, but you still get that 351 cubic inch V8, and it was optioned with a 4-speed manual. So if you were ordering this today, wanting to have some fun, this was the spec to do it. So great restoration on a great period-ordered Boss.
They only made 1,800 of these in 1971. So the reality is, it is a Boss 351. It was, hot performance in its day. It's something special, and now we're seeing a nicely restored version of it here at Barrett-Jackson. So for $58,000, I think it's a good deal.
And I guess the block agrees with you, because they continue to find bids. People are running up saying, oh my gosh, that's going that cheap, and putting their hands up. Hence the last minute bids, and it's already jumped up to $70,000. Sometimes people show up not thinking to buy, say, a Boss 351 Mustang from 71, but then they think it's a deal and come up and wave their hand at the last minute.
Okay, so something interesting about this I just found out. Originally a Canada car. They have their original Canada of Ford sticker.
That sells for $72,000. Really beautiful car. Away it goes out the door to its new home. In its place is lot 403, a 1965 Corvette convertible.
Well, this one has been upgraded a little bit. Definitely a little more lope in the cam with the small block under the hood, and a 5-speed manual for that extra gear. Going out what looks like the factory side pipes. And the color is that Nassau blue. It certainly looks like it.
Yeah, they're saying this was a garage-kept Florida car. It only has about 49,000 miles. The original 4-speed transmission, original hardware. They've got a lot of the original documents that they're selling with the car. Middle of the mid-year Corvettes. I mean, a very desirable body. And as I mentioned, we've seen so many of these that have been resto-modded. And, and that's a great, if you want the resto-mod, they're beautiful. But, boy, there's something to like with something that's a little bit more original, which is exactly what you're seeing here.
And looking under the hood, it does look like the stock 327, but the higher horsepower version, just short of fuel injection. But that addition of the 5-speed manual, it's a very popular conversion, especially with today's highway speeds. These get pretty wrung out at 70, 75 miles per hour with the gear ratios on the Muncie 4-speed. So nice change there.
$68,000 to that man on the auction block, and he can't wait to sign his name. And we see lots of beautifully restored Corvettes here at Barrett-Jackson, none more so than those crafted by Jeff Hayes. Here's Craig Jackson with more.
This 1966 Chevrolet Corvette convertible was resto-modded and completed in October of 2022 by none other than Jeff Hayes Customs. It is powered by an LS3 540 horsepower V8 engine mated to a 4L70E automatic transmission. Beautiful attention to detail underneath the hood. It is finished in bright red over the saddle Brazilian leather interior. The interior features vintage air, an AM/FM Bluetooth stereo that looks exactly like the original radio, power steering, power windows, and a power hood. Every detail has been done on this car. Beautiful condition.
Beautiful car and one of two Jeff Hayes creations we will see tomorrow during our 7 hours of live coverage of Super Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach on the History Channel. We're at $82,000 bid on this 2003 Hummer H1 open top pickup.
We've seen a number of Humvees cross the block so far here at Barrett-Jackson and Palm Beach. This is a Hummer H1, has a full VIN, a civilian vehicle from the day it was built. Underneath the hood, you got that 6.5-liter diesel engine. Now, it only produces about 195 horsepower, but that's not what this is about. This is about all the low-end torque that that diesel engine can create.
$85,500 is the number. Somebody has a great new car. Stay with us. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. You just missed the hammer on that beautiful Chevy Chevelle Custom. It just rolled off the block. And replacing it will be lot 411, a Camaro ZL1 Hennessy Custom Edition known as Exorcist.
Well, basically what happened was they got a brand new Camaro, took it over to Hennessy, and had the Exorcist package put on, which I think cost like $55,000 as an option. Upgraded every aspect of this in terms of the engine, the performance, as well as the suspension underneath. So this is a very special car. Once again, it's 2023. This is essentially a brand new, supercharged, super in every way Camaro.
Well, what they were trying to do is beat the Demon, hence naming it the Exorcist, so they can perform an Exorcist on the Dodge Demon and, well, exorcise it, I guess, defeat it. So stock would have been 650 horsepower out of the supercharged V8, and I think they raised that to around 1,000 or darn near it. This one has the manual transmission, I believe, on it. Let's take a look.
I think it's got
it's automatic, I see. It's the auto on this one, which, I mean, a manual will be a lot to handle with something with this much horsepower as far as winning drag races, so I think that is the way to spec it, but what a machine.
Look at the price. I mean, we are over the $100,000 mark pretty quickly, and you can see why. Once again, it was a $55,000 option just to take the base Corvette that you started with and build it up to this level. And everything in that engine has been upgraded. I mean, it's got better intake and exhaust valves, upgraded lifters, everything.
Sold for $106,000. Wow. There's the number. And now it's time for lot 412, 2022 Chevy Corvette C8R Championship Edition.
Well, we saw a C8R sell earlier directly from GM Heritage. This one is a used car being offered just from the market. You can see this one. They have the Targa top off of it. Still a really cool car. The special color scheme for the R Edition to pay tribute to Corvette's racing heritage. And this one, well, looks just as nice as the one that came out of Heritage.
I'll tell you what's really cool about this C8R Edition is that it's not just graphics. They actually went through and significantly lightened this car, and they did it in ways a lot of people might not appreciate. They took out some of the sound deadening material. This car weighs more than 800 pounds lighter than a regular Corvette. As a result, it is significantly faster, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds.
Right, it's sort of the gap in between a normal C8 Corvette and the Z06, of course, with its flat plane crank V8 and 670 horsepower. One thing that I liked when we saw with the other C8 Corvette, they had the red intake. This one, it's yellow up there and just sold.
Just sold at $87,000. About $5,000 more than the Corvette that preceded it. Now here's something that used to be a standard every Barrett-Jackson auction. Lot 413 is a 1973 Volkswagen 23-window custom microbus conversion.
And what has become standard is seeing these Brazilian-sourced buses. You have to remember, this particular body style, we'll call it the hippie bus style, with this V at the front. This went away in the United States in 1968. 1967 and before had that. But in Brazil, they kept building these for some time. And everybody knows this is the most desirable body style that everybody loves in the collector world. So they eventually figured out, there's plenty of these in Brazil. Let's start bringing them up here, rebuilding them, and having some fun with them.
And this one, they had even more fun making it a 23-window conversion. So you see all the extra little windows in the roof like the iconic original and that giant somber roof. These were originally designed when they were from the factory in the 60s for tours in Austria to be able to see the scenic views. And many tributes have been built with all these windows carved into it.
Yeah, there are kits you can buy now to convert any bus you have into a 23 window or at least a 21 window. But let me tell you, not easy to do.
$60,000 sends it to its new home. VW Bus, or Type 2 as they were known, with a lot of personality. Here's lot 416, a 1968 Ford Mustang Eleanor replica from the movie Gone in 60 Seconds.
Well, it wouldn't be a Barrett-Jackson without an Eleanor. And though they do have to keep with the paint scheme, of course, from the movie, the Nicolas Cage film, the engine choices are endless. This one has a 427 Cobra under the hood. And, of course, there's been two Gone in 60 Seconds film. There's the original with H.B. Halicki that used a yellow Mustang, but this is the more famous one, the beautiful Chip Foose, the Pearson sort of styled Mustang here. And many tributes have been built, and they rock the block. We're already at $100,000.
Yeah, sure didn't take long to get there. Pretty much jumped to 70,000. Now it's jumped to six figures and 100,000. I think we're going to be going for a while. And as you mentioned, I mean, the original Mustang that was used in the original Gone in 60 Seconds, not like this at all. This is the one that everybody loves, though, that pepper gray exterior and Shelby GT 500E kind of styling. It's beautiful on every level, and it doesn't matter. We see them over and over again, and I have to admit, I like them every single time. Look at the number now.
Wow, $140,000. You saw on the inside it has that Go Baby Go shifter for the nitrous at the climactic moment in the chase with Nicolas Cage, and it does have the nitrous mounted in the rear. And speaking of nitro sales prices, $145,000 coming in on the top sale of the day.
Yeah, I love the fact they got air conditioning. They actually have a Shelby steering wheel, those Shelby signature seats, the movie correct body panels. They've gone to do a lot of work to make sure that this is exactly what it wants to be in terms of look. So you got to appreciate that. And now it is the top seller so far.
Well, I think this might be the original custom that we saw bring more than, say, an original GT500. Now it's commonplace, but the Gone in 60 Seconds film exploded these cars so much that people started building tributes and seeing crazy prices like this. And of course, that trend has continued everywhere.
There's the number, $148,000, our new top seller of the day. There's another very calm bidder. I'd go crazy. Time to review our Hagerty's top sellers of the day. Corvette in 5th place at 105. Camaro ZL1 at 106. That 58 Buick Specials hanging in there at 115,000. That beautiful Cadillac Escalade V at 145,000. And as you just witnessed, the 68 Ford Mustang Eleanor, $148,000. Now back to the block for lot 417, a 1954 Chevy 3100 custom pickup.
Yeah, beautifully done custom pickup truck. Of course, you got that LS engine that they've swapped underneath the hood that's pumping out 495 horsepower. And I love the fact that, you know, back in 1954, this would have been a lot plainer. It might have been argent color, just painted silver. But now it's all chrome, that beautiful blue paint, and of course, that nice modern engine underneath the hood.
And let's take a look at the chassis cam. Crazy to think this is the same horsepower LS that we saw on the C8R. And there it is, the oil pan of that with the big exhaust. Looks like 3 inches or more. Transmission, the drive shaft, there's the exhaust, and then you can see the wood paneling for the bed underneath with the fuel tank there. Squeaky clean underneath, just like on the top side. Wow.
I was going to say, what's not to like about this? I mean, even the little subtle touches, you know, the way they put that little Chevy plug right there going down the line, not a bad deal.
$42,000, I should say so. Congratulations to the new owner, and look at that crowd gathered down there as the cars roll off the block and make a left turn back out into the southern Florida sunshine. Huge crowd today here on Friday at Barrett-Jackson. Here comes the 1979 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am 10th Anniversary Edition.
Well, this is the 10th anniversary of the Trans Am. So obviously the Firebird comes into being in 1967. But the Trans Am edition, of course, came into being in 1969. And this was celebrating that. And of course, by now, I mean, you got the massive Screaming Chicken on the hood. And of course, this is the next evolution of the quad headlights up front. And what's really spectacular about this one, only one owner, only 2,069 miles on the odometer.
Yeah, special graphics for the 10th anniversary here. That Screaming Chicken has a little extra red to it, and the color scheme continues back seamlessly into the pinstriping. Such a nice touch there. You can see the sort of turbine-looking wheels for 79. Another big change from 78 to 79 was that blended rear, sort of that one-piece rear right there with the tail lights. Looks fantastic, but still the fuel filler doors hidden back behind here. The license plate used to be up higher, but in 79, I sure don't want to break it, but opens up inside to fill up your car. There we go. Wanted to do that correctly.
Yeah, they made 117,000 Trans Ams back in 1979, but they only made, I think, less than 6,000 of the 10th anniversary editions.
$57,000 at the hammer. And that gentleman has just bought himself a Trans Am. Away it goes in its place. Say hello to a 2013 Corvette 60th anniversary convertible.
You know, just a moment ago, we saw that 1979 Trans Am roll across the block. And at that point, you know, horsepower was gone. I mean, it just didn't have a lot. And at that point, we thought, well, we're never going to get those great screaming horsepower cars back again. Well, I got news for you. This is a perfect example of how it's come back, and it came back with a vengeance. 505 horsepower out of this thing, the special edition 60th anniversary Corvette. And now we even go beyond that. But to have 505 horsepower, boy, what a car.
Right, one thing in this era that Chevrolet never built was a Z06 convertible in the C5 or the C6, but this is pretty close because you get that 7-liter from the Z06, which they named the 427, close enough in displacement, and did it for this 60th anniversary convertible. A little bit of a wide body treatment as well. Very cool.
I'm just looking at a recreation, a copy of the original window sticker, and there you see right there the original price. Looks like it was $92,500 when this was brand new, loaded with options. The standard price for this was $75,000.
$69,000 takes it away. Fist bumps all around. Now here's a look at another car we're going to see a little bit later on. Lot 430 is a 1970 Oldsmobile 442 convertible. Frame off restored, rally red, white interior. Great car. Coming up shortly. Back at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach from our Meguiar's on deck cam. There's a sight for sore eyes, well, for everyone of a certain age. The Good Humor ice cream truck, but this is a custom job. Just check out the hood scoop, the wheels, tells you everything you need to know. Now currently on the block is a 2022 Ford F-150 Shelby Super Snake pickup.
Well, just a moment ago, I was talking about how in 1979, they couldn't have imagined that we'd be pumping out 505 horsepower out of that Corvette 60th anniversary edition. I don't think anybody back in the 50s or 60s could have imagined that they would build a pickup truck like this, a Shelby Super Snake with 775 horsepower.
And $100,000 for that monster. With that, our top 10 sales of the day and the auction are all in excess of $100,000. And now here comes the ice cream man.
Well, this is the ice cream truck that I think all those ice cream men, the Good Humor men, wish they would have had, because this thing is an absolute beast. Check out under the hood, everything that's been done to this is beautifully restored. And look at that big, massive, those two 4 barrels, that big blower on the top. Boy, they've got everything they can do to create more horsepower. Now, remember, an ice cream man only would have driven just a little distance every time, so this is taking that to a new degree.
Right, and they started with an actual real Good Humor ice cream truck, or what was left of it from the 2/3 back. It's original though, and they restored the ice box. So you look inside, it's like a bank vault. It's so thick, that's for the insulation in there, the refrigeration. There would have been a compressor somewhere, but I don't see it. It does feel kind of cool in there, just sticking in your hand. But look, they added a spoiler to the back. And
are all in excess of $100,000. And now here comes the ice cream man.
Well, this is the ice cream truck that I think all those ice cream men, the Good Humor men, wish they would have had, because this thing is an absolute beast. Check out under the hood, everything that's been done to this is beautifully restored. And look at that big, massive, those two 4 barrels, that big blower on the top. Boy, they've got everything they can do to create more horsepower. Now, remember, an ice cream man only would have driven just a little distance every time, so this is taking that to a new degree.
Right, and they started with an actual real Good Humor ice cream truck, or what was left of it from the 2/3 back. It's original though, and they restored the ice box. So you look inside, it's like a bank vault. It's so thick, that's for the insulation in there, the refrigeration. There would have been a compressor somewhere, but I don't see it. It does feel kind of cool in there, just sticking in your hand. But look, they added a spoiler to the back, and of course they were open top, so you could hear the kids scream. You stop and serve them some ice cream or sell it to them, but I imagine you couldn't hear the kids over that big blower. Wow.
You know, the Good Humor name goes back to, I think, 1920. You know, a guy came up with the concept of taking a coated piece of ice cream and putting it on a stick. And one of the first things he did was created 12 trucks that they then used to sell it. And boy, this takes it to an extreme degree. I love this up here at the top. Caution, adults at play. Because a lot of those Good Humor men would have signs saying kids around.
And it does still have the bells, which this might get some people's mouths watering here if they hear this.
Look at this number for a Good Humor truck. We're almost to 6 figures.
Now, a lot of them you would see without the doors on the driver's side so they could hop out, but this one has that attached.
$105,000 for a Good Humor truck that sells here at Barrett-Jackson, the truck that all those ice cream men wish they would have had. I mean, that's a pretty spectacular car, but to be honest with you, tomorrow we have some supercars that are going to be crossing the block. Here's Bob Varsha.
Well, now that Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach 2024 is well underway, thoughts turn, as they inevitably do, to Super Saturday, when the very best cars will be crossing the block. And what would Super Saturday be without supercars? We've got a bunch of them this year in Palm Beach. Let's have a look at a few. This is a very special Ford GT. It's an Alan Mann Heritage Edition. Alan Mann Racing is a British team that did a lot of the early development of what would become the Ford GT40. This one was one of 30 made in 2022, the final year of GT production, 3.5-liter V6, all the goodies, and just 16 miles on the clock. How about a 2020 Lamborghini Aventador in Rosso e Festo Metallic, an absolutely gorgeous color, limited to Lambos. This Aventador has a 6.5-liter V12 engine, 759 horsepower, and with those wild Lambo aerodynamics, it may be the fastest Lambo ever built. Who doesn't love a Ferrari? There are 14 on the docket, and this one is super special. A 2022 SF90 Ferrari Spider. It's a gas hybrid Ferrari, believe it or not. A 3.9-liter V8 with twin turbos and an electric motor boosting the horsepower to nearly 1,000. And $195,000 was not the list price. That's how much was spent on options on this beauty. So that's just a taste of the supercar lineup at this year's Barrett-Jackson on Super Saturday. And all of these cars will sell at no reserve.
Well, and I said it was a super day on this Friday. It absolutely is. This Pontiac GTO from 1967 just sold for $103,000. Absolutely beautiful, and I can see why it brought big money. Up on the block now, we got a 1988 Jeep Grand Wagoneer.
Now, the odometer is sort of lying on this Wagoneer, or it's not. 144,000 miles on it, but certainly doesn't look it. That's because this Wagoneer was treated to a frame-off restoration. The values have exploded on these. It's one of the last of the old-school driving experiences in the SUV, so someone thought it worthy of a high-end restoration, which is what this one received. 360 cubic inch V8 under the hood, carbureted, four-wheel drive. But this design basically goes back to the early 60s. So this basic body, this shape, this frame went from the early 60s into the 90s, one of the longest lived SUVs ever. Just incredible.
Yeah, Brooks Stevens is the guy who penned this. I think they brought out the original one in 1963. I mean, here we're looking at 1988. It goes all the way through to 1991. They've done a mild refresh just a couple years earlier. Didn't do any before the end of the line. But as you mentioned, I mean, this is a car whose looks and style just lasted forever. And now it's a very desirable collectible.
Yeah, I've had several of these, and they just offered that old school, comfy driving experience. Just, you know, basic, brutish, not the best gas mileage, obviously, with that carbureted 360. And then, of course, one of the last to offer faux wood all the way around. Now, you take off the front grille, and it'll have the original Rhino nose, the outline of it, to where you can actually see people backdate their Grand Wagoneers to make it look like the original. And one old school touch, you look inside, look at that shag carpeting. Wow.
Well, the consignor makes it clear they have done a lot of work to restore this, even to the point of making sure that AM radio inside works. But all the wiring's been replaced. All the hoses have been replaced. They've done a great job of making sure that this is as running as new as it looks from the outside. Because to be honest, from the outside, it looks like it just rolled off a showroom floor in 1988.
$65,000 takes it away. And he gets a nod from his partner saying, good job. Now here comes a 69 Chevy Camaro Z28.
Well, we were talking earlier about the homologation specials and the fact that the Boss 302 is designed to allow Ford to go racing in the Trans Am series. Essentially, that's what they were doing with the Z28 back in its day. And it was a small block. The idea being that, you know, this was the car that they could go racing with because it had the exact right size engine underneath. It's not a big 350, not a 427, none of the 327s that they have. It had to be the 305 or less cubic inches to go racing. And of course, Mark Donohue, hugely successful in 1969 racing these in the Trans Am series.
And they listed the Z28 as having its period correct engine, but not numbers matching. So that'll hold it back a little bit. Obviously, people bought these to go racing. Nobody thought to preserve it, especially when you put a hole in the block and would replace it. That'll hold it back a little bit, but otherwise, this is a beautiful restoration on a Z28. And the fun colors, kind of that bumblebee yellow that we're seeing, of course, kids liking with the Transformers these days, and the black vinyl top.
You know, yesterday we saw another homologation special. That was the Javelin from 1970, and they only sold a few thousand of those. With this, they didn't have to work too hard at it. They sold more than 20,000 Z28s in 1969. The public liked what they saw. They appreciated the fact it wasn't that they were trying to just get enough to go Trans Am racing. They were appealing to the public that wanted performance out of this particular car.
Now, Chevrolet was certainly a few years behind with the, the GTO and the Mustang making a splash, but when they came to the scene, boy, they dominated.
Some clever work from the bidder assistant down there. Looked like that bidder was going to be out. Somehow convinced to stay in and gets the car. So you'll find that result and so much more at Barrett-Jackson.com. You can find out about future auctions, buy some merchandise, check out everything. You want to come and bid or you want to consign a car? You can do it all at Barrett-Jackson.com. Now on the block, a real muscle car favorite, a 1970 Oldsmobile 442 convertible.
Not the ultimate, but pretty darn close in terms of what you wanted from 1970. I mean, this is one of just 2,900 convertibles that were built underneath that hood at 455 cubic inch, 365 horsepower. Not the W30 package, the W25 package, but overall, absolutely great. And once again, I mean, this is a car, there were not a massive amount of these produced in this convertible form. And the VIN on this starts with 344, which is exactly what you want in getting a 442, because we've seen plenty of Cutlasses that have been upgraded, shall we say, to 442 specs, but this is real and original.
Well, of course, 442 means 4-barrel, 4-speed, dual exhaust, which by this year, they didn't have to have a 4-speed manual, but this one certainly does, so it fits the mantra, 442.
Sold at $100,000. I think that one might have gone a little further, but it's a great result as it is. We've got a break coming up. We are now in our 5th hour of live coverage of Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Back at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, start spreading the news. Moments ago, this authentic 1981 Chevy Corvette Greenwood Daytona Turbo, right out of the National Corvette Museum in Bowling Green, Kentucky, hammered away for $225,000. What happened? An astounding result for a unique car. Wow. A race car with a lot of pedigree and the great Corvette named Greenwood.
You know, we've seen a lot of reproductions of those, but that is one of the few originals we've ever seen in terms of actually done by Greenwood. I can see why it brought big money.
Big money indeed. So we move on to lot 432.1, a 62 Corvette custom convertible.
Well, into the line for the C1 Corvette. The next year, of course, they would go to the Stingray body style, but you gotta like what you see under the hood. Nicely customized 327 cubic inch small block, paired up with a 4-speed manual transmission. Black all the way around, the black beautiful paint together with the black top and the black interior.
Well, I'm glad they left the original engine, at least in the displacement, even though it looks like it has been modified or hopped up a bit, or at least dressed up, because in 1962 they experimented with the 327 before it went into the C2, the next generation.
$60,000 for that Corvette. And we move on to lot 433. A bright red 1958 Cadillac Series 62 convertible.
So just a little while ago, we had a 1959 Chrysler Imperial Crown convertible. Well, if you were living in Bel Air, if you were living in a poshy place, shall we say, back in those days, you and your neighbors would have been competing to see who had the coolest car, and this is one of the cars that easily could have taken that place. And the way it looks up here on the block right now easily stands a chance of doing this, because this has been restored beautifully. And look at all of the chrome touches. Once again, we were getting near the peak of the bling era. I like these faux inlets right here, the touches going back, these little side strakes right here, going back to, this is, frankly, my favorite fin of all the Cadillac fins. I mean, yeah, the 1959's got that big, huge thing right there, but this particular one, I love the way it kind of comes up and looks more like more than just a fin. It looks like something that would be much more aerodynamic from the side perspective.
Well, you want to see something else that's huge. Look at that back bumper that they are pushing on. How far it comes out with that Continental kit in the back. It must extend out, well, at least 18 inches from the tail lights. Very, very unusual. Very cool. Of course, and the exhaust outlets, are they coming out, yep, from the bumpers as well, it appears.
Well, and so far we've just been talking about the outside. Come take a look at the inside. I mean, it's got this, we'll call it a parade boot on the back, for, you know, sitting in and waving at the crowd. Two-tone interior, beautiful up in front, the red carpeting. There's nothing not to like. And then look at that steering wheel, the two-tone red and white steering wheel. Well, this is, you know, we're only at $67,000 right now. I think this isn't anywhere close to what it's worth.
The car sells at $67,000. Hard to overlook that vehicle. Now out to the McGuire staging lanes and April Rose.
Oh man, things are heating up out here. Check this out, 2011 Bentley Continental Super Sports convertible in a very rare color and much needed because it's almost 100 degrees out here. Glacier blue. Now, this is the high-performance version of Bentley, and only the Super Sports got this sleeker, more aerodynamic bumper and these bigger side air inlets that feed air into its 621 horsepower twin-turbo W12, and they also cool its supercar-style ceramic brakes. Now, take a peek inside because I love these diamond-stitched beluga leather interior. It has great options like massaging leather seats that brought the MSRP to over $285,000. Very sweet carbon fiber center console and stack. You got a Breitling clock in there. I think, Bob, I'm going to spend the rest of the auction inside here with the air conditioning and these massaging seats. This is the way to go.
Have fun. I know you've been on your feet for a long time here, April. That's just your style. Break coming up as you see that 58 Caddy rolling off into the distance. Plenty more where that came from at Barrett-Jackson. They dance across the imagination like a lovely summer night's dream. The great cars here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Now here is a special entrance simply because this next vehicle couldn't get in the other door. This is lot 438, 2008 GMC Sierra 3500 custom pickup.
Yeah, it's not uncommon when we have the really big stuff that they have to come in for two reasons. Number one, it's hard to get them to turn and come onto the block. And number two, sometimes they're concerned about the weight of them up on the auction block. But this one is pretty cool, this GMC Sierra 3500 custom. And what's custom about it, well, yeah, you got the special bumper, but go down the side and count the number of doors you've got in this thing. They've really stretched this out completely to make this really special. Of course, we got, you know, the front, and then we've got this section back here, and then I believe we've got an extra door right here. So this has now become a 6-door, 3-row special.
Yeah, so they took a crew cab truck, added the extended cab to it, and then you have the dually bed there. And just for a little extra structure, they put in that bar up high. You can see actually with the diesel outlet, because this is a Duramax here. So even wilder, a few extra fuel cans, but 2008. Hello, Rick. First few years of the GMT 900 chassis. You can see this one is the big dually as well, and the 4-wheel drive, just wild looking.
So I was just crawling underneath the vehicle, Tyler. That's what I was doing. And the reason I wanted to check to see if these exhausts are indeed hooked into the engine, they are.
Yeah, so you can roll coal, have the smokestacks like the guys with the big rigs. Well, and somebody built this to basically be a big rig. Custom front and bumper as well with the big hooks on it. Crazy.
And the car sells for $50,000. Oh, car. How do you call that a car? The vehicle sells for $50,000. Now here comes a car. 2019 Lincoln Continental 80th anniversary coach door edition.
So the Lincoln Continental came back as a true replacement to the town car when it came to livery service and all that such. But when they brought back the Continental, people were thinking about the original and say, well, why didn't you do the rear suicide doors? And on most production cars, they are the normal doors. But on this one, the special coach edition, they did indeed make it suicide doors. The door is locked right now. There it goes. It opens up to a very luxurious interior. This was a huge premium over the original MSRP. They made it in limited production, so an instant classic, I think.
Yeah, they only made 80 of these. The original MSRP would have been a little bit less than $80,000 on just the base Lincoln Continental. Taking and getting this coach work done by Coach was another $35,000 on top of this. So, you know, this is a pretty premium vehicle at just about every level.
And these were powered by an EcoBoost twin-turbo V6, something that we still see today in many cars, offering a huge bump in fuel efficiency, but the same power as the outgoing 5.4 and 6.2 V8s. Most F-150s and Raptors are powered by this, of course, unless it's the Raptor R.
And the way this is controlled in here, we don't have a stick shift. When you look inside, you simply have a handful of buttons right here, right next to the infotainment center. That's how you select your gear in this.
And you notice your old Ford Taurus or whatever Ford product you had the keypad on the side to unlock it. Well, they still have it here in sort of a clever little LED that goes away once it goes out. Pretty cool. This one in a pearl white paint finish. It looks very nice, and you can see sort of the Ultra View roof here. This is 2 panels of glass for the front and rear, and only 2 seats in the rear. This is sort of the executive, sort of like a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce, except Lincoln Continental.
A $79,000 Lincoln Continental. The Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, as does the price. $79K. Now here is lot 440, a 1990 Porsche 911 Carrera 4 Cabriolet Gambella.
Well, and let's call this a slant nose, because ultimately what this has done in terms of a customizing look was to get that sloped front to make it look like a race car of the era. You got to remember, when they went racing with the slant nose look, it was very successful, and what they were basically doing was taking advantage of a loophole in the rules, because they required a silhouette, but they didn't require the silhouette from the side that had the exact stand-up headlights. So once Porsche took advantage of that, they were like, oh no, we need to change that rule.
Yes, there were factory slant nose in the Porsche, the impact bumper before this, and of course slant nose conversions. Gambella being one of the more popular ones. Here is his signature on the hood right there, and this one being a Carrera 4. It is all-wheel drive, so 964s was a continuation of the 911 after the long run of the impact bumpers that started in the mid-70s, going well into the 80s.
Yeah, and we've seen more than a few slant nose recreations cross the block, but the fact that this one was done by Uwe Gambella, and signed by him, means that's why we're closing in and have arrived at 6 figures for this 1990 Porsche.
Wow. I believe it's that gentleman's second purchase, at least. Neat looking car, $100,000. Now here's a car that April previewed for us earlier, the 2011 Bentley Continental Super Sports convertible.
Yeah, April, our own resident belle of the ball, picks the belle of the ball when it comes to Bentley Continental GTs. This one, the Super Sport, so is the highest horsepower Bentley Continental GT built at the time. That W12 tuned to well over 600 horsepower. Special body kit in the front. The ducts got bigger for extra cooling, and you can see this one in that beautiful blue paint. What a spec.
Now, the original sticker price on this car would have been about $285,000. I mean, this pretty much was the ultimate machine in its day, because once again, it's got the convertible, it's got the Bentley, and we talked earlier about the fact that, you know, by the time the GT and the GTC came out, and of course the Super Sports convertible, these were mass-produced vehicles. They were producing them much faster, but once again with quality control, so they were able to take Bentley to the next level in terms of being a vehicle manufacturer.
And Bentley's parent company is Volkswagen. They also own Bugatti, and of course the 16-cylinder has similar things to the Bugatti. And for the Super Sport, if it was a coupe, you could option it with actually the Bugatti Veyron seats. This one being a convertible doesn't have it.
$66,000 for a car with an original MSRP over $285,000. We'll be back. Back at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, now on the stage is lot 444, a 1974 Volkswagen 23-window microbus recreation.
And the reason it's a recreation, and we talked about this earlier, is that this is a 1974. The styling on this went away in the United States back in 1968. But this is a Brazilian bus. You can tell because the VIN starts with a B. But I will tell you, we've seen a number of these cross the block so far here at Barrett-Jackson, and this is truly the finest one that we've seen in terms of a restoration. Beautifully done. Once again, you see the extra Samba windows that they've put in the top. They've upgraded the engine in the back. There's a lot to like for this one.
Yes, a complete rotisserie restoration done on this. You can see the engine bay just flawless and beautiful. Another key difference between that 23 recreation we saw earlier, they added roof racks to this one. You can see in the front and the rear for extra storage and a ladder to climb up there. Of course, it's a giant Samba roof that opens up, and little curtains, I guess, if you wanted to camp in it, you have a bit of extra privacy.
There is a structural unit down below that normally would be in the Samba buses, and I notice it's not there on this one, but it's not a problem. And I'm not trying to say that it is something that it is not. They're simply making it look like a 23 window. And this is the difference between a 21 window and a 23 window. Having this little corner window right here, knocks it up 2 more notches and makes it the peak of the VW buses in terms of window and the ability to see out.
And if you're wondering why you always see the right side of a VW bus rusting out here in the rear instead of the left, well, with the engine bay open, you can see that's where the battery is. So the battery sits, will start to eat away this side and leak out, and that's why you always see the right side rusting. But this one, full restoration, laser straight body, super high quality.
Sold for $73,000. Happy buyer, and I can tell you from watching them on the stage, a very happy consigner. We'll be back to Palm Beach. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, where moments ago, this beautiful 65 Corvette Stingray, not a convertible, powered by its original matching numbers L76 327 365 horsepower V8, 4-speed manual. Milano Maroon is the color. One of 2,831 finished in that color in the model year. All kinds of features, and sold for $115,000. Incredible. Now, this 2004 Corvette Z06 commemorative edition just hammered away at $40,000. Had just 93 miles an hour on the odometer.
That would be 94 miles on the odometer. The speedometer would give you the miles per hour.
Coordinated dashboard, new color coordinated carpet. Here's lot number 447.
We move on to a bright green 1970 Plymouth Satellite Custom Coupe.
Well, the custom part on this one is the 440 that is under the hood. Nice pink block with big purple as it came up on the block, but the Roadrunner you can see going down the side here with its own signature stripe there, just like in the cartoon back in the day. They licensed this to name the Plymouth Satellite Custom the Roadrunner back in the day. Very cool, very cool.
Yeah, pretty much every aspect of this has been touched in terms of upgrading it. Having said that, they haven't gone too wild on the interior itself. You know, it kept it pretty stock looking, although look at that big gear shifter there. Yeah, you can do a lot with that thing. Last year for this body style for the Satellite, the next year it will become a much more rounded look. To be honest, I love the 1971 look, but I mean this 1969 style, and of course trying to make it look like a Roadrunner, kind of no harm, no foul. They're pretty honest about what they've built here and had a lot of fun building it, because once again it's got a lot of great parts underneath. Willwood brakes, all kinds of upgrades.
Well, and of course, peak Roadrunner is the Superbird with the giant wing in the nose cone, the homologation special. That was the same year, the same body as this Plymouth Satellite. So if you're wondering how they look, well, without the big wing in the nose, here it is.
And one thing that's interesting, when you would look at a Roadrunner or with a Satellite, look at the back window, and you notice how it comes down to that little angular thing at the very bottom right there. When you look at a Superbird, it's actually rounded right there. So this rear windshield won't fit into a Superbird.
It's got me curious. It doesn't have the meet button. Does it have the meet? It's not going. It may not have the meet horn, which I think needs to be added if it doesn't already. The driver is shaking his head no. So that might need to be a day one modification to this one if I owned it. But otherwise, very fun. And that 440 V8, that big hood scoop, great color. Obviously, a high quality custom restoration done on this one.
Yeah, a lot of fun on this side. I think, you know, at this price, $40,000, you can have a lot of fun with this.
At $40,000, you could have a lot of fun with that. No Roadrunner beep beep sound effect. Oh, the humanity. Here's lot 447.1 as we continue to rocket through the Barrett-Jackson docket. A 67 Ford Bronco Custom.
Well, here's one of the darlings when it comes to Barrett-Jackson Customs as far as them getting love on the block. This one, though, just sort of a mild custom. Still has the 289, nothing extreme like the Coyote, but you can see a slight suspension lift. for additional off-road clearance, modern suspension, and of course the all-terrain tires in the convertible. Then they added the roll bar here for safety and a very pretty interior.
Yeah, this supposedly started life as a roadster. What they have not done is down here. They have not cut the fender, and it kind of worries me a little bit. I'm not sure what the travel is on the suspension, but that's pretty close. If you're doing any kind of off-road pounding, it would get into there pretty quickly. A lot of people actually cut that, kind of no harm, no foul, but it is nice to see one that has not had the rear fender cut out already.
Her shifter on this one showing it's a manual transmission, and of course the manual engagement of the four-wheel drive, kind of the natural leather hides, and they threw some carpet in there for extra comfort. Who would have imagined the custom scene for Broncos being what they are today? But at Barrett-Jackson, we see the best of the best, and the prices certainly show it. We're going to ramp up throughout the next few days, obviously.
$45,000 takes that beautiful silver Bronco. Just 200 miles since the build was completed. Now, coming up at lot 448 is another low miles beauty, a 1978. Think about that for a second. 1978 K10 Scottsdale custom pickup truck, 492 miles.
Yeah, and you wonder what's the story behind this. I mean, rarely do you have a pickup truck bought brand new and just put away. Did somebody plan to do this? Was it a showroom? I'd love to know what the original story about this is. And one thing that also intrigues me is this is titled as a 1978 Chevrolet K14. And I have to say, I don't know what a K14 is. Does that mean it's some type of Canadian car? Is there something I don't understand about it? It is a limited 500 edition. You can see the decals on the side of the truck. It's got a regular 100-mile-an-hour speedometer, so it looks like it was started off as an American truck. But once again, not sure why it's titled as a K14, but that's the point they make. Love the limited 500 edition coming out of Bremen, Indiana.
Well, it's interesting because it does say 10, so K10 on the fenders, which would mean K means four-wheel drive. But you look inside, here's something very custom that you don't see. Look at the sort of bucket bench here with the little buttons in the velour interior. This is something that you wouldn't have seen from the factory, I guess, unless it was in this limited edition. Something I've never seen before, but very cool.
I laugh on the odometer. It says 492.9, so it's just about to roll over to 493. Now, the only problem is when you buy these really low mileage trucks, do you want to be the guy that knocks it up over 500?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if low miles is the big selling point, what if you start using it? There goes your value. Anyway, $31,000. Nice truck, a real oddity. Now here's a car that's coming up. Remember the opening ceremonies of the London Olympics where James Bond and Queen Elizabeth II got in a taxi and then went to a helicopter and jumped into the arena and so on? This is that taxi. At Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach on the South Florida Fairgrounds. Center stage is a 1984 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ45 Custom.
Yeah, this is an interesting vehicle that they've done. This is kind of a cross between a Toyota Land Cruiser FJ45 and a much more modern 4Runner. It's got a 4Runner derived engine, got 4Runner derived suspension. Looking inside, it's got a much more modern interior, modern dashboard. So it's kind of interesting. Taking that classic styling, that classic body, the old FJ, and giving it those much more modern components.
Well, absolutely. It's not like the modern 4Runner was any less rugged or reliable than this, so great combination.
$55,000 takes it away. It's known as a Troopy. Interesting. April,
Look at that Cadillac glory right here. Majestic Lanyard. RJ, get on over here. 1965 Eldorado convertible. Now in 65, they got a full redesign with this dramatic V-shaped front grille and the stacked headlights. It's interesting they put these massive turn signals right around the sides here and come back almost 19 feet all the way back here. I mean, this is massive Lanyard. No more fins, though. They went away in 65. Now, this one still has the 429 4-barrel carburetor. It's finished in aspen white and looks like factory blue interior that's showing a little bit of wear, but they're only original ones, so there's no reason to change it. Man, I just love that. Of course, you have the dice in the mirror. Let me get the door for you. One interesting thing about all these old cars, I have to show you this massive ashtray. I mean, I don't really smoke anymore, so can you do something else with this? I don't know. Bob, what do you think?
Nope, I'm not a smoker, no doubt about it. I thought you were going to talk about the size of that door you opened to get into the car. Big everything. Just nothing was too much. Now, this is lot 450.1, a 2002 Ford F-250 custom pickup.
Well, talk about big everything. This is it right here. Talk about a massive, huge truck that we have up here on the block. Every single aspect of this has been modified. Yeah, it's a 2002, but it's got the front clip from a 2011. This massive airlift hydraulic suspension. Boy, this is just, I could never get it in my garage. You, on the other hand, have a massive garage.
I'm not even sure this could fit. I'm almost speechless. You can see it has the air ride there, lifting this thing up even higher, making that adjustable. They started the pretty cool truck as is. The 2002 still had the 7.3-liter turbo diesel. Many consider it to be the last of the old school good power strokes. The 6 liters had issues, and the 6.7s are sort of compromised with emissions and all the gobbledygook they have to add to make diesels less dirty. But this is the last of the old school ones. But with that newer nose on the front, so you really can't tell the difference. I mean, but it's just wild and crazy looking.
Well, if you're trying to show off your suspension, this is exactly what you want, because you don't have to work very hard to see all of the suspension, the shock absorbers, everything that's underneath. You can't build it for this, that's for sure.
That's right, $28,000. Good luck with that. The way it goes, sort of listing into the wind. You wouldn't even have to duck your head to check out the suspension on that. Now here comes something interesting. Lot 451 is a 1951 Lincoln Cosmopolitan sedan, a custom known as Linkzilla.
Well, let's go to the classic lead sled. I mean, that's exactly what you have here with the Frenched headlights, the lowered look about it, the way it's been sleeked to the back. And I love the fact that they've added suicide doors. Well, we can't see it on this side. Let's go to the other side for just a second. Follow me this way. And we'll see how they've added suicide doors, because it is, after all, a Lincoln, although back in 1951 they would not have had these suicide doors. But look at the way they've done this, and they come all the way to the back with the Frenched-in radio antennas, the big, huge Continental kit on the back. I have to admit, you don't see many Lincoln Cosmopolitans to start with, and I love what they've done with this.
Yeah, certainly a very cool classic lead sled build here. And I'm curious about the exhaust system on this, because on the left side I see side pipes coming out, but in the back I see little decorative outlets for the exhaust as well. It's interesting. And so it's rolling off the block, even though it hasn't sold yet. He stopped a little short of the stopping point here. We'll get back down with the cameras. But yeah, it looks like, I don't know, was that something you dropped to the ground and drag with sparks? Make sparks?
Now that color is black cherry. Underneath the hood, there's a 454 cubic inch engine. So it's quite an interesting combination.
Yes, most certainly. And it would have had a little extra bling here on the front, but it's all just sort of been knocked out with this lead sled look, but still the original grille. The French headlights, just beautiful.
Well, that Wild Custom sold for 50 grand, so the action is picking up here on a Friday in the Sunshine State, but we still have a long way to go. 2 more hours, so buckle up and stay close. We're in the thick of things here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, and up on the block right now is lot 452, a 1992 Land Rover Defender 90 Custom.
Well, it's interesting because while they're calling this a custom, they're also saying at the same time that it has its original matching numbers drivetrain underneath. So it's really the custom touches that they've done from a cosmetic perspective all across the front, the extra fender flares added, everything that they've done inside. So, you know, once again, it's relatively stock appearing at first glance, but you know, it's all those little extra touches that have taken it into the custom range.
Right, definitely the wheels aren't factory, and they've added the rock sliders to help with that custom look. And of course, the turbo diesel, much more popular in Europe and overseas than in the United States. No, this one was imported, obviously, with the manual transmission. The only Defender we got in the United States was a convertible, at least officially sold through dealers for a few years. So these are sort of pouring in now as demand for the old Defenders is pretty high. We have the new Defender out now. It's been out for a few years, but it's certainly not the same as this. They definitely domesticated the Defender quite a bit, even though it retains the name.
Yeah, we often talk about what we call the JDM, Japanese domestic market cars that are being imported from Japan, the Skylines, kind of those cool things. And this is a BDM, British domestic market vehicle.
And it sells for $38,000. Well, those folks seem happy. Why not? I'm Bob Varsha, working with Tyler Hoover, Rick DeBrule, and April Rose. Glad to have you with us here. Our final 2 hours here on FYI on Friday at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Now, this is a car we talked about earlier, a 1992 LTI Car Bodies London Taxi, said to be the one that drove actor Daniel Craig in character as James Bond and Queen Elizabeth II in a TV skit for the London Olympics opening ceremony. Now that is provenance.
Well, we just talked about BDMs, British domestic market vehicles, and it doesn't get much more British domestic market than this, a London Taxi. This particular body style debuted in the late 80s and became so, let's call it ubiquitous. Everybody, when you think of a London Taxi over the last 40 years, this is exactly the body style that you think of. Originally, it was, I think it was owned by British Leyland, and then ultimately it got sold off, and Auto Bodies was the builder of these. I said Car Bodies, not Auto Bodies, was the builder of these. But, you know, it's big, it's got plenty of room, and, you know, it's exactly what you want out of a taxi in London.
Boy, it goes right to 59,000 and sells there. Wonder if James Bond or Her Majesty, you know, left anything in the back, seat cushions or whatever. Carved their names on the walls. Well, only the new owner knows. And we move on to lot 453, a 2007 Bentley Continental GTC convertible.
Yeah, sort of a British invasion up here, but who could forget that London opening as far as Daniel Craig showing up as James Bond with the Queen and her corgis, and then they jump out of a helicopter to commemorate the opening scene. You know, James Bond is known more for his Aston Martins, but I think a Bentley would fit right in as well. This 2007 GTC with a W12, we've seen quite a few of them today. Most recently, that Super Sport. Here's what they would have looked like if they weren't a Speed or a Super Sport. You can see the front end is a little bit different, less inlets as far as them being bigger, but still a mighty powerful, mighty fast car, and depreciation specials, as you see. 200,000 around new, and we've seen prices range up for much less than that.
Well, it still has 552 horsepower and still has a lot of style.
$35,000. I assume that's a celebratory green flag wave. And a somewhat fumbled handshake, but that's okay. They got the car. And coming up shortly, a very special 1955 Ford, a Fairlane Sunliner convertible. No expense spared in its restoration.
Well, Well, after years of watching everybody else do the thrill ride, Tyler and April, finally it's my turn. I get to do the Dodge thrill ride. I'm here with Rick Vaughn, and let's talk about how potent this Dodge is.
This thing is potent. We got a Challenger Red Eye here making 797 horsepower.
All right, now I'm a little busy today, so I may get a phone call or two, but we can get this done, can't we?
We can work it in.
All right, sounds good. Let's go.
Let's go.
Ready for this?
Absolutely.
Be the coolest thing you do all day.
Good idea for a picture. That was okay. Working and riding just don't mix, but it's a lot of fun.
The best part is you get paid to do that. Not only as the rider, but as the driver. Now, here's a car that we looked at while going to break earlier. Lot 455 is a 1955 Ford Fairlane Sunliner convertible.
Can you say Bumblebee? That's the look we've got, black and yellow. And you got to remember, this would have been a factory paint job back in its day. 1955, of course, you saw Chevy change its styling radically. So did Ford. Fairlane, which went on to become the mid-size Ford in the 60s, at this point was part of the full-size line. And that Sunliner just means the top goes down.
Sunliner has the cloth roof. The Skyliner is the hardtop roof. They both go down. Nicely bought, sir. As the Sunliner rolls away, coming in behind it, a custom 1955 Chevy 210 two-door post.
Well, it's really interesting to do the comparison here because we just saw that 1955 Ford Sunliner go across, the body style that they came up with, which is relatively sleek and low, and this is exactly what Chevy was saying they were going to compete with. This Ferrari-style grille that they put in for this 1955 Chevy. Of course, this is a custom with a upgraded, just slightly upgraded engine and a few other changes significantly to it. But from a body perspective, it's interesting to compare what Ford was doing at the time versus what Chevy was doing.
Yeah, an upgraded 350 cubic inch V8 under the hood. And this is the 210, not the Bel Air, so it doesn't have all that extra gingerbread or bling down the side that would make it rival the Sunliner, of course. But that makes it lend itself a little better to sort of this custom sort of hot rod treatment. It looks fantastic.
You know, people call these the Tri-5. Some people call them shoebox Chevys. First year for this. And, of course, I talked about that Ferrari-inspired grille in the front. While they thought they'd go European and make it more upscale, the reality was a lot of buyers didn't like it. The next year, they went to a much broader grille across the very front. Well, that little custom touch with those Chevy insignia tailpipes right there.
Yeah, it's probably an older restoration, but once again, very, very nicely preserved. Love the interior treatment as well. The orange houndstooth to match the exterior. And on the seats, they have the embroidered 55 Chevy, just in case you forget.
You mentioned it's a 210. Of course, the base model was the 150. You worked up to the 210, and then eventually you got up to the Bel Air model.
$40,000 takes that 210 two-door post. Striking shade of orange. Moving on to lot 456.1, a 1966 Corvette convertible.
Well, in 1966, you could get the big block 427, although it had a different style bump out in the hood. What you have here is a 1967 sort of Stingray-looking hood, and under there is not a 427. I believe I heard it right, being a 454, so it's been upgraded even more. Just huge.
Well, they made a lot of Corvettes back in 1966. It was pretty popular. They sold more than 27,000, almost 28,000 of them. And the coupe was not nearly as popular as the convertible. 17,700 convertibles sold, almost 10,000 coupes. And the base price for this convertible back then would have been about $4,100. Now, that's, of course, before you start upgrading it with whichever engine you decided you wanted to put in there, like a 427 cubic inch one.
Oh, they found another bid there at the last second with the gavel going down, so it continues. This one is definitely a driver, an older restoration, and you can see the price being a little bit lower. It probably didn't start life as a 427, a big block car as well.
It ain't over till the auctioneer says it's over, and that one ended at $46,000. As the sticker goes on, let's have a peek into the McGuire staging lanes outside. Nice breeze blowing, still bright sunshine. As you can see, plenty of cars still en route to this, the Barrett-Jackson auction block inside the main arena. To the block for lot 457, a 1937 Ford Custom Roadster.
A lot to like about this. It's just a fiberglass body kit, but it looks beautiful. They got a nice 350 cubic inch engine underneath the hood. They haven't tried to go over the top and make it, you know, real front heavy. I love the styling, of course, this. While I call it a 37, the reality is it kind of takes that 1937 look and takes it out to a little bit more stylistic look. And there's that 350 I was just talking about. Nice simple build, but overall very nice.
That's the hard tops on it, as you can see, giving that chopped look to this fiberglass body. I'm sure it is removable. In the rear, you have, well, no tail lights except a little strip here in the bottom, a little LED strip just below the license plate. And of course, that dual exit exhaust rectangled out as well. Very elegant. They sold these in kits, and some people would take them and make them their own. This one, well done.
You know, after World War II is really when hot rodding took off, and a lot of people were finding these 37s and seeing what they could do with them.
$43,000 sends it to its new home, and they look like they're enjoying the very idea of it. Why not? Another break coming up here in beautiful Palm Beach. I almost said Palm Springs. That's the other side of the country. We'll take a break and return in just a moment. Here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, we've certainly seen our share of SUVs. And there you see a group all lined up in one of the structures housing all the vehicles on the docket. Land Cruisers, Broncos, and Blazers. Oh my. SUVs for every taste. Now on the block, about as far as you could get from an SUV. It's a 68 Corvette 427 390 convertible, hammered away at just $39,000.
Chevrolet Nova custom convertible. The title is in transit. Here's one powered by the LS1.
Looks like a good deal to me. Now rolling up is one of the cars our April Rose featured in her look at convertibles in all their variety here at Barrett-Jackson. This is a 65 Nova Custom.
So I'm often intrigued when I look at pickup trucks that arrive here at Barrett-Jackson. They've been wildly customized. I think about what they were like back in the day. A friend of mine's father had a 65 Nova. Well, I won't say just like this, but that started just like this. And of course, he bought it for one reason. It was a fairly inexpensive car to own and operate. Little could he have ever dreamed that look what they've done to this. Inside with his LS engine, the engine turned, the side stuff, the way everything's been shaved off. Talk about shaving, go all the way back. This is not a convertible. This is a roadster. There is no top for this thing. I wonder if this is exactly the same one that my friend's father had.
Well, and it is a permanent roadster. You can see the glass is just bare on top, and there is no hiding a convertible top anywhere. It's a permanent convertible, and I don't believe there was a Nova convertible in 1965 at all. Maybe when the Nova was an option package, I believe you could have gotten like a Chevy 2 convertible, but in the 60s, if you wanted a convertible Chevy, I guess you had the Corvair. That was about it as far as the smaller convertibles. So this is a pretty wild custom.
I tell you, they've customized everything. I mean, first off, look at the great ghost striping that they have down the side, the very subtle work with this bronze kind of inset with this flame orange. And then inside, look at the dashboard. They've taken that to a new level as well. That's not the original dash they reworked. That's something completely new and custom.
And you saw that LS under the hood. It looks like a manual shifter, or at least one to look like it. And I'm seeing a little extra tubing going around in the chassis, so they definitely did some stuff to reinforce this to make it a permanent roadster.
$66,000. Looks like John Staluppi may have bought that car. Nice addition to his collection, as the Summit Racing Sold sticker indicates the sales price, 66 large. Now moving on to another vehicle. April previewed for us earlier, lot 460 is a 1965 Cadillac Eldorado convertible.
Well, just like 7 or 8 years earlier when you were looking at the Eldorado, it really looked significantly different than a regular Cadillac. Now it pretty much looked the same, and of course, this is the Brougham, work on the front to make it look different than a traditional Cadillac. Although once you look down the side, you realize it was just a two-door, and there wasn't a whole heck of a lot going beyond that. I do like the fact that they've added some pinstriping, but just a couple years later, the Eldorado would take a massive leap forward in both styling and become a front-wheel drive vehicle. But just look how long this thing is. Goes on forever.
Yes, absolutely, and it has been repainted with that blue pinstripe, and they did a fantastic job. But what's pretty remarkable about this is it's the original interior. Despite being a convertible and that sun beating down on it, the blue leather interior, the dash, everything else, original as it left the factory and very well preserved. So that means they must have started with a really nice car when they went through and did the repaint. I imagine it was a no-rust body.
Yeah, they only made about 2,100 of these back in 1965, and it wasn't inexpensive. I mean, this was like, I think, $6,800 when it came out of the factory. So it was not an inexpensive thing to own, but boy, it had all that luxury.
You take a look at the steering wheel here. It had a telescoping steering wheel where you can unlock it by turning this boat wheel, basically, and then it'll pull back and forth towards you, tighten it back up, just like that.
$45,000 is the sales price, plus taxes and fees, on that gigantic Cadillac Eldorado. Now once again to April.
So I have a confession to make. I have to be honest with you. I am unhealthily obsessed with this right here. 1957 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Super stunning. I mean, check out these dual hood fins right here. Of course, you got the ducks, massive Dagmars, and come along to this side. Coupe de Ville call out in gold right there. Stunning wire wheels. Love this wrap around windshield. Oh, I'm drooling. Hold on, let me wipe the drool a little bit. Inside, sort of that modern mid-century texture. Oh, stunning. Check out this back window, and the shape of it is super beautiful. Wrap around rear windshield as well. Elegant tail fins, and of course that jet age tail light right out the back. Whew, I am drooling so much. This is absolutely beautiful. Now, this is a Stealth Resto Mod. Nothing to show it's been modified on the outside. It looks just like it left the factory, but under the hood is totally custom. LS3 6.2 liter crate, 525 horsepower. It's got a 4-speed automatic with overdrive. I mean, this is American art at its finest, and I need it, man. I would just put it in my living room and live with it every single day, Bob.
Well, people are going to notice you coming in that thing for sure. Right now, lot 461 is wrapping up the bidding on this 71 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Custom Coupe, and it sells at $45,000. If that's the gentleman who bought it, it's not his first, and he seems to be of two minds about it now. But now here is a 72 Chevelle Custom Coupe.
Well, what makes this one custom is the engine choice. They went with the Stroker, the 383 under the hood, good for 450 horsepower from Blueprint Engines. But you can see the SS badging throughout. It has the cowl induction. Prime year for Chevelles is 70, but the 72 still look pretty darn good, and I love the restoration on this one. Very well done.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 72, and the reason being is everybody wants the 70. They want that 70 styling, and so you're going to pay a premium for that. But the reality is the 71 and the 72 models look almost identical to the 1970, and you're not going to pay the big premium for it. So why not go out and buy a 71 or a 72 and have a lot of fun with it? And because it's not as valuable, you're not worried about the originality of it, so it doesn't matter what engine you put underneath there. You know, this one has a vinyl top. Not sure if that's the way it came from the factory, but I always kind of prefer it without the vinyl, but you got to go with what you got. And you know, this is not an over-the-top restoration when you look it up closely, which is why this is a fun car to buy and drive. Once again, it's not a ridiculously expensive 1970 car with an LS5 or an LS6 engine in there. This is something you can buy, drive, and have fun with.
Yeah, I bet with that blueprint engine under the hood, it could keep up with an LS6 454 for a fraction of the price.
$36,000 to that gentleman. And that sound tells you everything you need to know. This is the vehicle April Rose previewed for us earlier, a 1949 Dodge Power Wagon fire truck out of the Cars of Dreams collection.
One of the stars of the show right here.
Well, because this comes out of the Cars of Dreams collection, they call this Engine 49, not because it came out of a particular fire company, number 49, but because this is a 1949. And what we see, you know, around the country, a lot of LaFrance fire engines and those type of things. The reality is, depending upon where you lived and where you were, fire engines had to have that off-road capability, and that's exactly what this was built for. The ability to go off and maybe fight brush fires, go off into that rural terrain where you needed something that was just a little bit more capable of going off-road.
And that's actually how this Power Wagon started life, as a fire truck in Concord, California, which I'm not sure is that up in the hills where all the wildfires are, which is why they needed the four-wheel drive. But it's been 20 years in service as a fire truck with several different colors, I guess yellow at one point, but then restored to the classic fire engine red.
This is private service at a ranch, so I wasn't kidding. If you have a property that needs fire protection privately, there's an awesome truck.
Well, not just because it is a great fire truck, but also because it's got a great restoration. I mean, so often we see older fire trucks, and the reality is they can show a lot of their wear. This one, to be honest with you, looks like it just came out of whatever factory would have converted it to a fire truck.
And Craig and Steve were talking about on the block how this is fully functional. So if you live somewhere very remote where it would take an hour to get a fire truck out there, say something was happening, this is your savior right here, and a fun piece of history.
$65,000 to its new home. Now that was from the Cars of Dreams collection, but there is also another collection we're really looking forward to tomorrow, and that is the Prestige collection. Here's more.
The Prestige Collection is a group of cars that truly lives up to its name, like this one, a 1967 Chevy Nova, nicknamed the Innovator. Well, technically it's the Innovator, but Innovator sounds much better. Why is it innovative? Well, just go underneath that hood. A 454 cubic inch LS7 engine that pumps out 700 horsepower. Look at the body of this thing. Every single panel has been reworked and customized. And inside, well, that's an amazing custom interior. They say they spent $700,000 to $800,000 on the build for this thing, and it's easy to see why. What prestigious collection would be complete without a Superbird, and this one's special? Why? Well, look underneath the hood. That engine, the 446 barrel, the original matching numbers engine that this car was born with, and it's got all its original sheet metal. And while there are plenty of other cars in the Prestige collection to talk about, this one is special. A 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge, but this one is a Ram Air 4, one of just 239 made back in 1969. That 400 cubic inch engine has 370 horsepower, and inside it's got a matching 4-speed manual transmission. And you gotta love this color, carousel red. Just one look at these cars and you understand how the Prestige collection got its name.
And when you join join us for our Super Saturday coverage on the History Channel, you'll see those cars cross the block. Can't wait. We're at 50,000 sold on this 2015 Aston Martin DB9 Volante.
Here's a 2002 Bentley Azure Mulliner.
Car rolls away. Here's lot 464.1. A 2002 Bentley Azure Mulliner convertible.
Well, here's the father of the Bentley Continental GT right here, developed when Bentley and Rolls-Royce were still one company. This is sort of the last of the old school Bentleys under the hood. That 6.75 liter V8 has a massive Garrett turbo attached to it, giving it some amazing power. These were giant convertibles with hydraulic suspension, big comfy cruisers, and extremely expensive new, over $300,000.
Yeah, and whereas the Continental GT and some of the other ones are designed to be more of a sporty performance, yeah, with some luxury, this was all about the luxury. I mean, it had a little bit more horsepower just because it was so darn heavy. It had to have that. But this was a beast. They only made 155 of these Mulliner Edition Azures back in 2002.
Right, they had the Continental name with the coupe version of this back in the 90s and 2000s. That's even rarer, actually, than the Azure convertibles. And I actually used to own one of these. Original owner was Jean-Claude Van Damme. And when I was selling it, he actually called me up and wanted to buy it, but ended up going with a newer Continental GT instead. But he said he loved this car. Was something that saved his life, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Well, this is getting a lot of interest here in the room. I mean, we're up over $60,000 for this, which is more money than we're seeing for the GTs and the GTCs. So somebody, or at least two people in this room, really want to have this.
$67,000 takes that to its new home. Well, actually, the new owner will have to come down from the luxury lounge because the car ain't going up there. Another break coming up. As we look down, the sun will soon be setting here in South Florida. We've got another hour and a half here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Back at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach from our Meguiar's on deck cam. Get a look at this beautiful 96 Chevy Corvette Grand Sport. Getting a final polish and wipe down before it goes to the center of the block and the attention of all the bidders here at the South Florida Fairgrounds. Up ahead, the 1996 Corvette Grand Sport convertible.
Well, they wanted to end the C4 with a bang, and the Grand Sport was the way to do it with that custom paint scheme. Or not custom, I guess, from the factory. It looks like a custom paint scheme. Red, white, and blue everywhere. This one really special because it has a little over 1,000 miles on it.
Yeah, and also what's special is this is a one-year-only engine, 330 horsepower, a lot for a C4.
Here's lot number 468.1.
$52,000 takes the convertible version. Now here comes the hardtop Grand Sport.
Well, that last one, once again, the convertible only had 1,000 miles on the odometer. This one only has 1,200 miles on the odometer. And once again, as Tyler was mentioning, this was the end of the line for the C4. The goal was to go out with a bang, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Because remember, the very first C4 only had 205 horsepower. By now, this engine was making 330 horsepower, which is the same amount of horsepower you were going to get the following year, the first year for the C5 Corvette.
And here's a copy of the original window stickers. Something about Corvettes and their aerodynamics and the low rev with the top gear, 27 miles per gallon highway. But the price on it, $45,000, is cutting off a little bit at the end there before options.
It's got an NCRS sticker on the dashboard. That means that the National Corvette Restorers Society has said, yes, this is indeed a real deal Corvette in its day. To put that on there means that you've had a little bit of their blessing. So it's a great car. I mean, once again, I love the styling, this paint, and the fact that it's such low mileage.
$50,000 even takes that 96 Corvette Grand Sport. Don't forget, for all of your questions about Barrett Jackson and the auctions. Go to barrett-jackson.com. Get all your questions answered. Buy tickets. Buy merchandise. Don't buy anything. Just peruse. There's lots going on at barrett-jackson.com. Here's the 1969 Camaro RS.
On a very original Camaro RS. In this particular case, it's been nicely finished. It's rally green on the outside. Also interesting, this apparently originally came out of Canada, so it's got documentation with it. Remember, if you bought a car in the United States, a 1969 Camaro, all that documentation is long gone, but GM of Canada held on to it, so there's a way you can document and know exactly what way this was born.
Yep, and you can see that 4-speed on the inside as well. This one was built and set up to go drag racing, but not very stealth in that factory color with the rally stripes. Great spec back in 1969, whoever ordered it.
Of course, the last year for the first generation of the Camaro, and the thing that was cool about it were just these body lines that they brought down the side of the car. There you look very original. We see a lot of custom Camaros these days. I love the originality of this one.
$52,000 wins the Camaro. Like the color. And now coming up is another of the cars that April previewed for us. This 1957 Cadillac Coupe de Ville Custom.
Well, if the 1957 Chevy was trying to look a little blingy, a little fancy, well, this was the gold standard at that point. This is what they were trying to emulate with those big, bumperettes in the front, all that trim down the side. Everything about this was what the 57 Chevy was trying to give the same appearance of. Cliff's trying really hard to open that hood, but can't quite make it work this time around. But I love everything about this. Once again, the twin aerodynamic fins coming out of the top. Just a beautiful, beautiful Coupe de Ville.
Well, if the hood were able to go up, you would see that it has a modern LS3 under the hood. So this has been customized, albeit a stealth custom. Looks like it's been lowered a bit as well, and you can see the lovely blue interior with this and with the dark black exterior, and still all of that 50s chrome. This is perfect because it is a stealth custom. Most people looking at it would never know that this thing has that modern Corvette power plant under the hood, but still every bit of those 50s looks uncompromised by something that would age out, say more modern wheels or a stereo or something that will date the car in a few years.
Sold to that man for $45,000, and you can tell how badly he wanted it as he kept encouraging Joseph Bass, the auctioneer, to drop the hammer. Now here's another car to watch for as we continue into our evening. A 1957 Chevy Cameo pickup, powered by a 283 cubic inch, 160 horsepower V8 engine, and a whole lot more. Wait till you see this. Back inside the auction hall here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Lot 471, a 1971 Dodge Super Bee, has been pushed to the edge of the stage and into the arms of its new owner. We just don't know who that is yet.
All you do is raise your hand and it could be you. You had your choice in 1971 of getting the Plymouth Roadrunner or the Dodge Super Bee. I personally love the Dodge Super Bee. I love the styling change in 1971. It was a much more, I'll say, slab-sided look in 1970. 1971, they came up with this more rounded look, especially on the back, more of almost a sloping to the back. Not quite a full fastback, but a really nice design. Love the fact it's got that 440 cubic inch engine under the hood.
Yes, that 440 does make it desirable. In 1971, though, you could still get the Hemi. It was the last year, but it was gone. The 440 continued to be sort of humiliated and choked down after 1971, well into the late 70s. But this one, last of that 440 four-barrel in that peak performance period of Mopar.
Only about 5,000 of the Super Bees made that year.
This one goes for $45,000. Very cool car. the question. We move on to lot 472, a 2022 Ford F-150 XL custom pickup.
Well, we see plenty of older pickup trucks crossing the block, and let's go back to the point that here at Barrett-Jackson, you can pretty much get just about anything you want at some point or another. This is a perfect example. A 2022 Ford F-150 XL custom pickup truck. There you see what we've got under the hood. Yeah, it looks nice. It's got that Roush massive super engine under there. And cold air induction over on this side. I love the glassed-in case right there. So this is an F-150 that has been put on steroids.
Well, this is sort of, muscle car or hot rod. So they started with the F-150 XL, which is the base package, basically right above the work truck. So you didn't even get a chrome grille from the factory. This grille is actually the way it would have left the factory to give it sort of that stealth look. But you could have ordered it with the 5-liter V8 and the regular cab and the short bed, and that gave Roush the ability to make it into this wild and crazy monster. Obviously lowered a little bit, and that supercharger under the hood, this thing, the big-time sleeper.
Just 832 miles on the odometer, so it's essentially a brand new truck. Whoever buys this is really going to get their chance to kind of break it in and make it their own. But like you say, what a sleeper. No one's going to know that you got massive horsepower coming out from underneath that Roush engine in the front.
Well, they might have a little bit of a guess because the exhaust outlet right here.
If you're planning to bid, it's too late. $51,000. And that gentleman on the stage picks up that very cool truck. Time now for a fantasy bid car preview. If you'd like to try to sharpen your bidding skills and maybe win a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, our April Rose is going to preview one of the cars on which you can predict the price.
Oh yeah, this is where it's at. 1970 Chevelle SS. Now this one had a full frame-off restoration, done super sweet. I mean, I love the shape of this A-body. No expense spared on this restoration. Now the power comes from its big block 427, though it's still showing those 396 badging, turbo 400 transmission, 12-bolt rear end handle, all that muscle. Just a great cranberry red over black with the super sport stripes all the way down. Inside has the factory bucket seats and console with a sweet horseshoe shifter. Now 70 is the year you want with the quad headlights. It's the most desirable of them all. This is one super fun car to drive.
Well, thanks, April. That car will cross the block tomorrow, so register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. And who knows, you could walk away with the grand prize, a 2024 Dodge Hornet. Good luck. Back to the block now for lot 474, a 2024 Chevy Silverado custom pickup.
Well, this truck is going to be heresy for an awful lot of truck purists, an awful lot of Detroit muscle purists. That's because this truck has a 4-cylinder motor under the hood, a Turbo 4, Turbo Max 4, but it delivers 310 horsepower. So ultimately, you have to think about what you're getting out of this. You're not getting any less horsepower than you were getting out of a V8 maybe 10, 15 years ago. Could you put something bigger in here? Sure. But in terms of what you're getting, 310 horsepower, enough to get this thing up and move it. And by the way, this comes with a factory warranty because it's brand new.
Oh, if you think back to, say, 15 years ago, the 6-liter Vortec in a truck wasn't making that kind of horsepower that you have now in a turbo 4-cylinder. And this one, of course, given the custom SS-looking treatment with the rally stripes, but they have the turbo next to the SS. So I imagine most people will walk up to this and say, oh, wow, you got a twin-turbo LS under there? No, it's a 4-banger. What?
And like I say, for a lot of people, that would be heresy. Oh my gosh, it's got 4 cylinders. It's enough.
It sells at $50,000, reminding us it's not how many cylinders you have, it's what you can do with them. And now here comes, I think I see, a very stealthy 76 Ford Bronco Custom.
Well, yes, it's very, matte finish. It's got that it's called rhino coating all the way around it, which hides a lot of flaws, if that's indeed the case we have here. What you have is something they've just taken and decided, let's build it up and have as much fun with it as we possibly can, because this thing is boosted. They said it was only a 4-inch lift, but I just don't believe that. So it's massively lifted. The big fenders have been cut away in the back because we've got these massive tires. And look at the differential. Look at the angle of the drive shaft going down to the differential.
Well, I think what we're seeing, Rick, is the suspension lift and the body lift. You can do that as well to get extra clearance in the body, and you can see sort of with the pucks back here as far as getting the body even further off the ground. So you have the combination of a big tire, big suspension, and then a body lift to get all of this height. And it looks like they rhino-lined as much as they could underneath as well, to where you can go off-road, have fun, then power wash the thing off. It'll look exactly the same as when you started. And it's powered by a 351 cubic inch V8, so plenty of grunt too.
Right on cue. The hammer falls at $32,000 to that gentleman. Now we see lots of great Broncos, and we're going to see more, including one selected for us by Barrett-Jackson VP of Consignment, Mike McCullough.
We have a 1971 Ford Bronco custom SUV. This four-wheel drive Bronco was fully restored and completed in 2023 by Decked Out Customs in Southern California. It's powered by a Generation 3 Coyote 5-liter V8 engine mated to a 10-speed automatic transmission, and comes complete with dual exhaust, headers, and cold air intake. The body was fully disassembled, stripped, and refinished in a pastel blue over custom oyster interior with blue stitching. It's equipped with a body-colored roll bar, a half bikini top, and retrofitted sun visors to allow for electric windshield wipers. This Bronco rides on a set of 20-inch KMC wheels wrapped in 35-inch fuel tires. And the best part about it, it's selling with no reserve.
Now that vehicle is almost too much. It's a custom, and you'll be seeing it tomorrow during our Super Saturday coverage on the History Channel. Meanwhile, bidding continues on this 1996 Excalibur Roadster recreation.
Well, this is an interesting car. Remember Excalibur? They built those big Neo Classics. Well, we see an awful lot of Cobra kit cars, but this was actually delivered as a customer car, fully built. So in other words, it's not one of those where you got the body, you got the pieces, and you put it together yourself. Excalibur actually delivered these as a fully finished and drivable Cobra recreation. I think they only built about 150 of them.
Yeah, its title is a 1996, so built around that time. Fox Body 5.0 under there of the era. Manual transmission as well.
And it sells to that gentleman for $40,000. Now here comes a vehicle we previewed earlier, lot 477, a 1957 Chevy Cameo pickup truck.
Well, an absolutely beautiful finish on this. I love the way it's been redone, but it's important to point out this is the truck that changed everything in terms of truck design. Yeah, the front looks just like another truck and nicely done, but what matters here are these fiberglass fenders that created the style side, the fleet side look. Now, they only built a couple thousand of these during that period between 55 and 58 because, quite frankly, they were expensive to build. But this is the look that people began to go, hey, I want that. I want that fleet side look. And they got away from the step side look, and it changed everything in the pickup truck world.
And these bed covers actually go over the existing step side. They are made of fiberglass, and they sourced them from the Corvette factory at the time to sort of make it look like a 55 Bel Air. They continued with this in 56 and 57, and this was the original luxury pickup truck. So you go take a look inside, and they definitely did it up in here as well to make it feel like a more of a luxury car than a pickup truck. Another big first when it came to the truck world.
And in terms of style, you know, not only do you have the fleet side, but if you're looking for the spare tire, it's in here, inside that cap on the bumper.
These are really cool vehicles, and that one sells for $48,000. Time for a break as we begin our final hour on this Fast Friday at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. So stand by. 60 more minutes, more great cars, more fun at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. We're out in front of the main entrance. The manufacturer's display area shows all of the great new creations from the world's great car builders. There was quite a buzz in that room this morning, I can tell you. Here's what the last three vehicles across the block did, including a 55 Ford F100 pickup for $35,000. Now we are well into our 7th and final hour on this Friday at Barrett-Jackson. $47,000, now $53,000, and the bids are climbing on this 2019 Corvette Custom.
Well, I can see why. I mean, very end of the line, of course, for the front-engine Corvette, the C7 2019. But this one's had a lot of nice custom touches, both inside and out. I mean, you got that new hood. You got some nice touches they've done to the engine compartment. They got Lamborghini doors that they put into this thing. So plenty of style that they've added to this.
Yeah, the doors go up and the price goes up on these, most certainly, given that Lambo door kit. And they've kind of made this look a little bit like a ZR1, I would say, with that high wing. This one also has the glass roof, quite a few little custom touches, but otherwise just a base, end of the line C7 Corvette. Nothing wrong with them, still amazing performance.
That's right, 455 horsepower, realizing that, you know, the C5 Corvette, well, let's go back to that Grand Sport that crossed a little while ago, the 1996, it had 330 horsepower. So, you know, it cranked up over a period of time, but didn't get stratospheric, at least not yet.
$67,000 takes that Corvette. Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and the vehicle heads out to whatever form of transportation is going to take it wherever its new owner wants it. Okay, wouldn't be Fast Friday without another Bentley Continental GTC convertible. This one from 2008.
They just keep coming. It won't stop.
But love your analogy. It's the Camry of Palm Beach.
Absolutely. You know what's kind of funny is they build about 30-something Bentleys a day. It takes about 100 hours to build one Bentley, but total Bentley production between the SUVs and the Continentals, a little over 30 cars, and we have more than that at Barrett-Jackson selling. So more than a day's worth of production. In just one day, I think we have about 15, so half a day's worth of production here selling on Friday at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. But they're all unique. Every single one is different. It's the same with production and same what we see crossing the block. This one in silver with the W12, and you can see the interior. This is the pretty part. Instead of wood on this one, you can see it has a metal engine-turned dashboard.
All right, up front, and I always make the point, you drive up in a Bentley GT or a Bentley GTC, and you're going to get parked up front. People aren't going to realize it's older. If you want to know the difference, the newer ones have a broader grille, and they've got a smaller outside headlight. Big headlight here, smaller one there. That's how you can quickly tell the difference.
$45,000 for that particular GTC. I agree, there's more Bentleys here than there are in Slough or Crewe or wherever in the UK they build those things. And they are all beautiful. And they are very, very Palm Beach. This looks like a Palm Beach color on this 1981 GMC C1500 custom pickup.
Well, let's go back to the point. What is your favorite generation of pickup truck? Because whatever it is, we pretty much have it here at Barrett-Jackson. Earlier today, we saw 1937 was a custom roll across the block. We see 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and in this case, an 80. A 1981 custom. It's got that 6-liter LS2 V8 engine under the hood. It's got a 4-speed automatic transmission. And if you like tan, yeah, this is your car, your truck.
Yeah, the 6-liter Vortex, so the LS truck-based engine. I imagine a lot of you have that at home, but you see how this one was dressed up with the custom intake valve covers, different throttle body and an exhaust, it does sound great. But probably the coolest part of the C1500 is that it's been lowered, and you can see the custom wheels that look like steel wheels that would have been, 13 or 14 inches from the factory, but these are stretched out to well over 20 inches with that white wall tire. Cool touch.
And it's interesting because, the consignor and the car sheet points out that this, had a significant accident in the early 2000s. It's like, who cares? I mean, obviously the work they've done to put it to this condition, they've taken it well beyond what most people would have considered a standard reparation in terms of doing it. By the way, look at that rear view mirror. You're thinking, wait a minute, I know what that looks like, but it's just not quite right. Well, that's because it's off a Mustang, not off a Chevy truck.
A Ford part, how could they? I mean, it looks pretty good, but these trucks from the factory look really good, and that's why they've been customized and been so popular. Square body, short bed.
$48,000 for that 81 GMC custom pickup. Big smiles all around, and why not? Now, we've been talking all day about how tomorrow is Super Saturday, when the very best of the best cars will cross the auction block. And it's a fun thing for us to do as a crew, to go out and pick the cars that we are most looking forward to crossing the block Saturday. Here's what we came up with.
Super Saturday here at Palm Beach, of course, means super cars, and we have no shortage of them. Lamborghinis, Porsches, Ferraris, and Ford GTs, including this one right here, a 2022 Alan Mann edition. This celebrates the very special lightweight edition Ford GT40s that raced at Le Mans back in 1966. Very cool. All right, April, what have you found?
Thanks, Rick, but check this out. 1966 Corvette Resto-Mod. I mean, this is the best of both worlds. Old school good looks with all of today's modern technology. Now, it's got an LS3, 540 horsepower, beautiful staggered stance with those custom knockoff wheels. And check out the interior. Stunning carbon fiber dash with upgraded seats, more comfortable than your grandpa's recliner. I mean, this is a car you could easily daily drive and look so good doing it. Bob, what do you think?
Well, you'd look great in that car, April, but even better in this, a 1933 Pierce Arrow 12 convertible sedan. 12 for the cylinders up front underneath the kneeling Archer, symbolic of Pierce Arrow. 175 horsepower. The top goes down, and 4 doors means room for all sorts of passengers to enjoy this beautiful ostrich leather interior. Tyler?
Very classy, Bob, as usual, but nothing, in my opinion, beats the elegance of a classic Aston Martin. I mean, look at this 1966 DB6 Vantage with its upgraded inline-6 under the hood, 5-speed manual transmission. You can buy this and channel your inner Sean Connery. Just so much to see. It's going to get really exciting here in Palm Beach.
And if you think it's easy for us to select one car from the hundreds and hundreds in this year's Barrett-Jackson docket, you are kidding yourself. Now, here we are with lot 485, a 1955 Buick Super Riviera custom hardtop.
Well, the Super was actually part of the name. You're not just throwing that out lightly. And I love back then the advertising was superbly spacious, superlative car. The fact they actually used superlative in it. I love the way they did all that. But when this is nicely done, not an absolutely new restoration, but relatively fresh. Last year for what we'll call this teardrop style headlight. See how it's got the turn signal built into it? They also changed the grill pretty significantly the following year. It would go much further from side to side. Not quite as droopy, which I think looked much better.
Wow, sells at just $18,000. I think someone got a great deal there. But that's the nature of the auction business. Another break coming up, and we'll be back with more in this final hour for FYI at Barrett-Jackson. Back at Barrett-Jackson, Palm Beach, on the block, lot 487 is a 1970 Chevelle El Camino custom pickup.
Yeah, a lot to love with this one. I'll tell you what, currently at this price, $29,000, the best body style in many people's opinion. I think that's a buy.
Wow, $29,000. I wish I bought it. Awesome vehicle. But I haven't done my research, and if you're planning to bid on a collectible car, make sure you do your research about the vehicle make sure you know everything there is to know about it so you can judge its value in your own mind. Now here's lot 488, 2021 Jeep Gladiator custom pickup. Remember, one of these broke the bank today at $100,000.
Now the Wrangler came back as a pickup truck in 2020, or they added the pickup truck option, called it the Gladiator. And this one is mostly stock on the body and the drivetrain, but obviously the big elephant in the room, those red anodized wheels with the giant 40-inch tires, and I'm sure a pretty good suspension lift to accommodate it. Makes it look like a giant toy. And of course, they had to add the power running boards here to get people inside, so that's a nice touch as well. Roll and lock truck bed as well to secure your goods, but otherwise start life as a normal sport Gladiator.
You know, you mentioned it came back in 2020. It was almost surprising that it took so long. People kept saying, you know, I want it back. I want a Jeep pickup truck. And boy, when it came back, it was instantly popular. We've seen them here at Barrett-Jackson on a regular basis. And, you know, once again, like every other Jeep, there's all manner of customizations you can do with this. I like, as you pointed out, the interior. I love the fact that they've kind of matched that black and white that they've got on the exterior as well.
Oh yeah, that's certainly not factory for a sport. It would have been a cloth interior. Yeah, you go inside of here. We can take a quick peek in. And yes, they did go all out in here. Black and white stitching, stitched dashboard. Very nice.
And it sells at $44,000. Now let's go to April Rose.
Hey, Bob, I'm with a sweet truck that's going across the block tomorrow for Super Saturday. Check this out, 1977 Chevy C20, and her name is Boogie Nights. You see that call out right there. Really cool custom paint color called Avocado Green, and of course these painted graphics with the pinstripes through them just screams 70. I love these warm graphite wheels that are 20 inches, sprayed in bed liner, and the details on this Boogie Nights call out on the back. There you go, RJ, get down there, see that. Really beautiful, sweet detailing. And I also want you to see inside. Everything has been redone and overhauled. See these door panels with the cloth inserts. You got a leather wrapped dash, more Boogie Nights call outs, sweet analog, new analog gauges. That bench seat is just so much fun. Now the heart, a GM 6.2 liter V8. It's got an 8-speed automatic, custom dual exhaust. This car, well, this truck is going to be so fun to watch. Going across the block tomorrow, Super Saturday, Bob.
That's right, April. So many terrific vehicles crossing the block on Super Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time and running to 6 p.m. Eastern on the History Channel. Now here's lot 489, a 2021 Ford Bronco.
Well, a little bit earlier, we had a pickup truck, a Chevy pickup truck with a 4-cylinder Turbo Max that went across, and this is the 4-cylinder EcoBoost engine in this 2021 Ford Bronco. But remember, it delivers more than 300 horsepower, so it's not lacking anything in the power department.
Well, and here's another one of what took you so long to bring back the Bronco. They had the concept 10 years prior, I think around 2010, and they brought it back just a few years ago to great fanfare. But I think this is sort of close to its original MSRP. For years, we were used to these going for quite a bit over. Now, this one definitely a more basic model with the soft top instead of the hard top, the 4-cylinder. You can see they add the wheels, but I think finally we're starting to see these come down to earth as Ford is starting to keep up with demand as far as buyers of the new Bronco.
$37,000 at the Hammer. And that vehicle is sold. Looks like general agreement among the group. Now here's lot 489.1, a 1965 GMC custom pickup.
I mentioned earlier today that the 67 through 72 Chevy C10 pickup range has been so incredibly popular. Well, this is essentially the body style that came before that. Of course, this is the GMC edition. You can't miss it with the big GMC letters up front. But this particular body style is what came. Now, this one has been massively, renovated, restored, remodeled. It's been, beautifully done. Got a big engine underneath the hood, massive 4-inch lift. You can see the suspension, all the work that's been done underneath. And I love the two-tone paint job. It's been interesting. Rather than stretch it all the way across, they just did this section of the bed. A little subtle, but I like it. And of course, it's got the small rear window, which is exactly what that 67 C10 started with.
Yeah, 5.7 liter LS under the hood, so an LS1. You can see it's been lifted considerably, and instead of all-terrain, they went with some very much mud terrain off-road tires. This one is a long bed configuration, and you can see it has the small window, even though it has the outline in white up high in the rear of the big window, small window truck.
And it sells at $39,000 for a very sweet truck. Another break coming up here in our final hour on Friday at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, as we begin to gear up toward Super Saturday and all the delights therein. Stay with us. Back ready for our final half hour here on FYI at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. $23,000, the hammer price on this 1957 Ford Thunderbird.
You know, yesterday our top seller of the day was a $60,000 Thunderbird. This one an older restoration, so that's why it didn't bring as much money.
Such great looking cars. Now here's something different. Two wheels. Tell me if you're old enough to know what this 1964 Harley-Davidson custom motorcycle, a replica of a movie bike, represents.
I'm not. I don't know. What is it?
We gave Tyler Hoover so much grief because he'd never seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Now he doesn't know about Easy Rider. I don't know what to say. All right, Easy Rider, of course, the movie with Peter Fonda. And, of course, what was so iconic was the fact that he had this motorcycle, Captain America, that he rode during the course of the movie. And this is such a classic 1960s style in terms of what they built. Now, the original motorcycle that was used in the movie was actually in 1952. But it's got these tall handlebars. And, by the way, this in the back, do you know what this is called back here?
A sissy bar?
That's a sissy bar.
Okay,
exactly.
Thank goodness I got something right. Okay, I got one thing right.
The sissy bar in the back. So it's very iconic in its styling. Now, to be honest with you, it's not a particularly comfortable motorcycle to ride. Not something I'd want to take a long distance.
It sells for $28,000. Peter Fonda, Dennis Hopper, Jack Nicholson, all in that seminal movie, Easy Rider. Now, if you'd like to relive the very best moments from Barrett-Jackson, and we know you do, be sure to check out Barrett-Jackson Revved Up. New episodes premiere on FYI beginning Sunday, June 2nd at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't miss it. Okay, lot 495 is a 1965 Ford Mustang convertible.
Well, nice looking, a little bit dressed up underneath the hood. It's got a 289 high performance, it says right there. They've done a little bit of work to it to make it look a little bit better. Originally a D-code Mustang, but once again, I mean, this was the very first year for the Mustang, and I have to say, overall, the looks on this from the outside, great paint, blue on the outside, blue on the inside, shows really nicely.
Yeah, you can see they added vintage air as well. There's that big AC compressor on the front, and then the extra vents in between the front and the front driver and passenger. Pretty much a necessity here in Palm Beach. I don't know how people got away without air conditioning, but the 1960s, they must have just been built tougher. But yeah, this one's probably an older restoration, but once again, really well done, really high quality, and we're seeing a pretty good price, I think, given its condition.
Yeah, I think overall very nice. And like you say, well, maybe an older restoration. It looks like the paint is either relatively fresh or at least retouched. So overall, a nice build.
$32,000 takes that rather plain Mustang. Beautiful blue color, though. Blue over blue. Now here comes lot 496, a 2016 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat.
Now, the Hellcat came out a few years prior to 2016, and it was just absolutely astounding. 707 horsepower thanks to that supercharged Hemi under the hood V8. And we'll see what the legacy is of the Hellcat. Certainly there were more special editions, the Demons, the 170s that came at the end of the line. But I think any Hellcat will be a desirable car in the future, as this has just been replaced with an all-electric Charger.
Yeah, the end of the line. The last Challenger came off of the assembly line already. You know, but of course, we did have the Challenger go off the assembly line back in the 70s, so it was revived. Who knows what's going to happen? There've been a lot of questions about if it was going to continue, what the body style would be, what would happen to it. It'll be interesting to see in the future what they do with this concept. Because remember, once again, everybody's getting away from the concept of the sedan anyway, or at least the you know, not everything's going into the SUV department. But Mustang is going to continue to forge on as the Camaro disappears, the Challenger disappears. It'll be interesting to see how the Mustang is affected and whether they'll bring back things like this.
Well, it'll be interesting because, yeah, the Charger is sort of the replacement going from 4 doors to 2 doors, electric. May not be a Hemi anymore.
And it sells. Well, perhaps it hasn't. I could have sworn I heard the hammer drop.
Well, and remember, the auctioneer is the captain of the ship. He may drop the hammer, but that doesn't mean it's sold until he actually says it. He has the ability to stop the auction and make sure that they've got the numbers just right.
Yeah, I realize that, but boy, is that annoying. Just when you think you're into your rhythm, and then he drops the hammer, but isn't done accepting bids.
Well, it was to get some attention because everyone went, what, that's selling for $37,000? No way. And of course, got some interest in the room, dumped it up. Now we're at $40,000. Got a few more grand.
Sold at $40,000. Looked like it sold to a bidder on the internet. One of them. Now here's a car that's coming up shortly. A 1971 Pontiac Le Mans T37 Custom Coupe. It's in tropical lime green, V8, 455 high output, 3-speed automatic, and more. These pictures give you some idea of the size of the crowd, both in the audience and on stage, at this Boffo edition of Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach. Right now on the block, lot 500.1 is a 1989 Land Rover Defender 90 Custom.
Yeah, not too customized. It's got a 4-cylinder diesel engine on the hood, but there's a lot of other touches that they've done to make it to that custom level.
$30,000 takes it away. What would you call that color, Rick? Gray or purple?
Battleship gray to me.
Okay. Now rolling up behind. Oh, look. A 2008 Bentley Continental GTC convertible. Who'd have thunk?
It's the song that never ends, I suppose, huh? But like I said, no two are the same. This one in sort of a nautical blue theme. It has also a matching blue top and the tan interior. This one also with the W12. That was the only engine in 2008. A few years later, they had the V8 engine option. You can see this one, they wanted to customize this a little bit and stand out from all the other Palm Beach Toyota Camrys. They put on some larger snowflake-looking wheels, but they put up with that Bentley logo there in the center cap.
You know, the thing I love about this era of Bentley is that they decided to go racing in the early 2000s and went back to Le Mans and were successful. Because, you know, you go back to the 1920s and Bentley was a major name. They won 4 Le Mans titles back in the 1920s.
$35,000 takes it. I tell you what, yes, we've had a plethora of GTC convertibles, but that only makes them easier to acquire, I would argue. Well done. Let's go to April.
Hey, Bob, I'm with another Super Saturday car, 1969 Custom Camaro. I mean, obviously, this is custom. It's been all blacked out. All the trim's been removed, debadged. Got some RS-style headlights right there. And I want you to come on back here. Take a look at the windshield. It's been inset for a nice, sleek, smooth look. And even the gills, which are on the 69 Camaros, have been filled in. Trim has been removed. Now, its power comes from a 6-liter LS 525 horsepower, 6-speed manual, 12-bolt rear end, Willwood brakes all around, and inside, all new race-inspired seats, 4-point roll cage. I mean, if black is your favorite color, this Camaro is just for you. Bob?
Thanks very much. I'll take it, April. Now, don't forget, go to Barrett-Jackson.com, and you have a great opportunity to prepare for Super Saturday by checking out all of the docket listings. It's all coming your way tomorrow. So go to Barrett-Jackson.com and have fun with it. Now here is a 1970 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL custom sedan selling for $29,000.
Tell you what, that's a really cool one. It's done to recreate what they call the Red Pig, which was a car that's basically the beginning of AMG. They took this racing at the 24 Hours of Spa and finished second overall. Shocked everybody.
Right, and the original Red Pig is gone. So Mercedes, their own is a recreation. There's another one.
Well, here's lot 503, a 1969 VW Combi custom microbus.
Yeah, I've seen a number of these cross the block today, and this again is one that is a Brazilian version. That front you would not see on a 1969 Volkswagen bus in the United States. A little bit different with this one in that they have not converted this to a Samba, meaning they have not put in those extra windows up on top, and they have put those small lights on the back. So, you know, it's a mild custom in terms of what they could have potentially done. Let's take a look underneath the engine here, underneath the cover. It looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's almost rare for someone to resist the urge to make it into a Samba, into a 23 window. And I think that makes this one stand out a little bit more, along with the color I don't think I've seen before, as far as this reddish orange with the brown, almost maroon sort of top. And in the interior treatment, you can see 3 full rows of seating. But that air-cooled engine in the back, I imagine you fill this up with 6-9 people and tons of luggage, it would struggle along.
You know, just as you were saying, you know, you've seen so many GT, you know, Bentley Continentals. Seems like the same thing here with the Brazilian buses. Are there any left down there? Because at every Barrett-Jackson auction now, we're seeing a handful and sometimes more of these Brazilian buses coming back to the United States in this condition.
I just figured out what it looks like. A chocolate-covered strawberry.
Suddenly I'm hungry.
Yeah, geez. Thanks, Bob.
A $25,000 chocolate-covered strawberry. Congratulations to that couple. Now, automobilia is a big part of every Barrett-Jackson auction weekend. And today, here were some of the highlights. A 1940-ish Cadillac Service single-sided porcelain sign with neon, $9,000 at the Hammer. Or how about a Texaco oil restored service station gas pump circa 1948? A show car quality restoration, $12,000. Or here's my favorite, a 1950s Chris Craft Woody speedboat coin-operated kiddie ride. A stunning restoration with upholstered cockpit, working lights, and more, $24,000. That's a lot of dimes. Now here's a car we previewed earlier going to break. A 1971 Pontiac Le Mans T37 Custom Coupe.
And yeah, the T37 is actually the designation that Pontiac gave it back in those days. They don't call it a GTO. And I wonder if they were trying to kind of capitalize on the concept of the Z28, you know, make it a T37. And away it goes.
$28,000. That is a unique car to have. We've got another break, maybe our last one. Who could say? Stand by for more as we wrap up Friday. It's been a great week here at Barrett-Jackson Palm Beach, but the best is yet to come. Right now, let's go to Rick DeBrule.
Well, first let's get through today because it's been pretty spectacular. We've had 16 six-figure cars across the block. Can you remember that happening on a Friday here at Palm Beach?
No, it's, as we said yesterday, it's going to ratchet up today. The quality cars brought great money. You know, every so often we had to flog a little bit longer, explain the car to everyone, and they responded. And that's great to see. A lot of money in the room. Great cars, great energy.
All right, Steve, we have to talk about that car that right now is #1, that Greenwood Corvette. I mean, it's a special car. What put it over the top?
Absolutely. I think that caught everybody by surprise. It's always a significant car because of what it represents, particularly in that era. But to see what it did here today is just indicative of you just don't know what's going to happen when these bad boys roll across the block. But a great car, great history, and someone found someone else that wanted it just as bad as he did. Or
it takes two.
Absolutely. And
All
it
right.
made magic.
Let's talk about tomorrow. I mean, we got a big lineup of Ford GTs, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, all kinds of great stuff. A tank that is crossing the block.
First time. Yeah, it is spectacular to have outside of Scottsdale 3 of this generation of Ford GTs selling at no reserve is unprecedented.
Yeah, then you've got a couple of other older Ford
and
GTs
a twin
as
turbo
well.
one. So yeah, it is stocked heavy tomorrow. Ferrari's the SF90 will be going off tomorrow too.
Steve, American Iron, what are you looking forward to besides these exotics and supercars?
Well, I think, again, the Staluppi collection, Cars of Dreams, shows you these 50s cars still bring the money. Yep. You get some of these classic convertibles with a lot of chrome, particularly in Palm Beach. The small baby birds, 55, 6, and 7, we've seen them do well. I think it's going to be a wild card, and who knows what the next tank will be when it rolls across the block, literally and figuratively.
And the Burt Reynolds Trans Am tomorrow, the last car titled owned by Burt Reynolds, Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am.
All right, so that's tomorrow. We still have a few cars left today, so gentlemen, I'm going to let you get back up to the block. We're going to get back up to our coverage.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is Lot 509, a 1929 Ford Model A Custom Roadster pickup.
Yes, and this one isn't some fiberglass kit. This is an all-steel body, so someone took the time to do all the metal work, all of the custom chassis onto a Model A pickup. That's a 5.7-liter V8 under the hood. Looks to be very well done.
Well, I'm looking underneath as well. We've got inboard brakes, Jaguar style, so very nicely done. You know, not a lot of weight over those rear wheels, but you don't need them.
$20,000 takes it away. Now with that, let's take a look at our top sellers of the day and the auction as it happens. Breaking out of a pack of sales at $115,000, this Cadillac, 2023 Cadillac Escalade V, went to $145,000. Our second highest seller was a 1968 Ford Mustang Eleanor movie car recreation at $148,000. And topping them all, and a big surprise to all, was this amazing 1981 Chevy Corvette, massaged by the famed Greenwood Performance family, $225,000 at the hammer. What a moment. And now we're back to the block at a 1990 Jeep Grand Wagoneer.
Well, here's near the end of the line for the Wagoneer, which we talked about starting in 1963, going into the 90s, I think ending in 91. This one, a survivor with less than 30,000 miles.
$30,000 takes it away. Almost thought mom and dad had just arrived. Now here comes lot 511, a 1971 Chevy Camaro Custom Coupe.
Yeah, it's got a 350 cubic inch engine under the hood. Let's take a look as they lift the hood. We can see some nice custom touches. Didn't get too carried away, but it's very nicely done. And of course, it is the split bumper up front, does not go across the full grille. You see they've got Wilwood brake master cylinder that's been put in there. I'm assuming we got Wilwood brakes. Yeah, we got discs on the front, and we still have the drums in the back. So just overall a slight modification. The Z28 badging on the side. Hugger orange, just a nice build on this 1971 Camaro.
Absolutely. Modern power steering added as well, so you have modern stopping and steering power, which certainly helps with these bigger Camaros like this. Even though they are more maneuverable, it's not you know, the nimbleness that we're used to today with modern cars. This one, Hugger Orange, does look very good on these. The rally stripes, all the Z28 badges. A lot of car for 30 grand, the current bid.
Yeah, they've added the Edelbrock aluminum intake, so they've done some work under the hood, and also, you know, like I said, mention the fact that they've upgraded it to the disc brakes up front. And looking underneath, it looks like they've, they've got dual exhausts that they've converted to. Nice job.
We bought more than we sold today.
$31,000 takes it. And that gentleman is going to need his own multi-vehicle carrier to get all of his acquisitions out of here, and it's not even Super Saturday yet. Here is a 1976 Chevy K10 pickup.
Well, when it comes to the square body world and the trucks before it, C meant two-wheel drive, K meant four-wheel drive. So this one left the factory as a four-wheel drive pickup truck, and it's still that today. It's been given a frame-off restoration, a little bit of custom work here. You can see those wheels. They look sort of like the stock Steelies, except much larger than stock, and beautiful red paint. Interior having some buckets in there. Definitely didn't have that from the factory, but overall, very well done frame-off resto, mild custom on this square body.
Yeah, it's got some suspension work that they've done underneath as well. So once again, it's a great looking truck. I love the big huge exhaust coming out the back. You know, the chrome plated bumper with the metalwork on the top. So overall, just a nice fun build, something you can drive around and have some fun in. And once again, if you're a 76 fan, this is a great looking truck.
Specialist update to your catalog. Here's lot 5.
And $30,000 takes it to its new owner and its new home. Now, what do we have here? Lot 513 is a 1973 Corvette Custom.
Well, yeah, certainly very custom. A small block 396 stroker V8 under the hood, good for 550 horsepower. And obviously they added some extra aero here with the nose. You can see the big bump out too for the big block. Or it's not a big block, but a big block hood bump out.
You know, looking at the front of this, do you know what this almost reminds me? You know, we talk about the fact that this is the Mako Shark body style. It almost reminds me of the original Mako Shark show car, Mako Shark 2, I should point out, because it's got that same kind of slight styling. Now, it's not exactly the same, but it is definitely longer and has a very unique look, and I love the fact that they've got those hidden headlights up front covered up.
I might be wrong, but those lights look like they might have come from a Saturn Sky Roadster. It's certainly possible. You can see in the back, it's been customized as well when it comes to the lighting. The modern LEDs there, bumper delete. So it still has the fuel filler in the middle, racing style, or if you can fill up on either side.
Yeah, it's an older build, but I also like the way that they've done this in the back. They've kind of smoothed this up, made a nice little spoiler in the back. And as I mentioned, you know, it's not an absolute fresh build, but for the money, it's a lot of fun.
And $30,000 is the money, plus taxes and fees. Congratulations to the new owners of that wild Corvette. Now here comes lot 525, a 2011 Mercedes-Benz SL 550 Roadster.
Well, the Mercedes SL, we talk about the Bentley being the Palm Beach Toyota Camry. The same Mercedes SL or the CLK is probably the Palm Beach Honda Accord because they're just so ubiquitous. There's just so many out here. This one in 2011, it's the facelift version of the R230 that came out in 2003. I think it was a very good facelift, gave it more of an aggressive look. This one is the 550, so it is the V8 under the hood, power retractable hardtop. Ooh, and I see that nice Designo interior there, which is Mercedes Design House, gave you nicer textured leather and special colors. This might be a special Designo color as well.
And we talked earlier today about how this era has more performance to it from a horsepower perspective. Having said that, you know, it's pretty nose heavy in terms of having that big engine up front. But still, all the work they've done to improve the suspension, to improve the sporty aspect of this, makes it a truly desirable and fun car. And remember, you know, yeah, it's 13 years old, but this was very expensive when it was brand new. And, you know, we're currently at like $23,000.
Yeah, it's showing just shy of 100,000 miles, 98,000 miles.
Here's lot number 527, a 2007 Ford Mustang GT Carfax Show.
$24,000 takes that Roadster. And there's two people right there, so all the numbers work out. And that'll be the last car we're going to be able to cover all the way to the hammer drop. So we want to thank you for tuning in and get ready for Super Saturday coming up. We're far from done this week. We're going to take a deep breath and reset for Super Saturday. And if you thought it was good today, trust me, it's going to be even better and wilder tomorrow. We'll kick things off at 11 a.m. and stay with you for 7 straight hours live on the History Channel. You do not want to miss it. For now, for Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose, and our entire crew, I'm Bob Varsha. Thanks for riding along with us. We'll see you on Super Saturday.